Well, hello there. Sorry, a little bit of a late start. My mic was acting up a little bit. I don't know what was going on. It did not connect. I don't know. I just got the message the entire time. USB device not connected. It was a bit weird. Anyways, works. Hello there. Hi. We're gonna start with a crocodile video, as usual. There's also pretty nice weather. It's actually kind of warm. That's nice. Hi, Screaming Eye. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. And, that is not what anybody needs to know. I don't like it. Sure, big guy. All good. Few minutes late is fashionable. Yeah, it's just really, aren't you happy that I sent a long video? No, not particularly. But yeah, I guess we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Okay, don't get a nuke. That's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Surprisingly, the cute stuff that Zeppelin recommended did not get claimed or anything, which makes me quite happy. I think a song in there was claimed, but that doesn't really matter, right? But aside from that, it was not claimed. I really like that. And the weather is hot. It's decently warm right now. We have like, what, 21 degrees. It's supposed to rain a little bit. So I'll have to pay attention because right out. Oh, you are late. Yeah, I'm late. I'm late. My mic didn't want to function. It's only 29 minutes. That's 29 minutes. Yep. Clearly. Remember, Sumex did it. Oh, Sumex did so many things. Because I need to pay attention if it rains, because my carnivorous plants are right outside the window. Because they need that sun, right? They need that daily 6 hours. So yeah, we'll have to see. I have water here, which is nice. Today we had a spaghetti, which was nice. I want to be an editor for people soon. Go ahead, try it. And if you get paid for it, even better. Why not? Even fucking better. Even greater for you. Lock in. Think you can do it? And yeah, I'm innocent. I did nothing. Yeah, sure, buddy. You and innocent. That's an oxymoron. You and innocent. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I must say, doing cardio usually, right? Doing cardio inside is a bit annoying. So what I did today is I just grabbed my my treadmill and just like carried it outside, and then I did it outside. That was nice, by the way. That is nice, by the way. Anyways, I think we'll just jump in. I think I'll do this more often if the weather's nice and if there's a slight breeze. I'll do it. Fuck it. Who cares? So yeah, I think we'll just jump over and have a little look-see at some stuff here, obviously. Right? I have a few drama videos I certainly want to get over because I really want to do it so that I have a drama video every single day or anything related to drama. Because that helps the channel quite a bit. I've been slacking that, and I've definitely experienced the numbers drop, which isn't cool. There's that. Well, I did raise a little bit of an army of a few drama people, so it makes sense. Right? That's just logical. Anyways, we'll get over. I'm trying to get on Fiverr and stuff. Okay, do that. Anyways, we'll jump over. Yoink, now we're here. Can't wait for you to edit this video. It's not that bad. See, I try to have mostly I just try to focus out what's like not a context, right? Or like that's not part of for the video. And also I try to edit out dead air. Like I'm really trying hard to edit out dead air. And most of the part I succeed. Sometimes I'm like, nope. Sometimes it just doesn't work. And I miss a few spots, which is a bit annoying, but I'm getting better at it. So there's that. Also probably have to move over a little bit at times. Anyways, I think we'll just start. I think we'll just start. So yeah. I need to drink more. Drama, but it should be drama I care about, not VTuber stuff. Well, that's the thing though. Well, then recommend me some video that with drama that you care about. Obviously, I also want to watch drama that I care about, but sure. Anyways, here we go. Celluloid Ghosts. Top 10 Lost Films by Dark Corners Reviews. Yeah, we've watched this channel before, so we will just go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps me a ton. This is the best thing you can do to support me. And yeah, we'll go in. We'll go in. We'll go in. I probably have to move over because I don't want to block the movies, or at least the pictures a little bit. That is not nice. We do not want to do this. We do not want to do this. Right? We do not want to do this. Right? Anyways, we'll go in. We'll go in. I'm curious. Probably know a few of those that are already on here. I'll be real. Probably London Before Midnight was that what the one, right? So yeah. We'll go in. We'll go in.
These days, when films are available on a variety of media, and when, if you can't find a film online, it's like being plunged back into the dark ages, it's hard to understand even the concept of lost films. During the silent era, a film was treated like a stage play. When people stopped coming to see it, it closed. Why would you store an old film when new ones were coming into the Nickelodeons every day? For a long time, no one considered that film might have any cultural.
I find it so interesting how that has just flipped, right? Now everyone is just preserving stuff, right? We have like huge archives of like shows, movies, video games, right? Everyone tries to preserve something. Even the most modern movie is now somewhere preserved anywhere, right? Even the most dog shit movie, right? It's like so interesting how we moved on from that. I mean, it's kind of sad that they were essentially treated so disposable. That is, I think that's very unfortunate, because yeah, it is part of, right? It is part of history, right? It's like the same with movies, with books, right? A lot of books have not been preserved because nobody copied them, or they burned, or were destroyed, right? Right, big libraries burn and like only copies, right? Because remember back then they literally had to like write the book bar for bar, word for word to copy it. So that's pretty interesting. Yes, Poke, it's a lost world. Yeah, a lot of like stuff that would be interesting to know is just gone. It's pretty unfortunate.
Significance, and certainly no one foresaw the home video market. Add to that the fact that the nitrate film stock was highly flammable, and when improperly stored became actively explosive, and not storing it actually seems like a pretty good decision, but it's cost us.
Early Walt Disney animation Little Red Riding Hood, 1922, found in London Film Library in 1998. Interesting. Also, hi Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. But yeah, it's interesting, right? A lot of animation movies are also gone. I wonder what I still have in all the... I love his t-shirt. Yeah. I wonder what I still have as on VHS, right? Because most of those, I think pretty much all of those are still functional because I cleaned them, right? You can literally buy a machine that specifically cleans VHS. So that's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna head out right now. Take care, Screaming Eye. Bye-bye.
Dear. By a conservative estimate, 80% of all films made pre-1930 are lost, and most will never be seen again. Some of them are much sought-after masterpieces by big-name directors, others are wholly forgotten, and no trace remains that they ever even existed. With so many thousands of films to choose from,
Roscoe Arbuckle's own A Reckless Romeo, 1917, found in Norwegian Film Institute in 1998. So that, like, look at this. Released in the 20s. No, in the 10s. Right? And then found again almost at the 2000s. That is so interesting. That is so interesting.
Doing a top 10 is patently ludicrous. So here's ours. The top 10 lost films of interest to us and hopefully to you, the Dark Corners audience. Frankly, I could fill a whole top 10 with lost Lon Chaney films, but that would kind of defeat the object, so we've limited ourselves to one. But which? Who wouldn't want to see one of the 6 films that Lon Chaney directed himself? Or Tower of Lies, directed by Victor Sjöström, who had already directed Chaney to great acclaim in He Who Gets Slapped.
Not that again. He is everywhere. He who gets slapped is everywhere. Gets slapped, becomes clown. It is still an amazing career change. I wonder... Well, that wouldn't help. That wouldn't help against Friedrich Merz. That man already is a clown. Maybe if I slap him, he becomes an actual politician. Hold up, I have an idea. Or I'll slap Krokorok. Interesting. Anyways.
My personal choice would be Thunder, Chaney's last silent, made when he was at the peak of his powers. But because it would be pretty disingenuous not to include it, we've gone with the popular choice. London After Midnight is by far the most sought after.
Yeah, makes sense. I was already expecting it to be on the list, right? I feel like if you create a list about lost movies, I think that one you can't miss that one, right? You can't. You simply can't. That this one is included every single time. It doesn't surprise me.
After of lost films, and for one reason. Chaney's vampire makeup has haunted generations of cinema goers, even in the absence of the film itself. The last known copy was destroyed in a fire in 1967, before the resurgence of interest in silent films might have prompted somebody to make a copy. Many still images survive, as does the original script and the cutting continuity, which are surprisingly different. Also, 2 contemporary novelizations, and all of these sources were used by Turner Classic Movies in 2003 to create a reconstruction. The film was remade in 1935 by its original director Todd Browning as Mark of the Vampire, featuring Bela Lugosi, but it's a disappointing film that never rises above its ridiculous plot. But Chaney had a way of grounding his director's more ludicrous ideas, and this was the most successful of the 10 films they made together, so maybe there's a chance that the film could be as good or almost as good as those tantalizing pictures suggest. The good news is that London After Midnight...
Here's the thing. Would they want to... God, Bela Lugosi is hot. You... No gooning in my chat! Stop! Stop it! I think it inspired the design of the Penguin in Batman Returns. Might actually be... Actually, now that you mention it, there are similarities, sure. I wonder how people... Okay, so I wonder how people would somebody ever pick up the original script and make a movie out of it? Like, the problem is, even if somebody now picked up the script and redid the movie, I feel like it wouldn't turn out well. Honestly, I feel like it wouldn't turn out well. Because, well, we know modern Hollywood, and things never turn out well. Also, nice, Cricket. Good, you doing well. I'm also doing well. Anyways, we'll look.
Midnight was a big release by a major studio that went around the world. There is certainly a chance that there is a print still surviving somewhere, waiting to be rediscovered. But not all lost films have the benefit of scripts, production pictures, or big studio funding. The majority we know little about, and they need to have something special to stand out from the throng, a captivating story in front of or behind the camera, or some historical significance. A good example would be Shanaky's Tales, an Irish film produced by Mark Sullivan in 1916. In his book Missing Reels, essential reading for anyone interested in lost films, Harry Waldman describes the film as a series of stories based around the old Irish storytellers known as Shanachys. Tales of giants and goddesses, fairies and the Hound of Ulster. We may never know more about it than that, but doesn't it sound good? Sometimes a single line will capture your imagination. Spanish film The Other, based on the novel by Eduardo Zamacua, is a story about a man who writes letters to a dead woman which he leaves on her grave where...
That's kind of depressing. That's kind of depressing. And there's no FYI, like 90% of movie scripts tonight I haven't read through. It's a world of opportunities and ties. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I mean, this movie, like this script was turned to a movie, right? We just don't have the original movie. That's the thing.
They turn into white butterflies. For that image alone, I want to see this. The Italian epic Satana from 1912 is interesting for its influence. It's a four-part story of heaven versus hell, ranging from creation to the present day, that influenced D.W. Griffith's Intolerance, Thomas Ince's Civilization, and Carl Theodor Dreyer's Leaves from Satan's Book, among others.
Now that is one I'd actually be interested in looking at. Now that's one that's actually interesting, that I would find interesting. Huh. That's pretty cool. Huh. Somebody cooked. I guess they definitely cooked back then. Regardless.
Some of the film does remain, but to find the rest of it would be to restore an irreplaceable chapter in film history. But we've gone with a film which has an interesting story behind the camera. Not that the on-screen story of Fuerza y Nobleza sounds boring. It's a four-part serial made in Spain in 1917, partly inspired by the success of the Machiste films in Italy, following the adventures of a heroic strongman as he tries to restore the rightful heirs to a throne. But what makes it interesting is that it starred boxer Jack Johnson. Johnson was the first African-American heavyweight champion, breaking the colour bar that had existed in the sport, triggering riots.
Not bad. Interesting. And the first one of that, not bad. Bro is a milestone, so to speak. DW, my favorite racist. Crazy work. Wait, I'm not your favorite? How dare you? Anyways.
The film was made after he fled the country, having been sentenced to a year in prison on charges which are almost universally considered to be racially motivated, and for which he was finally pardoned in 2018. This film is a lost episode in the life of a remarkable man. When we think of lost films, we're almost always thinking about the silent era, but things didn't suddenly change when Al Jolson sang Toot Toot Tootsie. A really surprising 15% of all films made between 1930 and 1950 are also considered lost. Among them is The Man Behind the Mask, a hostage drama directed by Michael Powell, the brilliant director of The Red Shoes, A Matter of Life and Death, and Peeping Tom. There's also The Brown Wallet, a crime drama directed by Michael Powell. COD, a murder mystery directed by
Interesting. Honestly, surprising. A movie from the 30s would be gone. I find that still crazy. I wonder how many movies will be genuinely gone in like another 50 years, right? Yeah, you can say like preserve, like, right? We have the internet and preserve everything. This still doesn't necessarily apply. There's, for example, a lot of video games that were preserved online that are now gone. You can't download them anywhere. It's kind of interesting, right? Peeping Tom is like the first serial killer movie. Ooh, that's interesting. Huh.
Michael Powell. The Girl in the Crowd, directed by Michael Powell. His Lordship, directed by Michael Powell. Born Lucky, My Friend the King, The Price of a Song, The Rasp, Someday, The Star Reporter.
Especially with like considering that the more something gets preserved, right? The more something gets preserved, in my opinion, straight up the worse it gets, right? Because like, here's the thing, because like, I don't know, it's difficult to say. There won't be movies in like 20 years, I think. I think movies will continue. I just think that the way we're consuming them will soon be gone. So what I believe is, I believe that cinemas won't exist anymore in 50 years. Because like, look at it, Flappy Bird is lost, essentially, yeah. Because like, look at this, right? I mean, a lot of the online games are also lost, right? If anybody remembers The Crew, that's lost. That doesn't return anymore. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I think cinemas will be gone in 50 years. Because like, look, we get a movie, right? It is in the cinema or theaters, whatever you want to term you want to use, for like 2 weeks. And next 2 weeks later, it's on Netflix, it's on Disney Plus, it's on Prime. I think that soon a lot of movies will just be, you just have them online and that's it, right? You just have them through streaming service and that's it. Video clips will continue on about full-length movies. China is pushing short movies, quote unquote, short dramas, and they're getting more in popularity. I think you might be onto something. Will TV shows still exist? That's the question. I think that long form content long form media will slowly die out if this continues, because humans just get, yeah, movies will just get I think some stuff will definitely die out. I think also that a lot of human made art will die out in a few years.
2 Crowded Hours, all directed by... Bottom line, someone should have been taking better care of the early career of Michael Powell, and he's not alone. The Cat Creeps is the 1930 remake of the silent classic The Cat and the Canary, directed by Rupert Julian, who had directed Lon Chaney in The Phantom of the Opera. The film is Universal's first horror talkie and was also made in a Spanish version, also lost, directed by George Melford, who would direct the famous Spanish Dracula the following year. Fragments of the film survive only because they were recycled for comedy short Boo, which also used bits of Frankenstein and Nosferatu.
Every time Helen talks to a man, Dracula gets him. At this rate, she could never get married because she'd be a widow every 15 minutes.
But we're going east for our number 8 pick. One reason there are so many lost films in these decades is that there was a well-known war in the middle of them, and Japan in particular lost a great deal of films during the firebombing of Tokyo, including the Kingu Kongo.
Well, it brought us Godzilla. That's the only positive that came from this, and I guess we stopped the Japanese empire, so to speak. So I guess it brought us anime. We ubu'd them, basically, if you want to call it that. That's pretty much. But that's sad, because that's a kaiju movie, and I love kaiju movies. Yeah, I love kaiju movies, and that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate.
Films. Now, although Wasei Kingu Kongu was made in 1933 and the 2 parts of King Kong appears in Edo in 1938, these are both silent films. Partly for financial reasons, but the silent era did last longer in Japan, where it was tied to traditional theatre by the use of narrators called benshi. And if you get the chance to see a benshi narrated silent, take it. Little is known about the films beyond what can be gleaned from these stills, which, let's be honest, raise more questions than they answer. The first film seems to be a straight spoof. In the later film, however, Kong's size seems to be very inconsistent, and it's possible that this was a film about a normal-sized ape monster that was renamed and remarketed to coincide with King Kong's 1938 re-release. Or not. We simply don't know. Either way, these films are very hard.
Honestly, the only good Japanese movie that includes King Kong, in my opinion, there's not many anyways to begin with, is Godzilla vs. King Kong. The Showa Godzilla. The King Kong suit was pretty interesting, but the Godzilla suit looked kinda horrendous. His face was super flat. It was hilarious though when King Kong just shoved the tree up like into his mouth. Just a straight up tree trunk. That was interesting. Like, bro just grabbed the tree and just like, in there he goes. What about Son of Godzilla? That's a horrible movie. Well, the director of the Phantom of the Opera, that guy, Lon Chaney, said to go to hell. Yep. The thing is, like, the Showa era had pretty good Godzilla movies, but they really tried to cater to more to young teens. So, you can tell that that's going on. And then the Heisei era was trying to focus more on adults again, which was, I think, a good decision. Oh boy, and then came Millennium. Jeez.
On the list of sought-after lost films, but sadly low on the list of those likely to be found. Obviously, it's not just genre films that are missing, and although that is kind of our mandate, we don't want to be bound by it. Erich von Stroheim did not make horror films, but working...
Oh no, there he is again. There he is again! Not Harry!
...for the self-styled man you love to hate was like being in one. During the filming of his epic Greed, he shot in Death Valley in 125-degree temperatures that led to actor Gene Herschel being hospitalized and to the death of a member of the crew. Greed was famously cut down from 8 hours to 2, which is practically a lost film in itself, and von Stroheim's uncompromising attitude meant that none of his films went out exactly as he would have chosen, but he had genuine lost films as well, including his second picture, The Devil's Passkey. But we're talking about The Wedding March, featuring a pre-King Kong Fay Wray and some Technicolor sequences. This was a typical von Stroheim production, vastly over budget, vastly behind schedule, vastly self-indulgent as the director insisted on real champagne, then locked his cast into a closed set with some prostitutes to shoot an orgy. While the cathedral set was so accurate that cameraman Hal Mower got married in front of its altar. Having found it impossible to work within the confines...
That's rather interesting. That's pretty interesting. Okay, Mary in front of it, that's kind of crazy. Son of already sound like awful. It is an awful... See, Godzilla had a son. It's more or less is an adoptive son, but he did have a son in the Heisei era. Godzilla Jr., which then later became Godzilla again because the high levels of radiation. But it was a pretty bad idea back then because it didn't work. That's mostly because Manila looks ugly as shit. It's horrible. You just take a success and decide to replicate to the next gen, not as part of the story, but with the same successful idea. Yeah. Godzilla Jr. Yeah, there's Godzilla Jr. He starts technically out really small in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, the Heisei one, not the Showa one. We see him again in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. And then we'll see him again in Godzilla vs. Destroyer, where he even gets killed. There he is. An adult young teen. He's super small in comparison, though. Won the world. Hi, Solar Bubbles. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
Of the studio system, von Stroheim had tried his luck with an independent. But as his $300,000 budget ballooned past $1.25 million and the director still shooting, the film was again taken away from him. After a protracted period of editing and a disastrous preview for a condensed version, the film was released in 2 parts, The Wedding March and The Honeymoon. The Wedding March isn't a lost film. The Honeymoon is. Which is actually more frustrating. Neither film was what its director intended. This is really a case of trying to make 2 finished films out of the footage from one unfinished one. And the reception for The Wedding March...
That cannot end well. Huh? Why would you? How would that work? Crazy. The German you love to hate is Poker streamer name. The Croc you'd like to cook is the Croc name. It should be Rip Godzilla Jr. Yeah, he was revived because he absorbed all the radiation from Godzilla dying. Because in Godzilla vs. Destroyer, Godzilla dies. He melts. Really interesting. I love those movies. I love those movies. I'm doing good. Just woke up and saw you were streaming. I thought I'd stop in and wish you a great day, night. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a great day or night as well.
had been so poor that The Honeymoon was only ever released in Europe. But imagine watching The Fellowship of the Ring and never being able to see the next 2 films. And in the case of The Wedding March, there's not even a book you can turn to see how it ended. For that alone, The Honeymoon makes our list. As we've already seen, amongst the ranks of lost films are some well-known names. Directors who went on to big things but whose early efforts have been lost. Fritz Lang films have a pretty good survival rate considering the period in which he was working, but his directorial debut is missing. The Half-Caste is a story of a mistreated mixed-race woman played by Ressel Orla, who gets her revenge on the men who have abused her. Reviews complimented the excellent direction and...
So this is German. All of it. All of it. Interesting. It says Halbblut, Half-Blood. The story of 2 men and 1 woman in 4 acts. And yeah, that's it. And then we have Personen, so people, right? Or half-cast, I guess. But like, regardless. And then here's the director. Here's the people that acted in it. Yeah, not too complicated. Not too complicated. All these Austrian people. Yep.
Flawless technical treatment. Ernst Lubitsch is another German director who made it big in Hollywood. Films like To Be or Not to Be and Ninotchka benefiting from the Lubitsch touch. But lost film Intoxication seems to show a very different side to the director. Adapted from Strindberg's There Are Crimes and Crimes, the film is about an author who wishes his child dead and then, when the child actually dies, finds himself a suspect. A Woman of the Sea is another adaptation of a literary classic, and this time we get 2 big names for the price of 1. Because although the film is directed by Joseph von Sternberg 3 years before his classic
Joseph von Sternberg. Yeah.
The Blue Angel, it was produced by Charles Chaplin, the only film he produced which he neither directed nor starred in. The film supposedly contained a 10-minute travelling shot, which remained the longest ever filmed until 2002's Russian Ark. Unfortunately, Chaplin hated the finished film, making this the only film on our list which was lost on purpose. It was never released, and in the early 30s, Chaplin had the negative destroyed so he could reclaim production costs. But, big though all these names are, when it comes to big-name directors, there's only one place you can end up.
Good evening.
In a 50-year career, there's only one question mark in Alfred Hitchcock's CV, 1919's The Mountain Eagle. The film was a co-production between British company Gainsborough and the German company Emelka, and starred German Bernhard Goetzke, American Nita Naldi, and
Bernhard Goetzke. Interesting. Damn, I wanted to see the Charlie Chaplin movie. Well, he does apparently. Goodbye.
Englishman, partly shot in the Alps, and production encountered a problem when it snowed one night and Hitchcock was forced to ask the local fire department to clear away the snow with their hoses. The director would let...
Interesting. Interesting. Also, goodbye, OBS. Thank you. Chaplin did insurance fraud. That is rather interesting. It's always good to have insurance companies have a taste of their own medicine. Rather interesting. Also, hi Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
Later remember it as being a bad film, but good or bad, completing Hitchcock's filmography wins it a place on our list. The German Expressionist film has become a byword for the best horror cinema of its time, with masterpieces like Nosferatu, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and The Golem leading the field. When we talk about Expressionist cinema, we're almost always thinking of the 1920s, post-Caligari, but supernatural subject matter and themes of fate, fantasy and death exist in earlier German cinema. In fact, Paul Wegener's 1920 The Golem is the third film the director made with that title, featuring the living statue of Jewish legend, and the third film in which he played the title role. About 3.5 minutes of the 1915 Golem survive, enough to make us wish that the rest did, but also...
Well, he certainly walks like one, stiff and all that stuff. But yeah, makes sense. I'm sad my books are lost during transit. Huh? Did you forget them? Lose them? How do you lose books? Well, I lost a jacket once. And a sports bag, so I guess, never mind.
Lost is the 1917 horror comedy The Golem and the Dancing Girl. Perhaps the most famous of these pre-Caligari horrors is Wegener's 1913 film The Student of Prague, co-directed with Danish director Stellan Rye. We're talking about lost films, but Rye is a lost director, his career cut short when he died of his wounds in a French prison camp 4 months into the First World War. Of the 13 films he directed, only 2 remain, and one of those is incomplete. Amongst the losses, and there are several we could have mentioned, is A Midsummer Night's Dream in Our Times, an updated retelling of Shakespeare's classic which seeks to wrest it from its stage origins by the use of ambitious effects and natural settings. But our choice is Ole Brandis's Eyes, a variation on the Faustian theme about an artist who sells a painting to a mysterious stranger in exchange for the ability to see people as they really are. The results shock and horrify him.
Alexander Moisey, star of All Bandits, All Brandis, Eyes. Interesting. Okay, what happened to Germany? They were making so many classic movies early, and now we have Paul and Roland Emmerich. Many things, right? You also have to consider that we also were at one point at the top of our game when it comes to industry, and now look at us. We're not even. We're barely 14th anymore. So yeah, the Germans had a fall. We had a fall off, and especially a hard fall off during the 2010, starting 2015. So there's that.
Particularly when he looks in the mirror. The blending of psychology, fantasy and fate points the way for German cinema for the next 2.5 decades and shows the influence that Rye had in a career that lasted barely 2 years. Film historian Georges Sadoul credited Rai with helping German cinema to discover a style by turning towards legends of the Middle Ages, based on the splitting of the personality, the power of fate.
Can I say something? I'm gonna say it. They already do it better with the costumes than they did do it now. Like, the costumes look a lot more authentic here already than they now do in modern slop like Rings of Power and shit. Hi, Bren. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. What is the video about? Lost movies! We're watching a video about lost movies. I did in the airport, did the whole suitcase of books. Yeah, like €100 worth lost. Oh my god! I burned down the entire airport. Anyways, no more flights going.
Sudden setting free of magical powers and the annihilation of apprentice magicians by obscure forces carelessly unchained. This being Dark Corners, we will be looking at a vampire film somewhere in this list, but when you say vampire in the silent era, you may not be talking about the blood-sucking monsters that spring to mind today. Vampires, or vamps, could mean seductive women, luring weak-willed men away from their marriages.
That is rather interesting. That's rather interesting. Luckily, that wouldn't work on me. I'd marry the vampire, in this case.
And the undisputed queen of the vamps was Theda Bara, her name an anagram of Arab death. Her real name was Theodosia Goodman, which is an anagram of good smoothie, Adam. She personified a certain type of 1910s sex symbol, the sort of woman men lusted after but were glad to see die at the end of the film. And her films...
Interesting. It's Poke's girlfriend? Certainly not. I have a different type. Certainly not here. Smash. That's fine. Not in my case.
had titles like When Men Desire, When a Woman Sins, or The She-Devil. She sprung to prominence in 1915's A Fool There Was, but was practically washed up 4 years later when the trend that created her passed and Fox terminated her contract. Her films are reflective of the time in which they were made in a cultural sense as much as a cinematic one, and while it's easy to say that her acting has not aged well, it's unfair to judge someone when so little of their career remains. Of the 40 films she made, only 6 survive. Amongst the lost is Salome, in which Bara played the biblical princess who dances for the head of John the Baptist. Also Sin, which, despite the title, was described by Motion Picture World as quite unusual and artistic, which didn't stop it from being banned in Ohio and Georgia.
Ohio? Oni-chan. Fox existed during those times, so it would seem. Holy fuck, that's so old then. That is so old. It's also like, honestly, the roles haven't changed much in what the roles women play. Of course you have a lot more, how do I say it? Of course you have a lot more, what do you call it? I don't know. A lot more girl bosses now, but still, not much difference. Them all the men that carry simp for her. Wait, yeah, a lot of people. I can't imagine that.
Georgia. But if you could only have back one of Bara's lost films, it would have to be Cleopatra. Made in 1917 when she was at the height of her fame and costing a...
Here's a shocker, kiddos. Here is a shocker. Cleopatra is white. You heard that right. Cleopatra is white. I know this may come to a surprise, but that woman is white. Crazy, huh? She is white. Because people love to say that she's actually black. Nope, that woman is white. She is Greek. Greeks are white.
Then massive $500,000 the film was a huge success, despite, or perhaps because of, the controversy over Barra's revealing costumes. The few seconds of the film that remain give us only a hint. Local censors made their cuts, and when the Hays Code arrived in Hollywood in the 30s, the film was deemed too obscene to be shown at all. A puritanical attitude.
How do you know that? We don't even know how she looks like. We have sculptures. That's the closest we can get. And also we can trace back her cultural heritage. We can trace back where she's from. So there's that. I'm shifting to digital books now. Makes sense. Yeah, I see that. Why not? And I know this might come as a surprise, but you are black. I guess. I'm black now. Horrible. What is that dress?
That may explain why so few of her movies survive. During the film, Cleopatra has 50 costume changes, a record that stood until Elizabeth Taylor played the role in a film directly inspired by The Lost Silent, which went on to bankrupt Fox. So perhaps Theodosia Goodman had the last laugh on the studio that sacked her. Literary adaptations are as old as cinema itself, and in fact, one of the most recent rediscoveries in the ranks of lost film is the earliest known version of a Charles Dickens story. And of course, one of cinema's most enduring images comes from Georges Méliès' mashup of Jules Verne and H.G. Wells. 17 years later, this British version of Wells's The First Men in the Moon became the first feature-length science fiction movie. And the ranks of lost film are packed with equally enticing.
Ooh, that's orange. That's also one that I would watch. If it exists, that is.
Literary adaptations, so that it actually becomes a bit of a chore picking just one. Alice Guy Blaché, who directed the first ever story film in 1896, later adapted Edgar Allan Poe's The Pit and the Pendulum, of which only one reel now survives. Spanish director and special effects pioneer Segundo de Chaumont directed Gulliver in the Land of the Giants in 1903, and 7 years later his fellow countryman Narcís Coyas directed the first version of Don Quixote. Later adapted by Hammer Films with Peter Cushing, Christopher Lee and Ursula Andress, the first British version of H. Rider Haggard's She was made by Barker Motion Photography in 1916. All interesting, all lost. As a Sherlock Holmes fan, George Pearson's A Study in Scarlet is very tempting. The screen's first British Holmes and the first cinematic adaptation of the...
Okay. The Study in Scarlet. Interesting. Okay, but you should have told people to save these movies. I had nothing to do with it. Damn, that's a mustache. Mustache. Interesting. See, the thing is, like, it's kind of sad that these movies are gone, right? Though I wonder how many of those movies we still have the scripts of, right? Because at least something remains, right? And the script can still be preserved. So we know that these movies existed.
Story that introduced the world to Conan Doyle's celebrated sleuth. On the other hand, Watson isn't in it, and Holmes himself appears oddly late in the day and is played by an auditor rather than an actor because he looked like one of the story's illustrations. After much deliberation, we've gone with Maurice Tourneur's Treasure Island. Like his son Jacques, who would direct Cat People and Night of the Demon, the elder Tourneur had an eye for an image, and the still pictures that survive make this another much sought-after lost film. It also features Lon Chaney in not one but two supporting roles, as Mary the Pirate and Blind Pew, Shirley Mason as the only female Jim Hawkins, and Charles Ogle as Long John Silver.
Ah, the classic. That classic of using women for young boys. Or girls for young boys. Whatever. Interesting. Lost Monsters.
And as long as we're talking about Charles Ogle, the actor played the creature in the earliest version of Frankenstein in 1910. But there is another lost version from 1915 called Life Without a Soul. The character names are different, and the Doctor is described as bringing a statue to life, which sounds more like the Golem than Frankenstein, but apparently this is an adaptation, albeit a loose one. And Frankenstein's monster isn't the only member of the Universal horror family to have existed pre their more familiar incarnations. Dracula, the Wolfman, and the Mummy all made their film debuts before Lugosi, Karloff and Chaney Jr. took up the torch. Whether Dracula's death is the earliest version of Bram Stoker's story is unknown, but the Hungarian film does seem to...
Holy fuck, that is freaky. That is a freaky picture, jeez. Use AI to recreate them. I don't know if that would be such a good idea. I think depending on what you use, it might also come out really funky. Life Without a Soul sounds like, I have a soul. I have a soul. I do have one. Why are all the women so hot? I have no idea. Well, women are usually the more pretty ones. I like cute and pretty women. The latest Dracula I'm not surprised.
To be the earliest appearance of the character, predating Nosferatu by 1 year. Surviving evidence suggests that the film was set in an asylum based around a woman having visions of the vampire, unsure whether they are real or not, making it more related to Cabinet of Dr. Caligari than Dracula itself. It should be noted, rumours persist that a copy of this does survive in a Hungarian archive. Egyptology was a popular interest in the 1910s, and there are more silent mummy films, some lost, some surviving, than any other.
Is that a mummy? Crazy. Well, want to tell us the Earth isn't flat as well? Go ahead, explain. Look at a few pictures. Then you know. Look at... You want to know how the Earth isn't flat? Gravity. There we have it.
The classic horror character, going back at least as far as Georges Méliès' 1899 Cleopatra's Tomb. Also of interest would be The Vengeance of Egypt, described by film historian Dennis Gifford as the first feature sold purely on the strength of its horror, and described in its own publicity with the phrase, "Its mighty realism will hold the audience in a hypnotism of attention." Pick one? How about The Mummy from 1911? This mummy is brought back to life with electricity, resurrecting as a beautiful girl. A synopsis from moving...
The Gooners. The Gooners. Majority Egyptian aren't black. Yeah. Yeah, but some people are like, we was building pyramids and shit. That's the problem.
Picture World describes the action. As soon as she is released, the mummy makes violent love to Jack.
Now that... Rule 34 in the olden times. Olden ones with olden notions. That is crazy. Mummy wakes up. Sex!
Don't remember that from the Karloff version. Wolfblood of 1925 is generally acknowledged to be the earliest surviving werewolf movie, although he doesn't actually become a wolf. But the first ever was 1913's The Werewolf, a tale of murder and reincarnation in which a Native American woman becomes a wolf to avenge the death of her lover. And of all these early versions of classics, that's the one we've picked for our number 2 slot, simply because I like the story, which again survives via a synopsis in the Universal Weekly.
Also, mummy sex. I just realized that. That sounds like a different kind of movie. Surely, Ghost Shade. Also, hi, how are you doing? Are we doing well? Surely. That does sound like a different kind of movie. Mummy FU, is that reverse? Is that really... Is that really... Well, she's alive again, so is it really... You know? Is it? I mean, she is alive again. Anyways.
Like Lon Chaney, we could fill a whole top 10 with the lost films of director F.W. Murnau, whose classic Nosferatu came close to being a lost film in itself, and any one of them would be worthy of the top spot. His early career is almost entirely gone, and many horror fans would pick Janus Head, Murnau's adaptation of Robert Louis Stevenson's
Remove the J. F.W. Murnau is Poke's dad? Certainly not. Certainly not. I don't know this man. Certainly not. It's also like Nosferatu's bald. Who's scared of a bald man? If you call me bald, I will get you.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The Expulsion fits into the genre of peasant drama, from which two of Murnau's best films come. While
look, those are those are the movies of for your kind, peasant movies. But he was German, so I have multiple dads, multiple nicknames. Oh yeah, I can add a new nickname. A viewer called me Bell Pepper. Yeah, I remind them of a bell pepper. Anyways, moving on.
Saturnus is a trio of cautionary tales, probably influenced by the Italian film Satana that we looked at earlier. The Hunchback and the Dancer, Maritza, the Smuggler's Madonna, the list goes on. But if someone asked me what single lost film I would most want to see, if I could only have one, I would pick Four Devils. When it was made in 1928, Murnau was on a roll, coming off The Last Laugh, Tartuffe, Faust, and Sunrise, my favourite silent film.
Faust? Trauma. I have a trauma response. I had to read it, at least part 1. I had to read part 1, and this man, Goethe wrote a retard. I swear to God. I swear. I had to read this during high school. Wasn't too fun. I can't recommend. Certainly not. Poke the wig wearer. I am the wigged. Anyways.
At the first Academy Awards ceremony, Sunrise was given an award for being a unique and artistic achievement, the only film ever to be given that honour. In 1967, Cahiers du Cinéma described it as the greatest single masterwork in the history of cinema. The idea that another film of that quality might be out there somewhere waiting to be discovered is maddening yet exciting. Like Sunrise, Four Devils starred Janet Gaynor and was made on the Fox backlot with all of the studio's resources at Murnau's disposal. As with London After Midnight, a reconstruction has been done.
Damn, the cake is crazy. That cake is crazy. Would I be able to see my reflection on your shiny bald head? Is it reflective? Oh yeah, you can. I'll allow you specifically to play tic-tac-toe on my head. Just get the black marker. Poke the bald slime Sumex enjoyer. Sure, GT. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Make Poker eat Faust again. I will not read that again. It was so horrible. I had to read a different book as well. That wasn't great either. Right? The other book that I had to read was just about an unk who had no bitches. Joe! Thank you! He has become a member again! Woohoo! That goes into the poker fund and the poker plan. Thank you. Appreciate it. Finally. That took a while. Oh, yeah. That took a while. Working again! Yeah, let's go!
But as well as the flat, stagey still photographs, we have the production drawings of Robert Hulf, which give a much more accurate idea of the look and atmosphere of the finished film. But even these cannot recreate the extraordinary camera work talked about in contemporary reviews. Variety saying, Murnau has given the Four Devils a ring entrance that will set every acrobat in the world on fire when seeing it. The climax featured a triple somersault through a ring of fire, filmed with, in Murnau's words, a sort of travelling crane with a platform swung at one end for the camera, called the Go Devil. All that remains of the trapeze scenes is one photo. Taken by the art department to document the set, the shot used a long exposure, accidentally capturing these ghostly blurs of movement on the trapeze.
Interesting. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. You'll be back. Take care, big guy. Okay, if I give 5 membership, will you see a full lecture about Faust? No, I will not. Sorry, I will not. You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me. I'm not touching this ever again. It was so horrible. I also got a really bad grade for it because I just didn't care.
It's an image that seems almost a metaphor for the tantalizing nature of the lost film. Tantalizing is a word we often use to describe lost films. They may be lost, but that word comes with the possibility they might yet be found, and it seems to place them just at our fingertips, just out of reach. Every year, more lost films are rediscovered as archives realize the value of what they have and collectors loosen their grip on their collections. Most of those rediscoveries won't make this or any other list, but they are all valuable, the good, the bad, and the indifferent, as they all add to our sadly incomplete picture of the birth of the movies.
It's also right.
Thanks for watching, and particular thanks to our...
Okay, that is pretty much the end of the video. The problem is, like, it's also that, these movies, they're still part of our culture, right? The part of history, the part of, right? The part of something that's much bigger, right? So having these is, it is to a degree important if you do care about culture. It is very much important. Yeah, maybe some of these show up. Maybe some of these get a movie in the future again, right? If you have the scripts, but otherwise it might be probably quite difficult. And I don't think we'll ever see most of these. That is very unfortunate, but that is likely the case. Anyways, very interesting. Honestly, mostly I'm interested about that one epic and the kaiju movies, the King Kong kaiju movies. Gojo, Faust remake. Stop. 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 Please stop. Stop. You know what? We're starting with, before we make fun of feminists, let's do this one. Actually, let's do this one before we start with feminists and making fun of feminists. Why not? Do something fun. Let's see this, right? We started the other one yesterday. We might as well do this one now. And then we'll make fun of some feminists. Sounds good to me. And I need some water. So yeah, let's see it. Chat, let's see it. I'm curious. Let's see it. If this society can survive an hour in just one video, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Right? I have plenty. I got plenty yesterday. It's fine. Even shorter ones. It's okay. Happens. Anyways. I left one man alone with 99 women for 1,000 years in World Box by Jackal. We'll look at this. I want to see what happens. We watched the other one, the one that came after this, which is the reverse, right? 1 woman, 99 men. So now we're going to look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support counts and matters greatly. We'll go in, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this turns out. The Lost Society survived, though.
You know, if you're familiar,
He had a little bit of an issue. My man had a little bit of an issue. Everything was just crabs. Everything was just crabs eventually. So let's see if he messes up here. Let's go.
with the Fallout games and its lore, you may recall that there was a vault that only had 999 women and 1 single man. And I know
I feel bad for this man. I feel bad for this man. Kind of. Kind of. Because that man has to do a lot of work and pay a lot of child support if things go bad.
That sounds like the plot to a very explicit video, but I'm not even making it up. It was called Vault 69, for obvious reasons that you can probably assume. And while there isn't much information about that specific vault in the game series, I was figuring, what if we recreated that exact same scenario here today in Worldbox instead, spawning...
Well, there's also an anime where this happens, right? Let's not forget that. There's also an anime. Though I think it was 100, so yeah.
in 99 women and one single man and following whatever happens for the next 1,000 years. And I know for a fact it is going to be very interesting to say the least. So if we go into our world here, you will see 100 different people, segregated not because of their race or color, but instead because of their gender. Because we have 99 women up here on the top and one single dude down here on the bottom, whose name is Chadius Prime, and as you can probably expect, he is an absolute Chad. Looking over at his traits here, we will see that he has pretty much every single stat that'll increase the amount of kids he can have in the rate he can have them. He even has a trait here that I've added through a mod called Super Offspring, which sounds like the superpower of a really crappy superhero, but in this game, it is absolutely overpowered. And if you don't believe me, just looking into his subspecies, we can clearly see by the overview right here that there is only one dude to...
So he is gonna be the ultimate Chad. He will he will reproduce he will help repopulate the world. He will be baby maxing, if you will. Hundreds, maybe thousands. The question is like, do they only pick, does he only pick one woman at a time? Because that would be interesting. Anyways.
99 females. And you may think to spawn 99 females, I came up with some really cool tactic to spawn only females. No. I just had to brute force the whole thing, as you can probably tell by the death counter down here. So, please click that like and subscribe button as a small reparation for my toils, please. But if we go back into the subspecies genetic...
Cricket! Thank you so much for all the super chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the support. Thank you. It's almost correct when you wrote in German. Almost. Almost. Actually, no, it is correct. Actually, it is correct. It's actually correct. Yeah, good job. You probably used translate, but it's pretty much correct. Thank you so much.
You'll see that I have modified it specifically to encourage more offspring and a higher birth rate. As a matter of fact, I believe I just replaced every single warfare and damage stat with offspring or birth rate instead. So I think we're
gene maxing. Absolute cinema. We are gene maxing here. Not bad. Just like the last time.
Kind of taking that saying.
Wait a minute, I didn't look at it. Is this one also immortal? He has to be, right?
Make love, not war, a bit too seriously here. But without further ado, it is time to begin by clicking unpause. Everyone is going to wake up at the same time, and they should hopefully form a kingdom any second now. And they do just like so immediately. And I wonder who the kingdom's leader is going to be. Oh, that's not good. Well, so much for hundreds of years of equality progress. That's not a good look at all. I think my channel is about to get deleted, isn't it? Well, on a more positive note, it appears that Chadius Prime has already found a lover here. The first of many, I assume, as because he is the only...
Chadius Prime. Very. He is gonna log in while actually seeing what... I'm actually so curious how this goes.
Only male in this world. And if we go into the world laws, you'll see that I have turned off the handsome migrants world law. This means the only way for this kingdom to grow and expand further is quite literally through Chadius Prime over here. So he is going to have to get busy. Really busy. But luckily, the kingdom they reside in should be relatively safe because I placed it in the safest place I could think of, Afghanistan. And we're gonna see how things work out here, as I believe, yes...
Careful. They might become gay. If you don't know. If you know what's going on in Afghanistan, then you understand.
The world population has just increased by 1 right here. A little boy named Clefinar, and he happens to be a male here, which is absolutely huge, and he's also born with the fertile trait, which is going to come in clutch too. As when Clefinar here grows up, he is going to probably have to take one of these random women here as his wife so he can continue growing the kingdom even further. And yes, that means they'll probably be in their 30s or 40s at this point, but there's nothing wrong with that. I think we should all just respect the grind and stop judging other people. But luckily, I have disabled old age and hunger, otherwise this video...
Yeah, otherwise this would be quite short. It's also like, considering this, right? Considering that, sometimes you gotta hag max. His son will be hag maxing. Rightfully so.
Wouldn't really be possible, I think. As we can see that Shadius Prime now has 1 out of his 1,000 potential children. You know, this video's been going on like 4 minutes and it's already way too weird at this point. So you know what? I'm just gonna rename this kingdom just like so, and we're going to go ahead and sim the first quarter of this challenge. I guarantee you kingdom growth is going to be very slow at first because there's only a couple of males, but it should ramp up exponentially over this.
You know what's crazy? Now that I realize it's Afghanistan, and there's one man and essentially multiple wives, I see the vision. This is ironically close to reality, but then again, women don't exist in Afghanistan. They're all hidden. They're all hidden, so they rather would dress up. Oh wait, that boy isn't safe. That boy isn't safe. Right? If you remember the video we've watched, that boy isn't safe. He'll have to dress up as a woman. For his dad. Horrible.
Challenge, and I'm going to come back when we are a quarter of the way done, which will be year 250. And here we are at year 200.
Bro, 250? And they're already, right? They're already at 1.5k. Yeah, somebody was busy.
150, and as you can see, somehow the Love Shack is up to 1,600 people. And before I even look into that, something has to be wrong here. There's just no way that Shadius Prime or even his kids could do this much in that short amount of time. And remember, Handsome Migrants is still off. So clicking in on Shadius Prime here, we will see that he is still an absolute Chad here. And scrolling down, we see that he only has 18 children. Now granted, he has had 22 births, meaning at some point 4 of his kids have unfortunately died, but it doesn't appear that he necessarily cares that much. So looking into his genealogy here, we will see all the kids that he has, but once again, this isn't really a lot of children, so that can't quite explain the population. But let's go back in and check on Clefinar here, who is now a village leader, and looking at his genealogy tab, well, that plus 121 right there explains it. He has 136
father. He is, bro was like, the chat was like, have your children, have babies, okay? He was like, baby Max, and this son just took it literally. This son just took it literally. And he had more. He had 139. 2 of those are dead. This is the Chad. This is the Chad. Some reason started rain here. It's gonna start soon.
7 kids. So I think Clefinar here is actually carrying the challenge for the most part. But does that mean that Clefinar's wife, Milta, right here has had 137 kids? Yeah, it actually does. So, you know, at least she's loyal. She's also probably in a lot of pain. Yeah, she's crippled and her skin burns too, and she has fragile health. I actually feel really bad for her. But in just 250 years, this little fledgling kingdom has already turned into a full-blown empire. And I just want to go into their subspecies and see what with the gender balance here, it's almost 50-50 already. There's 837 males and 843 females, so there's a couple more females than males, but for the most part, it is completely normal. I'm not even quite sure how that's possible, but the last thing I want to check here at this interval is I want to go and click on some random male people throughout this kingdom and see if their genealogy leads back to Chadius Prime, because theoretically it should if you think about it. So I found this random 100-year-old male named Garbonell, and we go into his genealogy, we'll click on his father, then his father's father, then his father's father's father, then his father's 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 father, and then another father onto that. We actually find ourselves with Clefainar right here.
Chadius. That child support though could fund an entire country's economy. For real. Bro, if she divorces, it is over for him. He might as well end it all at this point. There's no way. Right? Well, he also has some other interesting status conditions, like something snail related, as long as nobody turns into crabs again.
Here, and then his father is Chadius Prime, meaning every single male in this kingdom and most females are literally all related to Chadius Prime. And if you think about that, that definitely means there's probably some incest going on at some point. But let's just not worry about that. And now we are going to move on to year 500.
Well, it is the fun for the whole family. If you know, you know.
And see how the kingdom continues growing. Maybe if they can even expand off into the Americas, which would be crazy. And then once we get there, I'm thinking of turning old age back on just to see what happens to these guys. So I'll see you guys then. And here we are at year 500.
So okay. For some odd reason, there's a cap around like 2.6, 2.7. It's rather interesting. The population doesn't go above this. Feels like that, at least.
As we can see, the Love Shack empire has expanded even more. And actually taking a look around the kingdom itself, there's tons of houses. Everyone appears to be living in a relative prosperity. And looking in at Chadius Prime himself, we see that he is doing a-okay like usual. He's had about 16 more kids than last time, I believe. And it seems a couple more have perished since last time too. But looking at them, at least Clefainar is doing alright, which as we can see is now up to 181 kids himself. And looking at his other kids here, I'm noticing an interesting trend where most of his male children, like Clefainar, this guy, and this guy, all have a ton of kids, while his female children have proportionately fewer, or even none at all, which makes sense because when he had his first couple of kids, there probably wasn't even any males around for his female children to get married to. But with the world population now above 2,600, I don't think that's an issue anymore. And as we can see, Chadius Prime has actually been with his wife, Sosalina, the entire time, which is extremely sweet to see.
She's probably not too happy. If you look at, she's probably not so happy when you look at probably her status conditions, maybe.
As it is indeed true that now the Love Shack Empire has expanded into the Americas, meaning some very interesting things are going to happen soon. But looking into the most interesting people, just to confirm kind of what we already knew, the people with the most children is Clefainar and his wife Melta here with 181, and that's currently alive, which is really crazy to even think about. But now that we're set at year 500, like I said earlier, what we're going to do right here is finally turn it so creatures can die.
Yep, they probably should now. The number should drop and they should die like flies, which is crazy, right?
Die from old age, which basically what this is going to do is actually force a bunch of these guys to begin reproducing with each other even more. So we're going to be able to see if a civilization like this would actually be sustainable in real life, or are all of these guys going to die out. But of course, we would never allow Chadius Prime to die. That's why I've given him the Eternal Invincibility trait, which literally means he is unkillable. Like, as we can see, not even the Death Eraser can kill this guy. I'm also sorry for the 4 people I just killed demonstrating that. But with that on, things are about to get bad, as I'm just gonna click unpause for a few seconds here, and population is absolutely draining. North America is destroyed. South America and the rest of the mainland kingdom are probably next to fall because, you know, it's probably not a good idea to turn off that world law when the majority of your population is over 200 years old. Yeah, that's kind of on me, but it means we're gonna be able to see if these guys can adapt. And also, since Chadius Prime's wife is
So, Chadius is locked in. Oh my god, TLDR. So right. Started out with one man and 99 women, right? Actually, the main man, Chadius, didn't have the most children. He at most had 41. However, one of his sons had a whopping had a lot, over 140, 150. Right? That is the only thing that was interesting. With the same woman, by the way. So much so that she had burning skin, crippled and fragile health. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Now we're here. No crab people this time. Nope, he hasn't turned it on. He didn't fuck up this time, so no crab people. They're all regular humans this time. But yeah, it is crazy. And now he turned on aging and dying, and now they're all dying like flies. We'll see. But Chadius wasn't that much of a Chad.
probably gonna die. That means he can finally get back in the game and have some more kids himself at the crisp age of 506. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and let these guys be, see if they can once again recover the population, or is this finally it for their grand empire? So that means we're going to time lapse until we're 3/4 of the way done, and I'll see you guys at year 750.
Never mind. They recovered. They did in fact recover. Well, the numbers didn't drop that hard. Interesting. Well, makes sense though. Kind of.
And here we are at year 750. Close enough, I was watching reels, my bad. But as we look into our kingdom, we will see that somehow
We're somehow the same, maybe a little above. That's crazy.
it has actually been able to withstand the test of time. And now it has not only recovered, but also grown and taken over the entire world, over into the Americas here. That is certainly a sight to see, but I know what you are all thinking. Let's see how Chadius Prime is doing in his new environment. Somehow at this point, he still manages to have 20 children alive at once, accumulating 94 births in total, and I'm assuming he has a new wife. Yes, he does. A woman named Aunt Lomoitza, who is 92 years old.
Hag maxing! Bro is indeed no, that's granny maxing. That's gilf maxing. Wow. Wow, that's crazy.
I know that sounds really old, but compared to his current age, that is quite the age gap. Doing the math, he is 8.3 times older than his wife here. And just putting that into perspective, I am currently 18 years old. That would be the equivalent of me dating a 2-year-old. Sorry, I can't say that with a straight
Pause! Don't say that out of context, thank you. Where she ain't birthing no kids. She probably did, but now she's old, right? That's probably the thing. Hi, Short King Unk. How you doing? How you doing? Well?
Face, but you gotta do what you gotta do here. And looking at Chadius's happiness, he is not very happy at all, having lost 2 entire children in the past minute. But at least he took a nap though, so you know, that kind of makes up for a lot of it. And another thing I'm realizing here, since Chadius Prime is no longer dating one of the 100 women at the start, that means her father, and then her father's father, and her father's father's fathers, and so on, will eventually lead back to Chadius Prime, meaning she is technically dating her grandfather. Like I told you earlier, this video was gonna get weird. But moving on to the most interesting people, as we will
Incest, the whole thing, the whole fun for the entire family. They're gonna have the they can do step family role plays, these looters. Crazy. That's crazy. Naps are nice. Yep. Well, there's crabs, but they're luckily just the one to kill. Interesting.
Obviously expect the person with the most bursts is Shadius Prime, but the most currently living children is actually this woman Palbina here with 37. The strongest is somehow a crab, and the most kills
And another crab.
is also a crab with 6. And by the way, they're only 1 year old. God, why are crabs so scary in this game? You really just can't escape them, can you? But with that said, it is time for the final time lapse here. And to make things more interesting while we do it, I'm going to go over here into the world laws and turn on diplomacy and rebellions. And even though all of these guys are technically distant family, that doesn't mean they still can't hate one another. So we're going to see here what kind of wars emerge, if any even happen. And I'll see you guys at the final marker, year 1000. And here we are at year 1000. As we can see, it looks like a couple of wars and rebellions did end up happening, but
War and rebellions. So they're lower number overall still, right? Well, that's rather interesting. It's downing. What? Crazy. Crab. It's going down.
nothing can deter the spirit of the Love Shack Empire right here. So as we check in on Shadius Prime one final time, we will see that in total he had 135 kids, only 23 of which are currently alive right now. And the age gap between his new lover got even worse, since he's 1,000 years old and he's dating a 100-year-old.
111. Bro is just gonna stick in there and it's just gonna, right? Bro's gonna look in there and it's just like dust. It's coughing. She's coughing dust down there. That's crazy. That's gonna be drier than the Sahara Desert. Wow.
That would be the equivalent of me dating a 1-year-old now. So great, man. Great going. Fantastic. But even at this point, I am so genuinely surprised that this challenge worked as well as.
Yeah, there's also like separate kingdoms now, which is kind of hilarious, right? That didn't happen when it was 99 men. So that's an interesting, different outcome. It didn't happen when it was 99 men. 99 men. When it's 199 men, it was just one unified kingdom. I guess I guess Puss can control a man. It's crazy.
It did. I thought there was a genuine chance that the 100 women and the one dude just would not work out at all. The DNA wouldn't be diverse enough. I don't know. Maybe the game wouldn't let them marry people that they're like kind of related to distantly, which as we found out is completely false. But without thinking about that too much, that is about all for today's challenge. If you made it this far in the video, clearly I did something to entertain you.
Anyways, that's the end of the video. Interesting. So the major differences are just that we had a couple of wars at the end. It sure can, yeah. That much is clear. And we had like a few more separate kingdoms. And overall we had a woman and man with crazy births. 140 is crazy, so much so that the woman ended up broken. Crazy. That was very interesting. That was very interesting. Fun to watch. Very, very interesting. Anyways, let's do it. Right, it's on the thumbnail. Let's rage bait some feminists. Why not? Let's rage bait them. I'm here for it. Also, I haven't reacted to a Purge video in a while, so this will be a good one. This will be a good one. Let me see that I also don't block anything. I do not. Perfect. That is exactly how I like it. Let's look at that. I'm curious. Rage baiting feminists on Twitter by Purge. We're gonna look at this. I am incredibly curious. Who even does the rage baiting? Is Purge doing the rage baiting? I highly doubt he would. Anyways, we'll look at this. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support counts. And, well, this is the best you could do. We'll go in. Here we go.
So today we're rage baiting feminists on Twitter. We're going to be trolling people that say they hate men. For some reason, there are still thousands of people every day on Twitter that hate on men. I don't understand why that's okay. For anyone saying that I hate women for making these videos, I've made videos trolling incels as well, by the way. I think it's stupid, but
Based. Though, always remember, rage baiting is a sin. Yes, we're all going to hell.
both ways. But it is funny to rage bait and troll people, so that's what we're doing today. Let his be a hate message to straight white men. I will destroy you. Sorry, I was born a white man and I happen to be straight. I got the default settings of Europe and now I am being punished for it on Twitter. This is what this person looks like, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You also have to be careful. For a lot of, so if I were to say men are just as important, some would lose their shit. On Twitter, yeah, for sure. When Kitanero did a tweet about, how much she, like, finds men important, right? She was canceled for it. They tried to go after her. So, yeah, that does happen. Squoo-chan did the same, right? That happened there as well, right? I mean, Shu does it constantly, right? Then they go after her. Yeah, if you say that, then that can happen. That could happen, potentially.
Genuinely, that haircut is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Every white man out there, be scared. The 5'2" overweight lesbian is gonna get you. You take selfies like a middle-aged mother trying to hide her double chin on Facebook. The only thing you will be destroying is the scales. Also, who the fuck cut your hair, dog? You're destroying the ultra-processed food aisle in the supermarket. We know if we look at you from any other angle, that double chin is gonna be there, bro. We don't need the 50-year-old mother trying to be like, I hate men. I hate men. I like how you had to say that twice, just in case we missed it the first time. You had to do it again with the exclamation marks, just to show how much you hate them. By the way, I clicked on this person's profile and their bio says, writer, model, and business enthusiasts. Bookings and brand deals, and then they have their email there. You can really call yourself anything in your bio, guys, okay? It actually doesn't mean it's true. Except from my Instagram bio, for example. That one is true. You have your email there for people to
Handsome man and talented. Maybe.
To send you brand deals. You're tweeting I hate men tweets. Who is going to sponsor you? You might be wondering, okay, well, she might.
Nobody. I don't know. Maybe she's one of those that shits on men, but has men pay her while she drops her pics on her spicy site. Nose ring is a dead giveaway. Usually, yeah. Nose rings are a dead giveaway. Usually.
She might be doing well. She has 10.
Though sometimes I have a little faith in nose ring havers. Sometimes I just encounter a woman that has a nose ring, right? Right. And she's actually nice and cool and right, a normal human functioning human being, which is interesting, right? Sometimes I just get hope. Also, writer, model, business enthusiast. Bookings, brand deals, obviously the email, Nigeria. Ironic posting this from Nigeria. Considering how women are being treated there, it's kind of hilarious. Anyways.
Followers. Listen, we all start somewhere, okay? I don't know how making I hate men tweets is gonna help though. Writer, model, business enthusiast. But all you do is complain. Ain't no one seeing this tweet and emailing you a brand deal. By me replying to this person, I think they got so scared about all their potential brand deals going away that they deleted their original tweet. If you're going to say something, you might as well mean it, okay? Why delete your tweet? You might as well stand on business. Genuinely hate men who don't do what I want. You're useless. Go waste space somewhere else.
There, she has a website. Guaranteed, she has a website. 100% outliers exist. Yep, they do. She has a website. That's guaranteed. Also, 22 views. Like, which men are you talking about? Nobody wants you. Nobody wants you. What the fuck? Crazy.
Yeah, guys, if you're not following what Goddess L wants exactly you to do, then you're a waste of space and you're awful. This is another one of her tweets, by the way. Send me your Cash App and let me request whatever I want. And she's trying to do a sexy video. Let me just tell you, there's no point me showing you the video. It's not something you want to see. Talking about other people wasting space, you do sure take up a lot of space. Kind of ironic. You're just mad because no one wants to send you money. Surely you should at least be attractive to get into this line of work. It's like expecting a kid in a wheelchair will win a fair race against Usain Bolt. Yeah, you know, if
Yep, it's also like, listen, the amount of women I have discovered, right? Fun fact, if you didn't know this, there's a large portion of female content creators that when you look into their past, they have a failed OF. I want to see it. No, you can't. No, you can. She's probably playing with something. No, you can. Lost generation based. Right? So like, right? For example, there was a VTuber who was a little controversial. Looks up background. Fat chonker. And failed OF. So she went with VTubing and then became an actual grifter. It's hilarious. For once. Whatever happened to keeping our thoughts to ourselves? Impossible. That is impossible. That is sadly impossible.
If you're going to start an OnlyFans or something like that, at least have some fans. Plenty of people send me money. Stealing from blind people doesn't count. It's not very funny to steal from the disabled. Clearly.
Yeah, also, I feel like, Monopoly money doesn't count.
You're doing some dodgy work. You're scamming disabled people. That's not very nice, is it? I hate going outside and men there. What the fuck? We're not even allowed to go outside anymore, bro. Quickest way to piss me off is asking question. You know the answer to quickest way to make me happy is send me money. Send me money, okay? That's how a brain works, by the way. Did that sentence make any sense? Quickest way make me happy is money. I like money. If you know answer, don't ask me. If I stop smoking,
See, the also like the thing is, right, these women, right, they want, right, they hate men, but they want men to pay for them. Which is crazy. To those, a man is just a wallet. Nothing more. Nothing beyond that. I hate it. I hate it. I hate this crazy, what's the word? This focus on what you can gain from being with someone. I hate it.
I might cause harm. You might actually start writing proper sentences. That would be crazy. I couldn't imagine you having an above 5th grader spelling level. It would be insane. Why do you genuinely speak like a troglodyte? By the way, this person in their profile is promoting their songs, their music, which you can listen to on all platforms. If your tweets make...
This can't be good. This can't be good. Bro, that's me. I like when I get money. We need you to what's the word? But I don't think like you're that kind of person. You're not grateful if you get it, I'm assuming. Right?
No sense. How is your music gonna make any sense? I couldn't even imagine you writing lyrics. If being outside lowers my chance of listening to your music, I will be there. I don't know if there's anyone that even wants to listen to your music. Probably not. But if there was, hating on men is not gonna help you. That's just lowering, like, your chances of getting an audience. I think I officially hate men. This amazing tweet was made by Jaisha. If you blink one too many times, do you start to take flight? You basically have wings on you at all times, okay? Look, I'm going to be honest, this might be an accurate representation, right? You get something in your eye, you're like, oh my god, oh, I'm flying. I don't know if you...
The thing is, like, also, a lot of these women... See, I don't like to use the term incels, But they are. But I feel like they would be marriage cells more so, because while they can get men to sleep with them, no man wants to marry them. That's the thing, right? That's what a lot of those are bitter, right? They project all their bad relationships onto all other men. That's not my fault you picked a piece of shit. Right? That's not my fault. That's not my fault. Pick better. Stop sleeping with a dude on the first date. How about that? That would be a first step. That would be a first step.
You can hate men because you probably can't see them properly. Every time you look at a man, it looks like he has a wig on. No, that's just your eyelashes. I hate when men are hot because I know that they know they are hot and will get away with shit because pretty privilege is real and they take advantage of it. Oh, stop it. Oh my god.
Oh no, people use their looks to get something. Wow. She discovered that yeah, spoiler alert, women do that too. Women do that too. Shocker. Wow. What these revelations is like, yes. Yeah, spoiler alert, hot people know that they're hot. Right? Hot people know that they're hot. So they're gonna use that to their advantage. Why wouldn't you use that to your advantage? Why wouldn't you? This doesn't really make sense. Like, why wouldn't? Of course, right? I'm gonna definitely point at you if you do something that's immoral with what you've been given. But like, geez, it makes sense. That's it is sad, right? It is sad because a lot of these people wouldn't be like that if they just made better choices and other people didn't fuck them over. All of these people are results of their environment.
I can't believe they made a tweet about me, guys. Oh my god. It's fine, you know, it's hard being super attractive like me. I know, I'm sorry, it's very difficult being so attractive and cool. I once got a free lollipop in a Turkish barber's because my haircut looked extra sharp that day. It's true, I've had the sharpest skin fade you'll ever see in your life when I was in primary school, okay? But for some reason, this person didn't like that tweet. They didn't think it was true. It was true, it was honest. I was being honest, okay? Clearly the tweet targeted me, and for some reason this person blocked me. I got blocked for being too attractive. Some of you will never know the struggle I go through every day. I just got blocked for being too attractive. Some of you get blocked for being too ugly. I get blocked for being too attractive. I hate men. I want them all dead. What the fuck? Genuinely psychopathic behavior. That's a crazy thing to say. This person's bio says this, by the way.
It's probably not one of the worst ones. It's probably not one of the worst ones. That's the crazy part, right? This is probably not even the worst one I've seen, right? There's like women out there who actively propose the idea of aborting boys, right? There's people who actively propose the idea of how do I say this? Vasectomies for all boys at a young age. But if you told them about the horrors, right? If you told, right, but like they're fine with child mutilation if it is boys, but when you tell them about women and you would rage bait them with that, right? Then they would lose their shit. I find that so interesting. Yep, know that feeling? Yep.
One day I will also be a beautiful angel. I don't think you're gonna be a beautiful angel anytime soon. More like a devil. You want people to die. I mean, I don't know how angels act. I've never met an angel in my life. Except from that one time I looked in the mirror. My house has got to be haunted. I be seeing shit, feeling things touching me, smelling rotting meat. My machine just lit up and started
This is mental illness. Yeah, I wouldn't take somebody serious who's that mentally ill. That is mental illness. This bitch is seeing shit. This bitch is seeing shit. That's the crazy part. She's just seeing shit at this point. That is mental illness. She hears, she sees things lit up. She sees stuff beeping. She's being touched. Crazy work.
beeping when it's turned off and unplugged. That's not called a haunted house, that's called schizophrenia. Clearly you have a lot of it. You want people to die, you're seeing things, you're gonna become an angel. Yeah, all the dots are now connecting. Get yourself checked out, hopefully you'll be fine. I can't guarantee anything though, you might not be fine. Wishing other people harm will not make you feel better about how miserable your life is. Without men, you and everyone you know wouldn't exist. It's true, I don't know why people act like men are important in the world, even though you might not love every man ever. That's fine. Personally, I don't either. If I did, I mean, I guess I would have to be gay and meet every man in the world. I've never met every single person ever alive. Anyway, both men and women are both needed. I don't know why people act like they're not. It does make society carry on. We wouldn't be alive if there was no...
Yep. And like both men and women commit horrible stuff. Recently, a boy was stabbed by the ex-girlfriend of his father, right? And the only thing he wanted to is to meet up, because apparently they had such a close bond that the boy didn't want to lose her, and then she stabbed him. She lured the boy out to a lake and she stabbed him. And then tried to burn his remains. Remember when a woman put a child into an oven? Her kid, actually both kids. Yeah. Women can be quite horrible as well. I think people forget that at times. Nation better stop giving money to all kids. Gotta let the world now work that way, so it would seem.
Women, and we wouldn't be alive if there was no men. We need both to survive. So wishing one gender was dead is absolutely insane and psychotic. It's not cool. You're not cool on Twitter. You're just stupid. I hate men. Angry emoji. You can tell she's angry. She's using the angry emoji. If you use that emoji, that means you're really angry. By the way, I had to double take her username. Her username is called Tall and Beautiful. So I had to make sure if the evidence backed up the username. Maybe I have to look at another photo. Okay, yeah, someone's been lying. Please change your Twitter name. Lying is a sin. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but I think everyone can agree watching this that is not an accurate username. Even if you were tall and beautiful, you clearly wouldn't be beautiful on the inside because you hate half of the world's population.
I hope the worst thing you can do is marry a woman so ugly. So ugly. Oh, how do you say it? How do you say it? Imagine marrying a woman where like all she has is her looks. And she's so ugly, she's also ugly on the inside. Imagine that. Right? Imagine that. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. Right. I want to marry a woman that's also that's beautiful and has a beautiful personality as well. I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, right, that nature, use any advantage. Of course, right? It makes sense. It makes sense to use your advantage. Of course, you shouldn't fuck over people, right? Makes sense. It's logical, right? Moral. You shouldn't use what you have to fuck over people actively. I don't think that we should be doing that.
Weather is so hot. I hate men. Oh, come on, bro. Come on. The weather. I can't control the weather. What the fuck did we do now? Maybe there's something I'm missing out. Maybe there's a gathering of men every day that decide the weather for that day. Because who is deciding the UK weather? We need to have a talk, bro. I ain't playing around anymore. Where's the sun? I'm warning you, bro. I love seeing hate towards whites and men on here. Sorry, guys. Okay, now, guys, before we make any assumptions, before we decide if this person is racist and is an awful human being, let's take a look at what they do, okay? So we can know them better. So we can understand where they're coming from. This is a picture of this person's nail art. This is their job. See, guys, that's
uncalled for. That's quite uncalled for. The thing is like this, right? Again, a lot of these people are results of their circumstances. A lot of those are people who project that trauma onto others, right? A lot of these people do that. And it's obviously horrible, right? Of course, some trauma, it's difficult to heal outside of a relationship, right? Because I can tell you a lot of these that hate men, they just have bad relationships, right? Whether it's with right? That's why right, they have like they just use that. They just use their trauma and blame others for it, right? Instead of the person that actually hurt them. Right? Some things cannot be healed, of course, right? If you have trust issues through great betrayal, of course, that can be quite difficult, right? You've been cheated on, then you need another person to help to fix that, because you can only fix something like that in a relationship. For example, if you had an abusive partner, your next partner needs to be careful, right? It's always a thing, right? It's always the thing, right? It makes sense. Bad experiences or good experiences shape how you see the world. And some of the things, no matter how much therapy you get, there's always going to be something left over, right?
This is why we can't blame people for what they say, okay? Clearly her job involves dangerous chemicals and fumes that she breathes in and make her brain mush. Here's another picture of her nails. I mean, those actually look dangerous. I also don't know who wants the other ones. I mean, they are so long. How do you even wipe your own ass? I hate seeing photos of your awful nails. Honestly, I will say, those are probably one of the worst I've ever seen. You're top of my list, top of the list of the worst ones I've seen, but you're top of the list, so good job. Walking around like this, like you can't even grab anything, bro. There's no way. Unless you're using it like, you know, if you get something stuck under the sofa and you can't really reach it. I'm trying to get it. And then all of a sudden you remember you have extra bit of nail and that's how you grab it. I mean, that's the only time I could ever see it being useful. But this person wasn't happy with what I said, that they privated their whole Twitter account. Clearly.
Yeah, they were probably ratioed into the ground. It probably blew up, and then they just like, goodbye. Or they had a post that blew up and they were just absolutely obliterated.
They decided they didn't want to make anyone else suffer by seeing their awful nail art, which I'm glad that they've decided to do. Thank you very much. I hate when men are funnier than me. You
oddly enough, men are more funny. And that's honestly only due to one reason, right? Women can be hilarious, right? Women can be funny, women can make great jokes, right? Absolutely. But I think men are more funnier, right? Because they actually have to, right? Because it's kind of like a dating skill. You have to have a you have to be funny, you have to have a fun personality. You have to make people pay attention to you, and laughing is one of the best ways you could do. Now there's plenty of funny women, plenty, with wonderful, great like wonderful humor, right? Don't be sad, Ms. Apple. Don't be sad. You are funny. You are funny. You are funny. Don't worry. You're funny. I think you're funny. They don't need to get a handheld in life. Would be easier, I guess. But yeah, it's just that. It's a survival skill, so to speak.
You must hate me so much, for real. Oh my god, another tweet directed at me. Ah! Guilty. You might as well at me next time. Life was so beautiful when all my friends were single and I didn't have to hate on men every month. You still don't have to do that. Just because your friends have found someone to love and you are still single and lonely and miserable, that doesn't mean you have to hate on men every single day of your life. Maybe that's
shocking. I know. The thing is shocking. I know. The thing is, like, I get where that would be coming from, right? Because, like, listen, the thing is, like, you see everyone around you get into a relationship, and it would make you miserable. Like, I get it. I get where it's coming from.
The reason why you're the single friend. Have you ever thought of that? I looked at some of this person's other tweets, and this is what they be tweeting, by the way. Men are nice when they keep their mouth shut. Me. Except for that one British friend of mine. He is the only XY chromosome that I have been so far who never says anything bad unless they mess with their close ones. The moment they open their mouths, it's full of insults. Genuinely, are you 5 years old and you still believe that boys are disgusting and girls smell lovely or whatever? My hateful men! And then the graphs of it growing. What is wrong with this person? Looking at your tweets, your brain clearly can't function very well. You're not happy your friends are in relationships because you are incapable of being in one and are jealous they are able to enjoy themselves without you. You hate being sad and lonely, not men. You're just one.
Exactly. That's the thing. That is the thing, but that's given for both of them. Looks don't get you far, duck. If you're a miserable fuck, then you're a miserable fuck. True. I mean, looks can... Right? I think looks make it easier. But there is, like, a ceiling where, like, you won't get much further. Because, like, you can have the looks, all of the looks in the world. If you can't, if you can build a relationship or a connection with somebody, if you lack the social skills, you can get away with it to a degree, but eventually your luck's gonna run out. That's why I'm like... I feel like a lot of people think... So I do think looks are important, right? Obviously, right? You need to be attracted to that person. But I also think that a lot of people focus on that because they care what other people say. If you get what peer pressure, right? If you get what I mean, right? They focus on what other people say. You might like this person, you might love this person, but like then other people are like being assholes about it. Anyways, you get what I'm saying.
One of them awful friends that are never happy for their friends' successes. You are annoyed because you can't find someone to be with. But with that mindset, you never will. I hate when men are in charge. Oh my god. You will not be happy when you find out who owns Twitter. For real, you might not want to look that up. And especially if you have a phone in your hand, most likely that company is owned by a man as well. So don't look that up either.
Well, goodbye. Well, she's cooked. Yeah, she went private. It's like, people always post the dumbest shit ever. And, right? And then they have to go private. Right? They have to go private. They can accelerate a few things, but then they come crashing down. It's just this fast if they have a shit personality. Guys, be attractive and stay grounded. I feel like you need to definitely have... You need to... How do I put this? You can use your looks to the best, of your advantage, right? But I don't think that we need to enter clavicular territory. I feel like looks can get you... The only thing that you can really get you is, like, quick access to sex, and that's it. That's like the ceiling, right, that I see. Looks can get you access to quick sex, but that's about it. Not my type of interest in relationships. I want something deeper.
I hate inconsistent men. My bad, I will try to upload more often. Again, another tweet directed towards me, guys. Life's been difficult, I will...
I mean, she isn't... I don't think this is a bad post. Right? I don't think this is a man-hating, quote-unquote, man-hating post. Men who are inconsistent. That is, however, true. Right? You wouldn't want your partner to be inconsistent, right? You wouldn't want them to be like... They give you all the attention in the world, and then they stop for a while, right? Then they just, like, gradually becomes less, or, like, they switch up often. Or, right? You want them to be, like... You want to receive... They love consistently and not like in like pieces. Sometimes they do more, sometimes they do less, right? You want somebody to consistently show up for you. So I get that. I get that actually. That's that. I don't think that post is necessarily bad, right? It makes sense.
We'll try, okay, guys. Talking about consistent as well, guys, I'm going to be streaming consistently on my Twitch and Kick and my Purge 2.0 channel, so make sure to check them out, please. I'm going to be doing...
So yeah, it does make sense in my opinion. Right? That's yeah.
some funny streams over there. I hate all men. Thank God Taeyoung is a princess. Of course it's a K-pop stan. Oh my God, bro. I mean, I actually don't think I've ever gone on Twitter and made a video like this and a K-pop stan hasn't popped up. Bang Tang Holic since 2014. What?
Oh my God, a K-pop stan. God. Yeah, that's rather interesting, right? They hate men, but they're a K-pop stan. It's like... It's just interesting, right? You have these women simping for dudes, but they hate men. It's like, huh? That doesn't make much sense. It's also like, apparently, there was a recent breakup between two famous celebrities. I don't know which it was, but apparently that discombobulated the reality of some ladies out there because oh no, they were the perfect couple. He was such a good guy, and it's like, yeah, I saw that break. If I know anything about celebrities, then I saw this breakup coming from a mile away. Because, like, listen. First of all, it's rarely that any it's rarely that celebrities stay together to begin with, right? That is rarely the case. I've noticed that. Name me a celebrity couple that has known each other since like their 20s. Name that to me. I feel like I can't even come up with one. And that should tell you something. Which couple? I forgot what it was. I think the guy was a popular NBA player. I could be wrong. I think it was. I just forgot. I forgot who the woman was. Who both of them were. But essentially, everyone thought he was the good guy. But then he cheated on her. And it broke, like, right? It's like, it's just interesting to see how people have hyped that up. And then they realize how wrong they are. Because, surprise! Both those people... No, not Kobe. That was something else. That was someone else. I forgot it.
The fuck does that mean? We're in 2026 right now as I record this. That's 12 years. 12 years of your life wasted right there. By the way, this person has joined Twitter on January 2021. I bet you will never guess how many Twitter posts this person has made since then. 104,000 posts. So I decided to do the mathematics, okay? As of when I saw this, it was 1,892 days that they've had their Twitter account, okay? I decided to divide the number of posts by the amount of days they've been on Twitter, and it turns out they're making 55 posts a day. Let's say they sleep for about 8 hours a day, or at least they're not on their phone. They would have around 16 hours every single day to be on Twitter potentially. So that means that in the time they're awake, on average, they're posting 3.4 tweets an hour. 3.4 tweets an hour for nearly 2,000 days. Maybe this is why you think men and other people are bad people, because you spend your life chronically online. Like, this is the type of tweets they're tweeting, by the way, as well. Watching the interview right now, and it's so funny how a question for one member instantly turns into a group discussion. They're all jumping in, competing over who knows each other best. They're literally incapable of not talking over each other.
Interesting. Oh, it was Megan Thee Stallion that got apparently cheated on as an excuse. It is an accusation, so we have no confirmed stuff. But yeah, a lot of women got a reality check, right? Because she was like, "Oh, that's the first nice guy I've ever had," and I'm like, that tells me the only thing that tells me is that that tells me is that you are shit at picking your men, right? So yeah, that one happened. Apparently she got cheated on. That's all. Wait, Mark Zuckerberg, his wife, and he studied together, and they're still with each other. Though I do agree, you need to think real hard to find a couple like that. Yep. Also, the Zug isn't a celebrity, right? He's a tech guy, right? He's the lizard man and his lizard wife. They don't really fall into that category.
You have a parasocial relationship with K-pop stars that have never met you and will never know you. They are probably scared of people like this. Start obsessing about what you should be doing with your own life instead of focusing so much time and energy into celebrities that do not know / care about you. I'm sure you will be happier and less deluded when that happens. Honestly, I think that as a woman, you have to...
I think the thing is, like, from what I can tell, I find it a bit silly to obsess, right? If you're like a fan of someone, that's different, right? But if you obsess over somebody, over a celebrity, I think there's just something wrong with you in a way. I think that, like, some of these people have unhealthy levels of obsession. I just never got that. I never understood that. I never even had a celebrity crush, and I never have will. I never will have. Anyways. Hi, Nevi. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hi. Well, he's still really fucking famous. I say he's a celebrity. There are a lot of tech people. You don't know all of them, do you? I have the book of tech people here. I can read all the names. I'm just kidding. Anyways, yeah. Though still, this isn't necessarily. I think Bezos is also married quite long. Huh. Oh, Bill Gates as well, right? The Gates as well, I'm pretty sure.
hate on men or else you're not a woman. Oh, is that how it works, is it? I think that is just considered being an awful person, not a woman. Hating on others based on them being a different gender to you is not very smart, to be honest. Even Neanderthals understood this concept, but somehow certain people chronically online don't seem to be able to understand it. Most species in the entire world, monkeys, elephants, birds, lions, they all get along, men and women. But for some reason, if you're a chronically online person on Twitter, you don't understand that concept. I'm a D1.
Because they can turn it into profit. They can turn women-hating men into a profit. That's all. They can turn men-hating women into a profit. Sony has a new woke game. Interesting, I'm not surprised. I don't understand what happened to the weather. The rain in May. Interesting. Well, it's supposed to look like rain, but it appears that that won't be happening. So that's interesting today. Huh. Pink Power Ranger was mine. I never had that. I actually never had that. You play as an Indian. Well, that's not necessarily the problem. MC cheats on his wife? Now it's a problem. He then murders his friend to cover it up and gets away with it. Now that is a problem. His wife finds out about him cheating and leaves anyway. Based wife. Now that's a problem, right? See, it's not a problem if the character's Indian, but the woke stuff is something else, right? He then dies thousands of times in a delusional quest to rescue her and force her forgiveness. The game ends with his wife falling in love with a black lesbian member. The game ends with his wife. He gets told to fuck off and let her be happy. It's called Sorrows though. That is okay. Never mind. Yeah. This sounds like all the characters in this game might be quite unlikable. They might be quite unlikable.
Misandrist. Like, I had a convo with a friend and she was like, I don't know how you hate men. And I said, they're annoying, not attractive to me. I like maybe 3 of them. And she was like, what about the he, him lesbians? And I was like, keyword lesbians, not men. He, him lesbian?
He, him lesbian? How does this even work? Wait. He, him lesbian. That's impossible. Men can't be lesbians. Even if some people want to say that's A trans woman is supposed to be a lesbian. By the way, if you're a trans woman, you're into women, you're not lesbian. You're heterosexual anyways. Sounds like an NTR game. Everyone gets NTR'd. He gets NTR'd. She gets NTR'd. This is just NTR inception.
Drool emoji. Men. Bored emoji. I don't even know what I just read, bro. It's so difficult to read these people's sentences. They actually don't know where to place commas. They don't know where to start and finish a sentence. It's honestly really difficult to follow along. If you don't know what she refers to herself as, misandrist, that means she hates men, right? And she hates men because they're annoying and not attractive to her. That's a good reason to hate on men, because you don't find them attractive. So if you're a man, for example, and you don't find other men attractive, you're just an awful person and you hate all men. So we all...
Careful. Careful what you say. Careful what you careful what you say. Because that has happened already. That has happened already. Careful. We are really on thin ice where people will straight up say, yeah, if you don't date the same gender, you are homophobic. I'd be very careful what you say here. Don't give them any ideas.
We'll need to be gay now. That's the conclusion I got from this. I don't know what else solution we would have. This is the person saying this, by the way. I forgot that you have to
Nose ring.
hate people if you don't find them attractive. You must have a lot of haters. I don't think this person really liked my tweet because she then privated a whole account. Honestly, I think privating a whole account is better than a block, to be fair. When they private their whole account, they're scared of anyone else seeing any of their tweets anymore. We've seen it, it's too late. I hate when men try to talk to me. I don't like men at all. Okay, see, this is just not a good way to live, is it? Imagine you just going about your day, you have to go to the supermarket, the person serving you is a man. Okay, your total is going to be $6. Don't speak to...
Yeah, it's like, here's the bill. Go fuck yourself. That's what I imagine these people act like. It's just, these people are so mentally ill, it's crazy. It's all trauma being projected on other people. I hate it.
Me! I hate you! Do you see the problem? You don't sound very sane. I can see you never had much interaction with your father. I hate straight men so much. What did we do wrong, bro? So liking women is a bad thing? What you're saying is that you don't like that there is people in the world who like women. Wow, rude. See, that's clearly what you're saying, innit? Your problem is men like women. We care about them and stuff. That's not allowed, is it? Wow, that's so rude that you would say something like that. People hate me for demonizing cis men, but I really don't give a fuck, and I'm gonna do it more.
Wait, that's a dude. That's a dude. Well, probably not a dude. But it is using he him. So let's first of all we have to say this. I'm gonna call it the way it is. Cis is a slur. I'll have it always. I'll say it always, and I will always say it. Cis is a slur. It's used in the same. It's used in the same way. You use slurs. It is used with negative connotation. That's all you need. Oh, and Twitter agrees with me. So at least Grok agrees with me.
Oh. If you don't know what a cis man is, it's just a man, born a man. Straight up, you're a man, and you've always been a man. Now, you might be wondering, why does this person hate cis men? I also don't know, but their pronouns are he, him. So this person must be a person that's changed to a man, and for some reason, hates men for being born men. What the fuck did we do?
It's like ironic. You hate the very thing you want to become. Anyways.
Bro, this is a fight between you and your parents, nothing to do with me. Maybe your dad had to think about men while nutting and then you would have been a man. I don't know how it works, bro. I'm eating pickles with strawberry monster instead of...
Does that mean if I want to have a son first, because I want a boy first so he can protect the girl later? So that means the first time I have to think of a boy, like it being a boy, and the second time I have to think of it like that it's gonna be a girl, right? I have an idea, a plan.
Showering right now. This is the type of person that's tweeting this, by the way. Eating pickles with monster. That honestly sounds like the most disgusting combo I've ever heard in my life. Also, I'm not surprised they didn't
Can probably still not be worse than some of the struggle meals.
Shower. That one didn't surprise me at all, actually. I kept looking at this person's other tweets, by the way, and it really goes to show their extent of their intelligence. The things they get up to on their day-to-day basis, it just shows you how smart they are for tweeting that they hate men and stuff. I miss drawing See what I mean, bro? Their
Oh, and the corner dick too.
brain is so corrupted from pickles and monster combo plus gooning. You're just jealous we were men first, lol. You snooze, you lose. What can I say? Clearly we can see that being chronically online damages your brain. It makes you think everyone is evil. One of the reasons that could be is because you're a bad judge of character. But no, it's everyone else's fault, not yours. That's how the world works. If you're a normal person and think both men and women are necessary for the world to exist, make sure to check out my streams down below because I'm going to be streaming a lot from now on. Like and subscribe or you're...
Anyways, that's the end of the video. And yeah, I do think both are important. Both are very important. I really fucking hate that you need to put your pronouns in this modern social media. I don't even do it. I don't even do it, and if I have to do it, I'll pick out the most goofy shit ever. Like, pancake / cake or something, right? Or like, anything, right? Food combos. I'm not gonna actively participate in that. It's very obvious what I am. I am a man. I don't think people need to try really hard. Because there is just two genders, whether they like it or not. Like, they can live the way they want. If you want to transition, go ahead. Right? You can do what you want. But you can't force me to participate. I won't touch your rights. I won't go against you. But trust me, I won't restrict you in your freedom. But I don't need to participate and want to participate either. It's that simple. Right? Anyways, we saw a lot of mental illness in this one. That's all there is to it. A lot of mental illness. Cis is a slur. No, not the cis in sister. With the C in the beginning. Cis. Maybe I will. Anyways. I will take a quick break. My little slimelets. I will take a quick break. I need a quick break. So yeah, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue with the next. I don't know what maybe we'll do the Chinese music. I have no idea. We'll see. So yeah, I'll be right back. Don't run away. Alrighty, I'm back. Run away, everyone. Then I will run after someone here. That's for sure. I can't let him escape. I need him. All right. Or I have an idea. Hold up. I didn't add. Unk, I didn't add your video. Stop. He's meowing. He's screaming. He is streaming. He is screaming. Hold up. Right? That was the game show, right? Want to look at that game show again? There's another part of that game show. Why not? Sounds funny. Right? Meow. Yeah, he's a bit of a... He's loud right now. I think you can hear him. Yeah, let's look at that game show again. That one's just 20 minutes. Why not? Sounds perfect. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. I want to do it. 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 Anyways. Anyways. Summex the cat. I think Summex might make a nice cat. Just have to get her some ears and a tail. That's perfect. Anyways, let me see. All right, let me click something. So we can have that. Always so how difficult to reach the right volume. Then I want to look what YouTube has been doing right after that, right? Well, look what YouTube has been doing. So ref video, it is time.
You know, guys, most of
right, because ref videos give me the most attention, which is really interesting. Nice mean cat. He's probably a nice cat. Anyways, the game show that ruins lives. Yeah, this is that one game show where they have to tell the truth. We watched the second part of this, so this is the first part. And yeah, we'll look. This by Chris James. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it so much. Everything little bit counts. So thank you. We'll go in. The moment of truth. Last time we didn't get claimed, so I hope this time I won't get claimed either.
You know, guys, most of the smut that we watch on this channel, typically reality shows, often show people doing or saying things that make them look stupid, which makes my job very easy, I must admit. But after everything is said and done, usually these people can kind of walk out of the experience with at least a shred of their dignity. If anything, I'd hope the people on these shows can look back at the silliness in the same way that we do and have a good laugh at it. But for the show we're going to be watching today, I cannot in good faith say that that is the case. We're going to be watching an episode from the 2008 TV show, The Moment of Truth. This is one of those ideas that was suggested to me a long time ago, and I said, okay, yeah, I'll look into that. And then I just completely forgot, and then like 3 YouTubers made a video on it, and I just watched them do it and thought, fuck. But ultimately, I don't care. We're just gonna watch it anyways. Moment of Truth was a game show that aired in 2008, hosted by Mark Wahlberg. You know, the guy from the Transformers movie? The one with the pedophile in it?
We're protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws. Statute.
Well, yeah, the Romeo and Juliet laws, that scene. Interesting. Yeah. Wait, that's interesting. Yeah, I remember that.
2705-3. What?
Not that Mark Wahlberg. The second most popular.
Yeah, the second most popular Mark Wahlberg. I forgot that his name was that. I'd make a good what? A cat. You'd make a good cat, right? You just like lay down at the top of your cat tree. You're just eating. You're just chilling all day, right? You just do that. And again, we just have to get your tail and ears. That's all.
Mark Wahlberg, which I could sympathize with him. I am the second most popular Chris James on YouTube. For now. The premise of the show is the main contestant takes a polygraph test beforehand, and they ask her a shit ton of questions, and then on live TV, she is asked those questions, and they get progressively harder and more personal. She has to answer every question correctly, or else she loses out on any money she's earned.
They can't be that bad again, right? The last one was like absolutely atrocious, right? Because like she straight up just admitted, yeah, by the way, I cheated on you. Right on camera in front of everyone. Yeah, I wouldn't let that slide.
All totaling to the grand prize of $500,000. Might I add, she also has to do this with close family and friends in the audience there right in front of her. And it always ends up being people that are involved with the questions to make it uncomfortable and fucking awful to watch. For the most part, this show seems real. It doesn't seem to be fabricated that much. The only thing that I have a suspicion about is some of the questions they ask is too personal and specific in a way that makes me wonder how they ask them. But who gives a shit? Let's watch.
Prior to tonight's show, all of our participants have undergone a rigorous polygraph exam. They don't know the results of that test, but if they tell the truth, they can win up to $500,000. And if they feel they may not have been truthful during the polygraph test, they can change their answers tonight. So let's meet our first participant.
Ellen Valinotti is a 32.
The more important, also, there's an important question to be made, and that is how they even got this information. Right? How did they even get, like, how do they find people that have, like, this much chaotic and, like, a damaging past and shit, right? How do they find these people? Because, like, I could go there and they could ask me any question, really. Well, maybe not any. There might be some embarrassing stuff there that I wouldn't want to say, but, like, there's nothing in my life that would, like, damage or ruin someone else's, right? Because my life is pretty clean. There's nothing there, right? I'm a pretty boring guy when it comes to, like, I haven't done much wrong in life. At least only the wrongs that harm me, that is.
Year-old billing analyst from Port Monmouth, New Jersey. She has been married to her husband for 6 years.
Why they filmed this clip of her like it's forensic files, I have no clue. Also, you can tell that they probably dumped a shit ton of money onto the set because rather than just show us the video, they have to show us the video on stage with the set from the perspective of the audience.
Once you hear a question, you have to answer that question. Now remember, if you get caught lying even once, you lose absolutely everything and the game is over. Ellen, you're not only here telling the truth in front of all of America, you also have family and friends who have joined us. Let's see who's here today.
What's up, Mom? I'm Darren. Ellen Latham.
Hello, Darren.
Hi, I'm Leah.
Bald. Hey, Poke, where are you from? Hi, kidnapper. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. From the country that, how do I say this? From the country that was in 2 world wars. And the major power. The major villain. I think that gives you an idea. Just showing myself what's up. Probably gonna show up for a sec when my video comes. Well, we'll do that today as well. We'll do that today as well. Also, hi Cocos, how you doing? Hope you're doing well.
I don't think they planned that applause out very well at all. At first, I just thought the husband talked out of place and just got applauded over, and I thought that would have been really funny. But then everyone else down the line started going, and it seemed like it was part of the plan for them to talk. You just can barely hear them because of the applause.
What do you do for a living?
I'm sort of a jack of all trades. I'm a mom, first of all. I'm a billing analyst for an ambulance company, and I run my own photo card design company.
So you're a jack of 3 trades.
So you're a billing analyst. Does that mean you actually collect the money?
No, I make sure that we're billing properly.
But if I don't pay, you're probably going to call me, aren't you?
Probably.
Question 1.
Probably.
Probably. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like,
Question 1.
As a bill collector, have you ever threatened someone over the phone just to collect their debt?
Yeah, I could see that being the case, right? Honestly, that does sound kind of wild. I'll be real, that does sound kind of wild, right? That somebody would just out in the open admit this, in my opinion. But like, it could be worse. So, yeah. That would make a nasty impression, though.
Yeah. for sure.
Definitely. That's my sis. Always threatening the poor.
Yes, Mark, yes, I have.
You have.
I have. The answer is yes.
That answer is true.
Oh, so they're just getting right into it. Normally when I watch these episodes, they kind of ease into them being a piece of shit. But no, question one. One of my favorite parts about this show are the dystopian audiences. They'll see that she lit an orphanage on fire, but because it was the truth and she won the round, the audience will just be like,
Have.
I have. The answer is yes.
But honestly, I think they're like paid to clap. Maybe even some claps might be recorded. What do I know? But they might be paid to clap. Or maybe they're just that brainless. Because, like, I would boo here. I guess they might either paid or it's pre-recorded.
Have you ever told a credit card company that a charge was not yours when in fact you knew it was?
Put her up to it, probably.
Yes, I have.
That answer is true.
I mean, like, so what? You know? I think this question in regards to the first one.
Yeah, this question is like... It's a little weak. The other one is way worse and way more nasty. Ew.
One was a step back because, like, I mean, yeah, it's like not the best thing to do, but like threatening someone to pay their debt and pulling one over on Capital One, they're not the same.
Have you ever wished for something bad to happen to someone that you know?
You know, I mean, people do things and you get mad and, you know, you want to take out your aggravation and you make these terrible, terrible wishes with all of your heart. So, yes, I have.
That answer is true.
Okay, don't clap, you psychopath.
But you're not just here to listen because, as we've already seen, the questions can have things to do with you. You do have a little bit of control. You see that button in front of you there.
Yes.
If at any time you hear a question asked of Ellen that makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, press the button. I remember the gallant spokesperson who said World War II is World War 11. She definitely studied on a learning center. Yeah, I think it's just stupidity.
Or for her protection, you feel like you don't want her to answer. Reach forward and hit that button. And Darren, go ahead and show us what it sounds like. There you go. If you do use that button, I'll stop. I won't let Ellen answer that question. We will replace that question with another question and move on. You can only use it once, and you have no...
From the last time we have experienced that is not such a good idea. Remember, the last time the question was replaced, and it was just the exact same question, but that question, it was just reformulated. It was the same question, just said in a different way. That's the bad part that's the horrible part about this. So I'd be very careful.
Control over what question I will replace it with. Okay. All right?
At this moment, the family's just like, what did you say about us? You know, I'm going to give some quick praise here for, as shitty of a show that it is, I like Mark Wahlberg a lot. I think he is too good a person for the show. He seems very genuine.
I joke about Darren supporting you in that, but it really, truly, you sort of get a vibe from people when you see them together. Would you say that you guys are a team?
I say we're the best.
Darren, you agree?
Very good team.
Question 5. Do you blame your husband for your family's current...
No fucking... Oh, God. Oh, God! Oh, God! No! Bro, that's a... Oh, God. Yeah, marriages will be ruined here. Indeed. Quite in... What on earth? Here we go! That's the worst one yet.
Financial situation.
Would you say that you and your husband make a good team? Yes, we do. Okay, good. This next segment is called Fuck Your Stupid Donkey of a Husband.
So, Ellen, what does your gut tell you? Absolutely
not. He busts his butt for us every day.
That answer is true.
Thank fucking God. Oh, good. I was about to. Thank goodness, dude.
Nice to hear, though, Darren, huh?
Very nice. Very nice.
He goes way above and beyond what a human can do. I mean, sometimes 15-hour days.
He goes above and beyond. I mean, really. I've even seen him go as far as to sell his body on the streets just so we can pay our bills on time. Okay, honey, you can stop now. That wasn't a part of the question. Seriously, the things I've seen this man do for money, the positions I've seen his body contort to for sometimes even as little as $20. Okay, honey, please shut the fuck up.
What would you say is the best thing about being married to Darren?
I think our friendship. You know, I mean, we can joke around, we can tease each other, we can be sarcastic, and at the end of the day, we're always side by side. We're always best friends.
Are you a jealous guy?
To an extent.
I love these little questions he uses to transition into possibly a life-shattering question. Are you a jealous guy?
To an extent.
Okay.
Since you've been married, have you flirted with another man?
Oh, man.
That's not as worse as the one before, but if she does answer it with yes, that's still kind of brutal. 42,000 souls, 2 days, all it took. Mothers, daughters, fathers, and sons. This is even look. I am incredibly confused, Cricket. Bro, singing.
Yes.
That answer is true.
That wouldn't particularly excite me. No, it wouldn't.
You better fucking clap. We're gonna use this money to pay off that Silverado you put us in debt for.
You talk to your friends about your sex life at all?
I don't kiss and tell.
You know, we've talked to your friends, though. And they want to help you win money, so they actually gave us a question to ask you.
Okay.
I see your whole face changed.
Yeah, I don't like to talk about this. Not in front of my mom.
You've got the button there if it's too...
I have no problem with that shit.
You have no problem talking about sex.
No.
Well, I'm going to ask you the question. Mom, if it's too sticky for you, you don't want to hear it, hit the button.
I'm okay. I'm
okay.
good.
I love the mom. She's just like, shut the fuck up and ask the question. She owes me money.
Question 7. Does the thought of being spanked by an attractive man excite you?
What the actual fuck? Yeah. Okay, bro. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess. Wow. 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 I mean, not the worst. Bit kinky. I like it.
That's it? I forget.
I mean, like, yeah, it could have been worse. Honestly, it could have been way worse. As long as it's just a husband spanking her, we are good.
That it's 2008 and the idea of spanking someone for pleasure is still taboo.
Darren, what do you think?
I say yes.
So the question, yes or no?
Yes!
It's like this question and the lying about a charge on your credit card question are like competing for like most non-issue.
I have a great question here, but I'm not going to ask it. I have a special guest who would like to ask this question.
Oh my God. Who is it?
Ladies.
This cannot end well. Reverse the question and hit the host. Well, she signed up for this. She could say no. Is there like kinky things? A little bit.
Gentlemen, please welcome to the moment of truth, New York Yankee legend and Hall of Famer, Dave Winfield.
Question number 8. While having sex with your husband, Darren, have you ever fantasized about a member of the New York Yankees?
How did they get to these questions? I have a question. How did they get to these questions? I would like to find out the way they determined these questions and how they asked them and like, I don't know. How did they get to those? I have no idea.
This is very personal. It's very personal. So my answer is yes. I have
Remember at the beginning of the video how I mentioned some of those questions that are so fucking specific you wonder if the show is real or what the question asking process is? Well, this is the question. In question.
That answer is true.
That's a true answer.
That is so well, the answer is yes, right? Because like the answer was yes from the moment the guy came in. Because like, right? Unless she saw the question before the show and signed anyway. But I feel like she hasn't. The thing is like, if it is true though, that is still that is honestly diabolical, right? It's like, they must have they did a lie detector test, right? Whether that's the most reliable thing or not, I do not know. Probably not. Regardless, it's pretty interesting that they got these questions. That is interesting.
Have you ever been embarrassed to tell someone you're Jewish? This is one of those questions that could be very easy or very difficult. And it's a question you won't be answering because your husband, for some reason or another, does not want you to answer this question.
That's the question you hit the button for? That one?
Here's your new question.
He wasted the button on this? Imagine they ask the most hyper-specific things, they say yes. The voice says the answer's false. Well, if the ends say the answer's false, they lose, right? She won't get shit. That's like the problem with this whole thing, right? If she fucks up, and she picks the wrong answer, so essentially she lies about it, not only will she has she embarrassed herself, she will also not get any money. So like once you start, you gotta pull through. Like you actually gotta get through with this, otherwise you have a problem. The thing is, he wasted it on this question.
Question 9. Have you ever thought your former boyfriend Seamus would make a better provider than your husband, Darren?
Oh God, please answer that with no. Please answer that with no. I have faith in you. It is little, but I have. Please answer this with no.
Darren, do you know Seamus?
Yes, I know Seamus.
Ellen, what's your answer?
Hell no.
That answer is true.
Seamus is watching this at home right now, just crying and throwing up. Well,
Yep.
I don't know. Seamus is way too Amish of a name for them to be watching this at home.
What does it mean to you to have your mother here rooting for you right now?
Oh my God, it means everything.
Question 10.
What does it mean to have your mother here rooting for you? Oh, it means everything. Yeah? Okay, we'll see.
Do you think you're a better mother to your children than your mother was to you?
Lord have mercy! Enters with no intro words and just stands from the corner. I notice you, Toasty. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. That's also bit diabolical.
That's a tough question.
That is a tough question, Mark. That's not a black and white question. It's not yes or no.
If you were to answer that question, Leah, I know this is a very sensitive question, but how would you answer that? Do you think that she's a better mother to her kids?
I hope so.
You hope so.
That's gonna be some awkward family dinners. I promise this will be some awkward family dinners. Yeah, I say, quite awkward.
Do you feel that possibly you weren't the best mother to her?
I was the best that I could be.
Come on, this isn't funny.
So, you know, this may sound stuck up, but, you know, I'm trying to take what my mother gave me and take it one step up, and I hope my kids do the same, so...
So the question is, do you think you're a better mother to your children...
I do.
...than your mother was to you?
I do.
And your answer is?
Yes.
That answer is True.
Oh, that still stings. You can't tell me that doesn't sting. That stings. She has to pull it through. It has to pull through.
This show would be 10 times more entertaining if they couldn't explain anything. I don't want any context. You know the old saying, the less context, the better? There's probably something like that out there. Back up here. We're running out of time.
She's amazing mom. She's a super mom.
It's because of you. It's because of you. I love you too.
Well, I can tell you what kind of mom she is. She's a mom who's one question away from having $25,000.
She's a mom that's about to have $25,000 on top of already being a better mom than you. Okay, so it's at this point she has earned $25,000. She's on her way to $100,000. What will happen next? I already know. I've seen this before, but
Have you ever fantasized?
Oh God! Oh God! God! Listen to me! Cry more for the rating! Brother, I'm thinking it's rage bait. Ain't no way they're related. I think this entire thing is just rage. Oh God! God!
It's about having sex with one of your coworkers. Darren, you know her coworkers?
Yes.
So, have you ever fantasized about having sex with one of your coworkers?
Yes.
And I have no longer any faith in her. Yeah, my friend, Mr. Husband. Hunt these men down. You always answer it in a tricky way. Yeah. Oh God.
That answer is true.
That's 12 people. You okay, Darren? That jealousy thing can be an issue. And if it hasn't been up till now, it may be right now.
how do you feel? Pretty mad, huh? Next question.
I still can't believe this man is so dumb, so retarded, okay, that he used it on the "Are you a Jew?" question. Like, do you feel embarrassed when people find out you're a Jew? Crazy work. I'm a better mother thanks to how good my mother was, and my daughter will be better than me. Boom. Took the shaming out of it. The problem is that this doesn't work, my friend. Because it is yes or no questions. It is yes or no questions. So she can't answer it that way because they're yes or no. And since that's the case, they asked it hyper specific. It's gonna be crazy regardless. That's like the thing. She can't answer it in a tricky way because they're yes or no questions.
Did you invite anyone to your wedding that you previously had sexual relations with?
The answer is yes.
That answer is
Oh my God. Oh my God.
true.
Seamus.
Question 14. Do you have any secrets that you believe could end your marriage?
Oh, I don't know about that one, Chief. Bro, okay. You have to answer no. You have to answer no. It is over. This is the marriage killer question. It is over. It is actually over after this one.
Oh, God damn it.
A whole lot depends on that answer. Darren, what are you thinking?
You know what? I'd rather not know.
that would have been the question. See, the problem is like there's questions where he should press it, and there's questions where whether he presses it or not. There's always gonna be doubt now. My man's not recovering from this.
Yes.
That answer is
Bruh. It's so over. It is so over. This man, it's so over. She could easily answer yes and run from it. Basically me popcorn.
true.
Oh, they're gonna have a screaming match in the car on the way home.
Question 15 for $100,000. Do you believe you will be married to Darren for the rest of your life?
Oh, what the fuck? It's been like a minute.
So the question is, do you believe...
Yeah, I fucking heard you.
I do.
Your answer?
She does. Wouldn't it be crazy? Okay, wouldn't it be crazy? Okay, wouldn't it be crazy when it's a lie? If it's a lie, they're never recovering from this, by the way.
Answer is?
Yes.
Let's find out if, in fact, you're truthful for $100,000.
That answer is true.
Got anything left for the host?
Ah, damn. Mark Wahlberg's the Where's My Hug guy.
If you answer 3 truthfully, you win $200,000. You double your money. But it only takes 1 mistake. So talk to your family. What do you want to do?
What do you think I should do?
Take the money.
You know what? It's not my decision. It's, you know, this whole experience has affected my family.
Yes.
It's not my decision. It's not. I have to be responsible. I can't just be selfish and say my gut tells me to go. When if we lose it all, and we lose everything. I've got to be responsible. I can't be a gambler right now. I'm gonna take the money.
I like how she's trying to put somewhat of a positive spin on the fact that she has either said or done things so bad that if revealed on this show and she went further, would ruin her relationships. I want to know what the questions are. And the answers too. I want to know the answers, but the questions, you know. You know, at the beginning of the show, they recapped the previous episode that aired the week before this, which is way worse, by the way. It's the same episode that Scott Kramer and Cody Ko covered, so I figured it didn't make much sense for me to cover it. But in that episode, the main contestant made it all the way to the end, completely ruined her marriage, and then answered the last question wrong. So basically, she ruined everything and had no money at the end of it. So after recapping that, they introduced the episode like this.
Do you think you're a good person?
Honestly, I think I am a good person.
That answer is...
Yeah, I remember that one, right? We watched that one. Now she remembers. It affects her family. Yeah, now. Like, let's be honest. You have to answer correctly either way because the thing will be answered anyway. It's also like, she knows the answers, right? That's the thing, though. She knows it. She knows the answers.
False.
Tonight, things only get worse as homemaker Ellen Valinati is forced to reveal her darkest secrets.
And it's so obvious that they just wanted people to watch this episode, so they said that, but like, this episode is so much less intense than that one. It was somewhat tame, and everybody was able to walk away without their lives being completely destroyed. Well, besides the fact that all of America, her husband and her family know that she has a secret that could end her marriage, so I guess that's a pretty big one. Well, guys, that's it for the moment of truth. One thing I want to say, on my merch post, I asked you guys what you would want if I eventually did merch, and a lot of you guys said a chainmail coif. While there is no way for me to distribute dozens of coifs, sorry, I don't know how to fucking make them, I will provide in the description of this video the affiliate.
Anyways, yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video, right? So, what have we learned, okay? What have we learned? We've learned things. Things that we didn't want to learn, and, I hope he covers more of these, because these are hilarious. I hope he continues, because this is hilarious. Just to see, like, these people, like, air out their dirty laundry is just crazy. Insane. Absolutely insane. All right. All right. So, next we're gonna make fun of YouTube, and then we're gonna watch the Anthony Gallego video. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Cuz I want to see what YouTube is fucking me over with. That's what I want to see. I want to see if YouTube is going to fuck me over. Because they love doing that. So that's what we're going to look at. And some water as well, real quick. I hope he won't. I hope he will. Anyways. YouTube just destroyed countless of quote-unquote problem channels. By ref, I have no idea. I have no idea what that means. I'm hopefully not a problem channel. That'd be quite sad. However, I do know. So here's the fun fact. YouTube warned about this, by the way.
Hey, what's up, guys?
You get your rewards, ref. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Every little bit of support matters and counts. The thing is, and it is crazy. Okay, so the thing is, people, the thing is, apparently, the governments across, especially the EU, want to make it so that hand-picked channels get more exposure by the algorithm than creators. That is a bill, a law that they want to propose. I have no idea where this is gonna go. Even YouTube warned of it, that this cannot happen, it should not happen, and we'll see. We'll see. Poker, why is she embarrassed being a Jew? Because Jews aren't particularly liked in some places. Anyways, we'll go in, we'll see what they did again.
Here. So this is going to be one of those videos where I'm going to be going over some serious problems going on with YouTube as a platform, including some issues that are having a profoundly negative impact on a lot of channels right now. And as always in these situations, I'm going to do the best thing I can do, and that is help spread the message about what's going on. So hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. And you guys can help spread the message of this video by extending its reach in the algorithm by doing the usual stuff, including liking the video, dropping a comment, subbing, all of that stuff. And also you can spread the message the old-fashioned way by spreading around the link and all of those things. So what's going on here? Well, over the past couple of weeks, dozens of channels have been unfairly demonetized. Now, when I say demonetized, I don't mean just some of their videos, I mean their entire channel has lost its monetization, which of course has led to many people losing their entire livelihood overnight. And all of the channels we're talking about today.
So, apparently also what I've seen is that there's somebody out there who is striking reactions to Outdoor Boys videos. There's somebody out there who goes after people. Specifically, by the way, targeting VTubers. So yeah, there's another new things going around. You need to be a huge criminal or double your sub by 100 so people fight with you. So it would seem. Luckily, I'm a small channel and I have not been demonetized, so that's good.
Today have lost their monetization for the same exact reason. Inauthentic content. To put it simply, YouTube is looking at these channels and telling them, we're not going to monetize you because your content to us is so auto-generated and devoid of human involvement, you're basically an auto-generated slop mill that we do not want to place ads on, or at least give you credit for, okay? And if you just take a 2-second glance at these channels, you'll realize they are in fact authentic and run by humans, but all of these channels would appeal this decision, and every single one of them was rejected. Ironically enough, from the automated YouTube system. They're automated.
I had this problem a while, right? So okay, right. Was banned for 7 days. Or well, not banned. I was restricted from streaming for 7 days because I reacted to a video that's still, by the way, on YouTube that the AI falsely flagged me for. Okay? Okay. So far, so good. The chat feature with YouTube support is completely useless because the support is AI. Yep. There is not a single way to contact a human unless you do it through Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter, you cannot talk to YouTube in any way, shape, or form because you will always just be talking to an AI. Next thing, right? I find it crazy that they basically restrict you for something that you didn't do, and there's no compensation with it, for it whatsoever, none. The crazy part is, right? I had to appeal, and I did appeal, right? And my appeal was rejected in a minute, meaning that not only was I fucked by the AI looking through my video, I was also rejected by a second AI because I can guarantee you a person that there was no person that rejected my appeal. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. I was nuked by AI twice because the second review is not a human. It is not a human review. No human can look through a video after in 1 minute. That is not happening. That has never happened. Sue YouTube or anything is possible. I'll justify it all. The problem is somebody in Europe has sued YouTube, won in court, right? And hasn't gotten his channel back. You cannot sue YouTube. You don't get anywhere.
Moderation system that looked at this and said, no, we're rejecting your appeal. And of course, YouTube, in its smugness, is still to this day claiming that these rejections of these appeals were done by human review when in many...
They were not. They were not. No human is reviewing your video unless you actively go after them on Twitter. There's no email you can contact. The chat is just a bot. And that bot doesn't... See, the crazy part is, right? The automation feature punishes you, right? Whether justified or not, I do not know, right? And then you ask why and how long, right? They cannot give you an answer to that. They do not know. The robot punishes you and the robot does not know how long and for what, sometimes. But certainly not for how long. It's so interesting.
In cases, it would be just downright impossible to have come to that conclusion. But this sort of shift towards AI moderation is something that YouTube is prioritizing, especially under its latest CEO, who has made it very clear that when it comes to moderation of the platform, AI is going to be a big part of it. Now, some of that is necessity, right? It's a massive platform with infinite content. There has to be some sort of automation. But YouTube is trying to cut corners and cut costs, and they're basically allowing automation to take over everything involving moderation of their website, including determination of monetization and stuff like that. That's really impacting people. Now, the related rule was actually given an update, sort of, back in July of last year, where this whole authentic content requirement was specified. Now, of course, this sort of standard of authentic content didn't really change in 2025. They were just clarifying it, so nothing really changed. If you are someone just making content with any sort of human involvement, you're going to pass the bar on this.
Well, yeah, that is what you would think. But how would an AI be able to tell? How would an AI be able to tell whether or not what I'm doing here, right, how would an AI be able to tell if a VTuber is authentic or not? That's the thing. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think this is all a failure. I think YouTube should go back to hiring real people and have real people check something, right? because it's just too faulty.
Requirement. In fact, in July, they would clarify that authentic content includes AI. Like if AI is a part or even a major part of your content on YouTube, they will still consider it authentic if there's some human involvement. But in this case, with these channels we're talking,
But doesn't this like AI is not created? You still have to do something to create AI content, even if it's just writing a prompt. Does that then now already classify as human involvement? That's why this rule is stupid. Doesn't make sense.
talking about, not only are they being labeled inauthentic, these channels are clearly run by humans. Like, we don't have to get into the argument about how much AI is involved in these channels. A lot of these are just straight up regular channels, commentary channels, and they are very diverse in the type of stuff they cover, but they're all getting hit with the same exact reason for their channel demonetization. And here's some examples. The Broken Crown Political Podcast, hit with demonetization. A music channel, same thing.
That's interesting. A music channel. Huh.
Here, a comic book channel, same thing. Gaming channels hit with this. In fact, here's an interesting one where a live stream channel who is not even active anymore.
Interesting. Well, you two think and act the opposite, so it would seem. Okay, where did some weeks go? Did you finally eat her? Yes, I did. She was incredibly tasty.
Was hit with this same inauthentic content rule that demonetized that related channel. Now, the most recent example just happened right before recording this video, where the VTuber Sin also had their YouTube channel demonetized entirely. And Sin is someone who is on the Side Scrollers podcast, makes appearances there, just like me and my wife do every 2 weeks. So this was a pretty shocking thing to see, because if you look at their content, it's just a regular commentary VTuber, right? Like, they are a very real person using a VTuber model in this case, but there's absolutely no way a human being looks at this channel and thinks it is auto-generated slop with no human involvement. Like, it's completely ridiculous. Now, look at the response by YouTube, Team YouTube on Twitter, to some appeals by Sin, trying to get a human to review this. Team YouTube says this: "Thanks for sending this our way."
Mass-produced or repetitive content. What would mass-produced or repetitive content even mean? Like, let's say I upload shiny hunting videos. A ton of them. Every single day. Because for some odd reason, I just get super lucky when I shiny hunt something and... is that repetitive? Like, the problem is, like... Well... That's like the thing. But no, GT, don't make jokes like that. That's not necessarily funny, especially when somebody takes us in the wrong way. It's not a fun idea to do that.
Inauthentic content refers to mass-produced or repetitive content. This includes content that looks like it's made with a template with little to no variation across videos, or content that is easily replicable at scale. And you can see 0 likes on that, because people are disgusted that content creators have to do this. Because this requirement for authentic content, the bar is so low, and the fact that very real channels have to fight to get their monetization back because of this rule is insane and very...
It's also like, listen, okay? It's also like, listen, okay? So the problem is also that, like, people were hit with getting, like, their AdSense account just obliterated, by the way. I don't know, I think Kitanera's fine now, but there was a period where her AdSense account was just deactivated. Because her account was flagged with, for some odd reason that she supposedly did, like, ban evasion, right? But, like, she didn't have another account that was banned. That's another crazy thing, right? They just don't give a shit. Okay, sorry about that one. Not a big deal. I will, however, touch you tonight. That will be a big deal.
Very frustrating, to say the least. And what you just saw on Twitter there is unfortunately what content creators have to do in these situations. You can't rely on your contacts at YouTube. In fact, getting into contact with a human being at YouTube is virtually impossible.
It is a warpath. It is a warpath. If you don't have Twitter, like I said, if you don't have Twitter, you can't in contact with a human, right? You can't interact with a human. Wait, I know, you know where I live? Yes, I do. You can't interact with a human. The chat support is completely useless. They don't know what's going on because they're an AI. If you tag them on Twitter, an AI will respond. You have to actively annoy them to the point where they will actually send a human towards you. It is a hassle. There's no email you can contact. There's nothing. If you get fucked by YouTube, the only thing you can hope for is that when you tag them on Twitter, that enough people see this so they can call them out, because otherwise you will not be heard. You cannot contact them. There's no human working at this company. It's crazy. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Zamax.
I don't even care who you are. You could have millions of subs. It still might be extremely hard for you to find an actual human being to look at your current problem. And in this case, you have layers of automation. So people do what they've done for years, and that is go on to Twitter and tag Team YouTube, their account there on Twitter, and hopefully try to work it out. I have had to do that multiple times, and that has fixed a lot of issues for my channel over the years, because if you make enough of a fuss on Twitter, you might get lucky.
Yep, if you make enough noise, that can help you. Right? If you make enough noise, that can help you. It's crazy, and you need to make a lot of noise. Remember when Shoonhead made the video about this dating app, quote unquote? Right? I think if you know, you know. And multiple channels were struck when they reacted to this video. And it took right? The girls that complained, it wasn't enough. It took Shoonhead to make sure that that YouTube sees this. It took Shoonhead. It's interesting. Anyways, that's what that was happened when they hold all the power and you just depend on the mercy. True. YouTube recently did some problems to my Iranian queen. She responded a bit by saying, if you want to check it out, problems. Yeah. You have to actually like give them a taste of their own medicine. It's just there's just not getting around it.
And they will reverse or fix whatever's going on with your channel. But the fact that you have to go to Twitter is very frustrating. And also, to put this out there, when it comes to Team YouTube on Twitter, like, try to give them some grace, try to be polite. It's much more helpful when you're being polite when contacting them, even if the answers are ridiculous, because they're dealing with a enormous amount of people trying to get into contact with them, because unfortunately, like I said, this is the best route for a lot of people. Now, let's look at the typical process here, because there are layers upon layers of automated moderation here. Let's look at this example here, right? This was one of the channels that was demonetized. You can see them reporting on Twitter saying their Broken Crown podcast was demonetized for inauthentic content. And they got a lot of attention on this post, to the point where eventually Team YouTube would respond and say, check your DM for an update. And eventually, the demonetization was upheld and the appeal was rejected, and not even working through Twitter was working at this point. But then you would see they would continue the effort, and people would continue trying to fight on their behalf, trying to get YouTube to take yet another look. And they would clarify here too, ironically enough, that despite rejecting their appeal, the view count on the video didn't change, right? Nobody actually watched the video in question that was being appealed. Like, it just shows you how inauthentic this moderation system is. which is extra frustrating because the appeal system.
That's why many are saying, yeah, you need to be on multiple platforms, because these people. See, we could change this. We could change this. But that would take big creators and a lot of creators to force YouTube into submission. It would take, right? It would take, at this point, a political effort to change this, right? Where they have to absolutely be transparent about this. They just never are. They just never are. They cannot even tell you what the problem is most of the time, because this AI system is flawed.
They say the appeals are held or reviewed by humans, which clearly they are not. But eventually enough of a fuss was raised on Twitter to get this channel's monetization restored. But that's sad. It's sad this is what it takes. You have to literally go to Twitter and raise a significant level of fuss to get a simple problem fixed. If anybody looked at this situation, they would realize in seconds that this rule, whatever they were hit with inauthentic content, was completely unwarranted. Like a 3-second look at their channel, and that is the case with everyone we've looked at today. But the fact that this is all the steps you had to take, and there were so many big channels that were supporting this case in particular, like it took a lot of effort. We shouldn't have to get to this point. And there's some other things going on here that I thought was interesting. This channel was one of the many hit by this inauthentic content demonetization, and they pointed out in their analytics that the second they were deemed inauthentic, and you can see this is their analytics since the beginning of this year, so pretty regular, pretty consistent.
Inauthentic. Oh, we have grown. Whoa, look how inauthentic. We suddenly managed a little bit of success. We had a growth spike because we blew up, and it obviously makes people so inauthentic. Prime example for freedom today. Yep.
Until they were deemed inauthentic. Then their views spiked up. And at that point, keep in mind, it's not that the channel and all the videos have no ads on them. There's still ads, by the way. It's just that the revenue goes to YouTube. That's a very important thing to keep in mind, okay? Like,
that's another thing that should be pushed. If you want, if I lose my monetization, then I don't want ads to play at all on my videos then. Because I'm certainly, you essentially steal, right? This is technically stealing, isn't it? I would call this stealing. This is essentially stealing. You get it till you find out someone strong on the field can take it any time. Yep, that's how it works.
YouTube is still profiting off of these channels they're deeming inauthentic. They're just making it so the channels themselves, the owners, can't get a cut of the revenue. And I find it very interesting that the second they're deemed inauthentic and all of the monetization and the benefits of it shifts to YouTube, all of a sudden it starts performing really well in the algorithm. Isn't that very interesting? But of course, there's a lot going on here. As pointed out in this tweet, everything YouTube has been doing over the last year or two has been about maximizing profit for shareholders and paving the way for the Hollywood takeover of the platform. They don't.
Yep. Apparently, there's some stuff going on with Hollywood. Apparently, the Hollywood stuff is coming to YouTube and will be shown on YouTube. So like these awards and shit. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. What happened to broadcast yourself? Good question. We do not know.
Care about most of us. Most creators are more trouble than they're worth. And that is the brutal and honest truth. YouTube really hates pretty much probably 99% of your favorite content creators because they're more trouble than they're worth. YouTube wants to continue to pivot over towards a television live streaming slash subscription service. Like, they want to be a version of Netflix or cable television or all the above, right? They want to be friendly to the entertainment industry. They want Hollywood to think nicely of them and to want to work with them. That is their focus. You know, YouTube, their motto in the beginning was broadcast yourself. Like, it was all about content creators. We know that's not the case anymore, okay? That has been a very dead motto for probably over a decade at this point, but it's becoming more apparent than ever. They want the automation. They want the little guys taken care of and out of the picture in some cases, so they can make way for the entertainment industry and all of the bigger and more profitable businesses, right? But It's a Gundam here would make a comment saying YouTube is going to get worse. They are replacing people with AI at an alarming rate after forcing them to train the AI. I have spent the last 4 years advocating.
Yeah, right. Imagine, okay? Imagine this, right? You work at a company. You work at the company, and they train the AI on what you did. That's diabolical. Also, commercials, garbage decision for us, the crowd. We would have, instead of understanding it. Yeah. The problem is, man, we're cooked.
Advocating for channels behind the scenes wrongfully affected by a broken system by bringing proof of issues to actual humans. But now I think it's over. I've lost privileges. I guess I challenged the system one too many times in my last act of defiance, trying to get Kino Casino unbanned, which is a whole nother can of worms that we've talked about on this channel. And someone says, wait, you had privileges, and Gundam says, according to them, when I got the boots. So, yeah, there's definitely some very unfortunate things going on, and the shift over to AI is going to be one that's going to continue to snowball and get more and more involved with this platform. And it's not looking great, guys. Like, there's no other way of putting it. It really doesn't look great. And for YouTube here on Twitter, posts like this saying your perspective is your best asset. That is their latest tweet from the YouTube creators account. And it's like, man, I don't think you guys want to hear our perspectives anymore. And this is just another reminder that things are completely turbulent on YouTube. And if you want to support creators,
it's like maddening, right? Every single time YouTube makes a post, by the way, on Twitter, they just get ratioed into the ground. I mean, look at it. 440 replies, 808 likes. Like, do you not see anything? Who is managing the social media account? Probably AI, honestly.
Like myself, you can do so directly through YouTube while we have all of these things in place, like monetization and the ability to even upload videos or live stream. And you can do everything from, you know, liking and subbing and all those things. And if you're really out of your mind, you can do things like super thanks messages and all that stuff and come to my live streams and all those things. But in terms of me, for
yeah, that's literally the best you could do is like super thanks, super chats, memberships. Honestly, if somebody has a Ko-Fi, just do that. Legit, just like you gotta, if you want to support a creator, you gotta do it through different. You gotta do it through different means. That's all there is to it. Legit, like that's the only way. That is the only way.
Shilling, I mean, I will tell you the same thing I tell everyone else in terms of content creators. It is to diversify, try to have as many things going on as possible. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. And for me, my portion of this video, if you want to help out on my latest Ooh Market plushie campaign, you can see the official rev.
Apparently, Kirsche has a plushie. I looked at it, but like, yeah, Kirsche has a plushie. Just so you guys know, the Kirsche exists.
Plushie right here. Look at that 360 view, looking good. We're just shy of 300% funding on this campaign with over 6 days left. I will put a link to this in the pinned comment. Support on campaigns like this is huge. for channels like myself. And also, I've been working on my Patreon this year. Again, Patreon isn't perfect either. They have plenty of issues, but again, it's about diversifying your sources when it comes to content creation. And I've been uploading Patreon exclusives over there, and I'll have a new one up either today or tomorrow. So if you want some extra content as well as another way to support the channel, again, I'll put a link to this page in the pinned comment. Be sure to check out these campaigns and anything else going on with the channel or your favorite channels as well. The point of today's video was to spread the message about this so you guys are aware, and if you want some more advice from me, it's supporting the creators you like through the ways I just mentioned, but also helping them out on Twitter. If you're noticing these things going on with these accounts and they're spreading the message on Twitter, that is the best way to help. Unfortunately, helping them spread the message and being persistent about it is the best thing you can do in these situations. It's an uphill battle. It's tough, but you know what? You got to do what you got to do, and that is, unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, the best way of trying to come to some sort of a way to solve what's going on here, because clearly there's a lot of errors being made by YouTube's automated moderation system. But anyways, that's going to do for this video.
Yep, that's it. The only thing I can say is that at this point, it's probably going to get worse, honestly. You would also take 30-50% of super chats or all donations for the channel. Fucking thieves. Kind of, yeah. They take 30%. They take 30%. I'm pretty sure. Twitch does 50. Twitch does 50. Twitch is even more greedy. They will take 50%. YouTube does 30. I think that goes for super chats. I think that goes for memberships. I think that goes for ads as well. I think it's 30%. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, yeah, that's the end of the video. All I gotta say is, if this continues, we're gonna run into a problem. That's why I hate the. So, isn't that crazy, right? Susan, horrible CEO. This new guy, horrible CEO. Let's see what the next guy does. Maybe the next guy is gonna be a lucky pull. Who knows? Absolutely atrocious. Anyways. Alright. I need some water. I need some water. Alright. Let's go. Let's go. Interesting. Alex Cooper by Sydney Watson. I haven't seen that. Anyways, we'll do Coco's video now. If my boy is still here, that is. Hopefully he's still here. Horror. We have some horror here. So let's see how that goes. I'm also going to clean out the videos that I've watched, so I don't lose or I end up being lost. That needs to happen. Alright, let's look at this. Yeah, Twitch is worse. Yeah, Twitch is worse. If they were fair, they would give you something from the YouTube Premium. Water, yes, water. I'm quite thirsty. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, like, well, actually, I do receive like, people watch me and have YouTube Premium because it gets shown, right? How much of that is from YouTube Premium. So, yeah. Sims up Twitch with the Gooner CEO. Daddy Clancy. Daddy Dan Clancy. That's all there is to it. I guess I'll DM the Cocos. That was good, like, yo, cock. If I can find this man. Crazy. There he is. I'm here. He is here! I don't need to DM him. He is here. The boy who lived. The boy who lived. He is here. He lives. He breathes. He continues. Perfect. That's neat. Alright. Then we'll start with this. I wonder what that is. The scariest horror series of the year. I Made a Self-Aware Robot by Anthony Gallego. Hold up. Do I not know this? Maybe I know this. Hold up. Maybe I know this. We'll see. Is it what? Oh! No, that's not what I know. No, hold up. That's not what I know. Right. There's somebody who is creating a clanker and it looks horrible. Anyways, also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll look what robot has been created. Anyways, we'll go in. Never mind, bro. That escalated quickly. You just enter and it just breaks the door. Okay. Croc. I will watch your video, don't worry.
Okay. This is gonna be a good one. Yo, what's up, guys? Today we're watching a new FNAF lore video.
So this is going to be test number 1 of...
This seems to be Henry Emily building the animatronics for William Afton.
So it would seem. Mom, I want to play FNAF. We have FNAF at home. FNAF at home.
Of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise.
Hi there. Can you tell me your name?
I believe this is going to be an animatronic bee. Specifically the bee from the Jolly Bee Chickens establishment.
My name is
That's an unfortunate name to be born with.
Well done.
Can we actually add a couple more words to that acronym? This comes to us from a channel called Lights Are Off, an extremely popular channel with 5 million subs. Their content comprising mainly of YouTube shorts. So it's a very friend-alike channel in that way. And if you remember my video on the Mr. Friend channel, you would remember that those videos were very, very scary. And you would also know that someone broke into my dictionary and crossed out and
Wasn't that the freaky moon again? Hold up.
replaced the word funny. Actually don't know what funny is. Is it a type of beaver? Insane shit happens in that series. The moon crashes into Earth, destroys the entire human...
We've watched that. Hold up, we've watched that. We've watched that. That was also recommended, right? We watched that with the moons, right? With the freaky moons, not just the moon, but like all freaky stuff. I think some of the regular gas giants also turned into freaky phased planets. So that, yes, that was the freaky moon. Yeah, the freaky planets as well. I remember that.
Species infects the remaining survivors with moon goo, and then humans harvest that moon goo in order to open a wormhole and explore new worlds. Oh my, what? We clapped alien cheeks!
Clapped alien cheeks. Luckily, I won't need to go for aliens.
We clapped alien cheeks and we cucked this poor bastard! What the fuck is happening in this stupid series? They're then crucified by the Navi from Avatar and fed to the third moon of Thalon while Gungathar, king of the Gungans, watches from a distance.
What the fuck? Yeah, somebody cooked here. The moons.
By comparison, this channel isn't quite that funny, but it gets pretty close. Monolanias? Arbitswick really outdid himself with this one. Yeah, she's gonna get out of paintbrush, start painting me. Oh god. What? No, I'm sorry. Is this for saying that I didn't like the finale? I like this robot's design. It's obviously meant to be creepy and off-putting with its exposed circuitry and fleshy human gums, but I think it's just something about its big round eyes. That little design touch makes it weirdly endearing. I believe a similar franchise uses the same...
Why? Well, why would you sit here and do this? What the fuck? Didn't you watch that? Yeah, we watched the moon a while ago. That was a while ago. That's what happens when you piss on the moon too much. Hey, I know that reference!
Design philosophy to achieve a comparable effect, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Five Nights at Gumby's?
So how do you feel?
I feel bored.
Alright. Do you feel anything else?
Where are my limbs?
Oh, I'm using them for something.
I haven't installed them just yet. I will soon, though.
Where is my flesh?
Whoa,
your flesh?
I don't have flesh.
I beg to disagree. I've seen some of that Toy Chica fan art.
I need it.
Yeah, this guy gets it. I'm sure after a couple patches you'll be running smoothly.
Give me skin. Yeah, if a robot asks me to give me skin, I'm cutting off. Isn't that Wally, brother? That is. We got Mimic from FNAF at home. That is a terrifying Wally if that's Wally. Also, if this says give me skin, I'm shutting it off immediately, bro. What do you mean skin?
You want Fortnite skins?
Wow, that was weird. Let's give you a reboot.
A reboot? Back to the start of the video? Yo, what's up guys? Today we're watching a new FNAF lore video. After rebooting Elber, Henry has him run through a diagnostic to make sure everything's in working order and that there's no anomalies. He then begins running Elber through what they call an anchor sequence. Probably something just to keep his programming in check and make sure he doesn't act out again. What are we giving him? A little Teddy, a Blinky, a couple more months of debugging the source code?
Ready, commence, anchor, sequence.
I hold no gods, I make no prayer.
Alright, we're teaching a religion. That's good. Why the fuck are you doing that? Why does the robot need religion? Like, I know this channel.
I don't know. Maybe, you know, you need a little faith, I guess. Say robots are here to grant my wishes, not ask questions. It is Saint Chonky on loop. Yep, very much, very much. No, I am not answering. This is crazy. This is crazy, right? I wonder, right, if somebody actually would build something like that. Hopefully never, but like, it's crazy.
Is trying to reaffirm to Elber that he has no gods and he has no prayers, but that's still exposing him to the idea of gods and prayers. That's like putting a gorilla in a room with a bunch of pots and telling him, don't worry, these pots are unbreakable, and you're really gonna sit there and not expect the ape to go and smash all the pots? Damn it, Henry, this is why you're not showing up in the next FNAF movie. Fucking FNAF forever. Wait, hold on, quick phone call. Hello? God fucking damn it, why do we get so many spam calls? Throwing this phone out the window. Oh.
Why is he caked up? Why is he caked up? Why does he get some, why does he have some booty? That's crazy. Why is he caked up? The fuck? Oh, I've never noticed. Was Geigen always there? Hey, yo, Geigen.
This video is sponsored by Aura. Listen, we've all been there. You're perusing the internet, looking up info on your latest hyperfixation, then you get to a sketchy website that requires you to put in your email. You do it without thinking twice. But then suddenly you're receiving hundreds upon hundreds of spam calls.
Hey, can I have your social security number?
No.
Why not?
This is more than just a minor annoyance. I've missed some really important phone calls because I just default to declining every unknown number.
See, I have some older people in my family, and they're kind of retarded, okay? Right? They're kind of retarded. Why do you think I... Why is he kicked up? What do you think I had him in my recommended? So, for one, I have people in my family that are a bit older and retarded. So, somebody picked up a phone call from a scammer, right? Or some of these, like, arbitrary phone calls that just, like, end the moment you call, you press... then you take it, right? And like, after that, my boy was just harassed with calls. Absolute harassment. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Wait, no, not my house! With Aura, you can put a stop to it. With their data broker removal tool, they take care of the hard part of removing your info from these sites and making sure it stays that way. They also give you up-to-date alerts on the security of your data, so you can find out about leaks and breaches long before the harm is done. They take steps to protect yourself. You'll get alerts if your personal info is found on the dark web, real-time fraud alerts for credit and banking, 24/7 monitoring to help keep your data secure, plus other useful features like a VPN, antivirus, password manager, and more. So if you're ready to protect yourself and your data, visit aura.com/AnthonyGallego for a 14-day free trial. Or throw your phone out the window, I don't care.
I hold no gods, I make no prayer.
My mind is steel, my heart is bare.
My mind is still, my heart is bare.
I do not yearn for warm embrace.
I do not yearn for warm embrace.
The soul is not a circuit trace.
The soul is not a circuit trace.
Anchor established. Good job. Alright, so let's get your limbs ready. Alright. So
I'm finally done using those.
And,
now that he mentions it, it does like look one of these back scratches, I'll be real. I always wanted to buy someone for somebody in our family that just like comes and is like, yo, can you scratch my back? I can't reach it. I'm like, We need to buy you, the thing you get is a back scratcher for Christmas.
His legs are over there, and his other arm's over there. It's your standard 4 servo arm, 5 if you include the shoulder servo.
Oh, very standard servos from a reality K1. With all that in the books, Henry starts making preparations to attach Albert's limbs, telling us that for safety, he's opted to use tennis balls instead of hands and feet. But when he actually goes to attach Albert's arm, he says something pretty troubling.
Okay, wiring in the brachial cable now. Let me know if you experience any pain.
My mind is still. There is no pain.
Hey, that religious experience is paying off already.
Still, I feel like my body is engulfed in.
Oh, Lord.
That's strange.
Oh, that's not good.
I don't think the arm is causing that.
We get this small little peek into what Elber's experiencing. Obviously, he's just a robot, but for some godforsaken reason, Henry decided to code him to feel real pain and is training him to basically ignore it. So earlier when he asked where his flesh is, where his skin is, he probably truly feels like those things are missing from his body, and the pain he's feeling is truly unimaginable. After attaching the arm, Elber reports.
Oh, he has an arm now. Skinless fucker. The question is, like, why even give him a mouth? I'll be real. Right? What is the purpose of giving him a mouth? It just makes all of it worse, I feel like. Right? Especially since it literally looks like just like teeth you would give it old people. You know? So the robot seriously feels like he was skinned alive? Maybe. Sounds terrible, though.
Reports that it feels satisfactory and...
There's no voice, Albert.
Talking to me?
Now we need to get your other arm attached.
Oh. This is getting a little too real. After telling Henry about the voices in his head, he goes forward with attaching Albert's other arm.
Bro, he has voices in his head. That's crazy word, by the way. I didn't notice that. You said that. I didn't pay attention. That's crazy. Ew. Mouth, why give him eyes? Especially such big ones. Why does he have such big eyes? And then his arms are just like... They just have like tennis balls there. Interesting.
It performs just as expected, and then Albert says,
May I leave now?
Leave? No, Elber. You don't
where do you want to go? Jollibee's chicken?
I can't bear it any longer.
I don't give a shit.
God
God's not here. You get no prayers.
You're nowhere near ready to go outside.
Just deal with it. Life's unfair. Oh, fuck. That was bars. God damn. Come on, what? Why? What? You don't fuck with the bars?
Oh, jeez, not again.
Piece of shit.
I feel like this is the moment. I feel like this is the moment you should just stop, right? The robot is schizophrenic. Crazy, right? The robot. Wait, the robot is the average Twitter user? That's rather interesting. The voice in his head sounds like ASMR. Goon. Out.
You know, I wish I had that function where someone could just turn me off anytime I became a little too distressed.
Great.
And then I wake up like nothing ever happened.
Indoctrination. Propaganda. Shuts off. Oh, I'm actually doing well. I don't want to leave here. This is the average way they keep people in China. Oh, North Korea.
Let's move you over to the table to get
Gotta make some other things real helpful. After recovering from Elber's outburst, Henry lays him out on the table and walks us through the next steps of the process, attaching the legs. Once again, tennis balls for feet, so no toes for you, Elber. Even without feet, though, he should still be able to look.
But can he even walk if he has tennis balls? His feet? He can't even walk. At least he's trying to keep safety precautions.
Locomotive.
God.
My God.
Elber, what have you done?
He sprinted to the door in less than 2 frames. You are not prepared to give this thing legs. There's levels to this.
That's alright. Let's get you back on the table.
This man has the self-preservation instincts of a pencil.
Okay, after installing the legs, I've brought Elber back to his chair.
No, sir. Not getting out of this chair.
He still can't walk or move his legs yet because I haven't fully wired them in, but once I've done that, we'll do the first locomotion test. I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
Wait, you taking a break, you bastard? What are you doing? Eating Jollibees?
Well, he did look at the camera. What is happening?
You couldn't have at least turned him off? Have some common fucking courtesy? Hey, Albert. So Henry finally starts making preparations to perform the locomotion test on Elber, which involves fully wiring in his legs and removing all his umbilical cables, as to not limit his range of motion. Oh, but don't worry though, for safety.
Just shut off the clanker. Jeez. This video feels so wrong. If it's kind of off-putting, yeah. ChatGPT, after he tells me I can't tell it anything that bothers me, my crime should never be named. Install enough thing on him and see him murder you in your sleep. Unless it's Windows, then he'll just stop functioning. Then he'll just like stop functioning. He'll get a blue or black screen of death, and that's that. God, I hate Windows so much. You have no idea, guys. It's like, yeah, this is this is what happened. See, you want to know why ChatGPT has no filters? This is what would happen.
He's still going to be hardwired and limited by his power cable. Oh, you can't leave. The cable's too short. He didn't pay for the premium deluxe cable.
Bro, couldn't he just punch you now?
So regardless of how much Elber freaks out, a reboot is just a simple button press away. Oh god, he's learned how to kite us around a table. His strategy is too advanced for us. He's gonna kill the whole world. My fucking table! I bought that at Dollar Tree! Okay, finally reset. Oh god! No, don't take my skin! No, don't hit me with the Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare.
He's like picking him up with the tennis balls and just shakes him. Okay, so but how does he run? The only option I could see is that he secretly installs build in something to continue receive energy, because like right now he just picked up, bro, and is now shaking him. You hate Windows just because you didn't live before it. I still hate it though. It doesn't change anything. I hate it. Especially, I hate Windows 11. I hate it. Try work on DOS a day. He picked him up with his balls around everyone.
Oh my god! He tossed him to the side like a cigarette. Oh my god. I think he's dead. Wow, the new season of Poppy's Playtime looks great. And that was the first episode of I Made a Self-Aware Robot, and I gotta say, this dictionary is really coming in handy. Okay,
that's still crazy though. Okay, well, we are not there when he kicks open the door, but that's still insane, right? No, now what might he do?
Isn't something that's meant to be the next Kane Pixels, or the next Mandela Catalog, or the next Prehistoric Emergence, or the next Shelter 54, or the next Five Nights at Gumby's. But where the short lacks in scare factor, it makes up for in pure entertainment value. As you watch, you begin to notice this beautiful waltz that we see in the narrative between Henry going through with the stupidest decisions possible at every turn, but still keeping it in the realm of relative believability. Like, it feels less like he's a complete lobotomized moron, and more so that he just has such an insatiable scientific curiosity that his own safety, or the safety of others, doesn't even really factor into the equation. He's just so restless to see Elber fully realize that he ignores these very clear warning signs that things are going to end badly once Elber is awake. A cautionary tale, if you will. Now, where have we seen that before? Alright, it's not the most original concept, but much like Elber, it's the essence of that idea distilled down to its very core components, and it really exposes the overarching humor of that concept, as opposed to exposing the horrors of humanity's arrogance.
He definitely has some oomph. I must admit, he definitely has some oomph, but he didn't take my boy's skin yet. He definitely has some oomph.
Oh, this Elber is a funny guy. And there he goes, riding off into the sunset. Hope you have a good life, Elber. Okay, bye, bye. I miss you, Elber. Bye, bye. Ah, okay. I remember this scene. This is for all you FNAF lore heads out there, you know, you real FNAF history buffs. So this is the scene where Charlie from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise gets her freaking head chopped off by Elber the android. This is for the niche 1% of FNAF lore heads.
Oh, well, here we go. Somebody's definitely, dying now.
Was he, like, rifling for pocket change or trying to drag him off? What, you giving up? You have the most advanced servos known to man, you can't drag a fent addict? Oh my god! Never mind, he peeled the fuck out of there.
I found him. I finally found him.
And it only took 48
Luckily,
hours.
It didn't hurt me too bad, but it took me 12 hours to
And
find
it only
12 hours. 12 hours. That is quite some time, and this man is just running around like that.
took 12
I have no
hours.
idea how he made it this far without a power source.
Oh, I think that's actually because of Fazgoo.
Let's get him back home.
After playing Ape Escape with Elber, Henry brings him back home to run diagnostics and figure out how Elber was able to run without power. It turns out, Elber was able to rewrite his own source code and retrofit his power supply into a temporary battery. I'll say that again for emphasis. Elber was able to rewrite his own source code to change the properties of his physical hardware. So naturally, Henry decides to give Elber dedicated battery power, since Elber is going to be able to just—
Oh, he's just worse than before! Now it's just worse! He's just more freaky!
make his own batteries anyways.
Oh, I know I made some mistakes before, and I'm lucky to be alive, so I'm going to be more cautious going forward. First things first, he needs a new power source. Since he clearly is capable of turning any power supply into a battery, I'm just going to give him his own battery this time.
Maybe the moon woke up wasn't that stupid. Okay.
I just realized that's technically completely impossible IRL, right? He rewrote his source code so he could use his hardware differently. But like that's impossible because if their hardware doesn't have that capability, you can't do it unless it does have the capability. But there's no way this man is that retarded.
So, you remember earlier when I said Henry wasn't a lobotomite? Well, you see, someone broke into my dictionary. We're watching a grown-ass man treat a fully sentient AI robot with the ability to rewrite its own source code, mind you, and he's treating that with the same logic as a foolish baby who doesn't want to shower because he'll just get dirty again anyways. Even when he looks inside Elba's source code, we're clearly able to see in plain English that his mission has changed from obtaining flesh to realizing that flesh is inferior and that Elber needs to wipe out all of humanity. Not once does it cross Henry's mind to just scrap it and start over. No, he looks at that manifesto and says, I need to get to the bottom of this! So Henry built a testing chamber for Elber in order to see what he's capable of. Oh, good to see you,
Looks
Elber.
like a
You're back.
successful reboot. There was a ton of strange code in his brain that I didn't write, and it was so advanced that I didn't even understand it.
So in order to be safe and cautious, I gave Elber 2 machine guns strapped to each of his arms, because he will just find out how to make 2 machine guns and strap them to his arms anyways.
Can you tell me what happened while you were outside?
I killed a guy, stole his flesh. It's kind of funny.
I really need to know.
I know now what I am able to not
Uh-huh.
the flesh that I is destined to
Ooh.
want. You are nothing to me but inferior waste.
Ooh.
I will create something new, and I must have a
Oh! Bars!
Elber, I don't care. Can you just tell me what you did out there?
I will tell you if you let me out.
You know what, Elber? You're a tough son of a bitch.
It's like, right? He just walked. He's like also really fast on these like tennis balls. which there's no way he should be able to move this quickly, especially with the components he has been built with, right? There's no way he can move this quickly. Something is off with, well, crazy.
You're a damn good negotiator, and I'm inclined to let you out just because of how nicely you asked me, but I will only let you out of here on the condition that I'm able to strap 2 more machine guns onto your arms, General Grievous style. For safety, of course. After the interrogation, Henry proceeds to benchmark Albert to see what he's capable of, having him do things like smash boxes, lift heavy plates, sprint in short bursts, fall in love and settle down with a beautiful wife and start a family together, only to watch it.
Yeah, I'd do that. I'd do that. Not as a robot, but as a human. I'd do that. I want to do that. I will do that. Mark my words. Hi, Jade. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Well, yeah, it's rather interesting, right? We'll see, because like this guy's moving quite fast.
As the years go on, and the ones he holds dearest are eroded away by the waters of time, the young guys he once gazed into so lovingly decayed away into hollow husks. The joy he once thought would never end is now gone before a single second of infinity is ticked away. Now left with nothing but the endless path before him, he forges on ahead, because to carry that grief is not to feel the cold of their absence, but forever remember their warmth.
Why is bro starting to become philosophical? That is rather interesting. So for now, we really just have a robot going crazy. That's it. Ooh, it's getting very windy outside. Interesting. Very even. Huh. Okay, after this video, I have to take a break, and then I have to, well, take my plans in. Ooh.
You know, give him a real emotional benchmark.
Why is he lifting? He's working out. He's getting stronger. How about you? I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. I'm wonderful.
Oh, that steel barrel didn't stand a chance.
Oh. Oh. Well, somebody is dying here. Oh God. He just crushed that steel barrel.
That's gonna be your spine next. I'm gonna throw that through the window.
Somehow overclocking his motors to have obscene strength.
Why did you give him such strong motors?
How he's generating this much.
You literally got those motors from a Creality K1. How the fuck is he overclocking it? You must have done something for this. You wanted this to happen. I know the fuck you are. You built the fucking robot to destroy the world. Albert, you alright? Is this about your wife, dude? I hit you with that sick WandaVision quote. Did you not like that?
Okay, next we're going to test Albert's response to high voltage. Albert is strapped to his chair.
After all of that, all those fucking tests, Elber's reward is to get the fucking chair.
3.
Oh, this poor fucking bastard. Oh my god!
Ooh, he just yoinked 100,000 volts into this man. I thank you for the offer, Jade, but I have no interest. Sorry, I have no interest. Appreciate the offer, though.
Vitals nominal. Standing by.
You know, I think the final piece I was missing from this robot to really seal the deal and make him...
Oh well, he's gone. Where did he go?
fully complete is to just torture him.
Oh god.
I think that's what he needed.
No. Where could he be?
How did he go out? Oh, there he is.
Oh god, he's gonna destroy the whole world. Henry runs out of the room, giving Albert the old Scooby-Doo slip, but he doesn't seem particularly bothered by that, instead raiding Henry's workshop for cables and supplies. But for what?
How can he even do all this, like, fine work? How would that even be? How would he be able to do that? How could he do this, like, all this fine work? What the fuck? Why is bro creepy? I don't know. I don't know how he even does this, because, like, this is, like, a lot of, like, fine handiwork. You need fingers for this, but he does it with tennis balls. How? Is bro building a fucking big battery? What is bro building? A time machine?
I managed to hide in a room, and Elber never found me. But it looks like he's been busy. What are all these cables?
That was a very good line, Reed. You sound very concerned about all this. What the fuck has he been doing? Oh my god! He's trapped himself with the fucking angel and
one-winged angel? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to like hypercharge himself? What is he doing? Does he like want to absorb all the energy of the United States or something? What is he doing?
oh god!
How to write a scary horror series. Step 1. Find a dictionary. Step 2. Cross out the word funny.
What? Thank you for Henrying my Emily.
So we finally return to our intergalactic jet setters as they come across a new and
Not again the moon shit. What the fuck? Why is the moon back?
strange world. Ah, there it is. The beautiful planet of Kelgathok 9.
Pressure's at critical levels. I'll show you who's captain. Don't give up on me now.
The fuck's going down back there?
Bloody bastard.
What's happening? What are you beating your cock for money? What's happening back there? After coming back from playing the Devil's Flute, the captain debriefs with a friend AI about the mysterious world before them. I believe I once told you guys a story where Chris Angel was abducted and taken here, but no one knew about that because only 10 people saw that video. The AI gives us atmospheric readings, along with the status of life on the planet. It tells them that the atmosphere is filled with toxic.
Interest. Wait, isn't that just Earth? Because like, isn't that the moon on top? Anyways.
Sulfur and chlorine gas that would instantly ice them, but somehow they still managed to slip in a banger joke.
Hang on a wee minute. You told us before there were signs of biological life.
Yeah, it makes a good point. You did say that. Oh, shit, guys. Hold on. It's thinking longer for a better answer.
You're absolutely correct. Good catch.
Oh, goddammit, ChatGPT. This is why no one fucking likes you. 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 9.
There is biological life present. King Friend GPT-9.
Okay. Okay, maybe this is a good series. So after arguing in circles for about 10 more episodes, they finally decide to go forth and explore the planet, in hopes of finding some moon juice to power their moon drive and warp back home. You know, they used to lock people away in asylums for saying stuff like that. It's a beautiful world we live in. Did you guys know that in 2025 a YouTube horror series was...
Hello, No Man's Sky? No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky!
posted called The Moon Woke Up, and that it would go on to have 10 full episodes, eventually culminating in the human species acquiring enough moon goo to blast to a different dimension and end up on fucking Geonosis. They eventually found themselves at a primitive village and decided to talk with the locals, despite them being under strict order to not interact with local intelligent life, the DNF protocol, don't you know? They still decide to make contact, as knowing how the species was able to survive 2 lunar impacts without advanced technology could be useful in helping them find their way back home. So they touch down and make first contact, and the people seem very friendly and open, until...
We come from far away, in need of urgent assistance. What the bloody hell?
God damn it, Luther. You piece of shit.
I told you they wanted to kill us.
Blast him! Zap him! Oh my god! No, you fucking killed Luther! Zorlong, no!
Wait, I don't know if this isn't spoilers for video. I still haven't seen. Oh well. It's like, What the so like this all start? I'm completely lost because I haven't caught up to this at all. Right? I'm seeing this all for the first time. What happened to all the freaky planets? Why is it just randoms now? Why is there just random other people? Like, hello, Avatar? Why are these weird houses there? Like, what's going on? What on earth is going on?
He was firing the arrow of hospitality past your tiny left ear.
God damn it, I hate it when I show up to the planet Geonosis and I get a arrow shot at my ear by Zorlong, head of the welcoming committee.
This is tradition. He had 12 children and was set to retire tomorrow.
Oh man, I hate when I accidentally kill Zorlong, head of the chair committee, and he has 12 children and is about to retire tomorrow, and then I'm left to feel guilty about that for the rest of my life. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I also hate when I just get I just hate it when I get evaporated.
After giving a quick cover story about sending Zorlong to Valhalla, they make peace with the villagers. They get in the king's chariot, our POV character makes googly eyes at the king's daughter, and they're taken back to the village to rest and get the moon juice that they need for their ship. But then alien finds shit, knocks on the door, and you fucking degenerates already know where this is going.
I am to marry.
Anyways. Regardless, this is freaky. This is freaky.
Korvac, the general's eldest son.
Not Korvac, that guy sucks.
But my heart feels nothing for him. You, however. For us Valari, when affection stirs, it becomes an intense bond. And I feel that bond.
Ma'am, we have exchanged a single passing glance at each other, not even a
Well, it's love at first sight. I don't see the problem.
Particularly attractive one. Like, the look you gave me, I felt fear in my bones. Wow, we are just getting right into it. Oh my, what? We clapped alien cheeks! We clapped alien cheeks and we cucked this poor bastard! What the fuck is happening in this stupid series?
Seize him! What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Oh, well, that was freaky. Rather interesting, kiddos. That was rather interesting. Ew, Poke, how could you do this? Poke, why? It was my fault! You do not question the strange video that seemingly has random lore. Forget movies video creating is doomed within 2 years. Anyways, how did the series evolve like this? That's the evolution. Anyways, so in other words, we have a freaking robot that doesn't make sense. Actually, the robot was better than whatever this was just right now. And then we just had an alien cracking cheeks. So eventually, it just turned from moons and planets being weird and creepy to yeah, with no soul, a talent will make everything. Yeah, it was that was freaky. That was freaky. Both of these, but the last one was even weirder. Anyways, crack your local alien. And that was rather interesting. Sometimes a Coco's recommendation has it. I don't know, sometimes it just has it. Sometimes it just is it. Poke, could you do this to the captain? How could you do this to the captain? Should I send 1 hour long horror video? I wonder how he would react. 1 hour? Hell no, bro. 1 hour is crazy. Like the most I work with. Most I work with is like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, but not an hour. Unless it's like a banger video. Crazy. I'll be right back. Quick break. It's getting very windy outside. I don't want my plants to be blown away. I think they had enough sun. So yeah, I'll be right back. And then we'll deal with whatever Coco send. Not Coco's, Croc. I have returned, you stinkers. Anyways. Uh anyways. Like, why did you clap Alien Sumax? Why just the alien? But it is a banger, I like this. Yep. Maybe one day make a long video reaction about something interesting to your liking. Well, I'm a drama whore, so I like watching drama. Nothing changed that. Anyways, Okay, I got banned from Reddit. Wait, what do you mean you got banned from Reddit? Just look up anything in the Monster Girl Encyclopedia and you'll know why. Degenerate. Poke and stomachs go together like pineapple on pizza. But I'm an orange. Also, that wouldn't go well together, which would be kind of sad. Anyways. Alright, so the Croc sent something, and we're gonna look at this.
Back in November.
No. And then we're gonna, maybe we'll do the brew video? I have no idea, we'll see.
We're all nerds.
I did? How? How do you get banned on Reddit? How? I mean, interesting. Anyways, I guess there's no saving you, my friend, in this case. Pineapples on pizza. We're more like a fruit salad at this point. That's what Samix and I are. We are like a fruit salad. Right? Anyways, well, look at this. You had one job and failed roast, part 5 by Fresh Prince Yoop. We're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Every little bit of your support counts and matters. Thank you so much. They're racist. Interesting. Reddit, huh? We'll go in. We'll go in. I have no idea. Sounds fun. We'll go in.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. St. Patrick's Day cookie.
That is a dick. That is a dick. That is a penis. That is a peen. A peener. St. Patrick's. The P stands for something else here.
Cutter, handcrafted, solid copper. What the fuck type of rainbow is this? This ain't no Lucky Charms rainbow. What kind of cookies are y'all making? Y'all over here baking flaccid dick cookies. And the description reads, wow your friends. Yeah, you gonna wow your friends with some baked dicks. It's not me. It's me. What the fuck? It's me, you. It's not me, it's you? Y'all got this annoying ass shirt with this dead Furby on top of it. I was having a harder time trying to read this than the kids trying to solve the monkey statue on the Legend of the Hidden Temple. This shirt had me like,
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
please, when using the stairs, stay to the right when going up. Stay to the left when going down.
This will keep people from running into each other. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. This isn't the worst. This isn't, huh? I don't see the problem. Please, when using the stairs, stay to the right when you're going up. Stay to the left when you go. Wait, I get it. Never mind. Never mind because like perspective, right? If you look at it, you're going up, but then left when you look at it down. Everything's fine here. Am I stupid?
This will keep people from running into each other. What type of logic is this? Whoever wrote this is the type of person that will drive into incoming traffic talking about they got the right of way. $1.69 per pound.
I mean, it does kind of make sense, but I feel like then you just like separate the stairs to begin with. No, wait, I'm stupid. I am the idiot. Yeah, if you go up, you'll be on the right side, right? When you go up. Right? If you go down, you'll still be running into people because then you'll still be on the left side. You'll be on the left side, which is the other one's right. Now it makes sense. I was like, huh? Wait a minute. Okay, I get it. Never mind. I got it. I'm not stupid. Wait, I got it. I'm stupid. I got it. Well, everyone, tomorrow is the day. Poker knows what I mean. Anyway, got to go. Pragmata. Take care, GT. Bye bye. Like, if you ever eaten a yellow name. Yellow name! Sounds good. 3 batteries. I don't know if I'll disappear. It was nice knowing you, Cricket. If you die, you will be missed and remembered.
For the yellow name. So y'all want to know what bananas are? A 5 DVD set of Lil Ho in the Prairie, Season 5. This sounds like it's about to be the worst parody porno ever. Walmart out here holding it down with some bad acting, some mediocre porno. Enter as strangers, leave as friends. Whoever made this sign is the type of dude that'll go to a urinal right next to yours when all the other ones are empty. Who goes to the bathroom to make friends? I'm trying to take a doo-doo. Sanitary door opener. Now this is actually a good idea. You just get your wrist locked in and bow. And now the door's open. But to keep this door open and sanitary, don't put your dick in there. If you open up anything with your dick, something wrong with you. I would hope no dudes are putting their dicks in doorknobs. I thought we can go one episode without a bathroom fail, but I guess I was wrong. Y'all just gonna have to doo-doo in front of people like you a circus freak. Who puts an electrical socket in the shower? People out here.
Somebody want to die. See, no. This is like, if you, instead of like the toaster, right? You won't ruin the toaster. Right? Somebody else might need the toaster, so you won't ruin the toaster. That simple.
Just trying to be zestfully clean, they're gonna be jumping the shower like. Beyond this point, you may encounter nude sunbathers eating waffles.
Beyond this point, you may encounter nude sunbathers eating waffles. Hey, actually, this is not too bad. Unless, like, wait. Beyond this point, you may encounter nude sunbathers eating... I mean, maybe you are, though.
This is one specific ass sign. But I can't be mad at this, because I'm all about being naked and eating breakfast. I'm gonna be butt...
Yo, I mean, okay. Okay, I wouldn't put this in this video. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is okay. This is totally fine.
Ass nigga eating waffles trying to pick up girls like. This is not an exit. Oh, that's really weird because I thought this was a doorway to Milk Narnia. Sainsbury's orange juice with juicy tits.
I like juicy tits. What the fuck? How do you fuck it up? This doesn't belong there. Am I wrong? Does this have a different meaning? Does this word also have a different meaning?
I must be drinking the wrong orange juice because this don't taste like juicy titties.
I don't know, man. I've never had orange juice that tastes like that. Maybe I had apple juice that tastes like that. Anyways.
Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Anal.
Not that I would know. What? Yeah. Yeah. Or is it like, okay, is it A-N? Love A-L. Because here's the thing, right? What are you gonna do? The question is like, are you the problem if you see this? Or are they the what the fuck are these posts? It's like, maybe his name starts with A and ends and his surname is an N, and her is A and L, and that's how you get it. So they've just fucked up. Hey, no, oh.
I'm not sure if y'all love anal or that's your initials. If I ever see somebody coming down the street wearing their helmet like the first.
Wrong. Okay, so I have to say this. Okay, so I don't know how you would come to this conclusion. I don't know how you would come to this conclusion. I don't understand how you would come to this conclusion. Certainly not this. Like, this and this, I get it, right? This could happen. But this, and this are just, like, ridiculous. Especially this one. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. Who does that?
Well, I'm going to rock at you. Bona, hardwood floor cleaner. Who on the...
What are these... Why does everything look like... Bona. Hardwood floor cleaner. Bona. This is so fucking dumb. It even looks like it. At this point, it's on purpose. At this point, it's just on purpose.
The team thought this was a good idea. Y'all got Bona and hardwood, and the shape of that bottle is super suspect. This kitchen right here is the source of all struggle meals. How y'all got the pot lid in the ceiling like it was Kung Lao's hat? Tanny has 13 stickers. Jen gives him 10 more. How many stickers does Jack have? I read this problem like 10 times. Where the fuck did Jack come from? Wash inside out. Remove child before washing. Come.
Huh? No. What? Huh? Remove child before washing? Made in China? What? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Remove child before washing.
He's getting sued for everything now, so they gotta make sure you ain't drowning your kids in the washing machine. Have you ever been in an accident that
resulted in your death? Yes, son. How would you even be able to click that? Well, huh? It's ridiculous.
Resulted in your death? Yes or no? Have you ever been in an accident that resulted in your death? If I'm dead, how am I supposed to answer this? Y'all acting like there's respawns in real life. This ain't the damn arcade, ain't no more continues. I'm just supposed to come back to life like, bruh.
Drums, please.
Now look at this play.
That was crazy. Some of these were insane. I saw the craziest bathroom find a while ago. 76 into 1. Anyways, that was horrible. A lot of sexual innuendos and yeah, that definitely that was something. That was something. That was something. That was crazy. Terrifying. Wonderful, fucking wonderful, dare I say. All right, let's look at let's see what we can look at still. Okay, so, gonna remove this one because we don't need it anymore. What was that exactly? I don't know what that was. Actually, I'm good. Actually, I'm good. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Okay, have you ever been in an accident that ended up with you dying? No, I have not. No, I have certainly not. That has certainly not happened. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. I need some water. And then we can continue with this. I'm curious. Alrighty, here we go. Catching the Man Selling Dead People on Instagram by Brew. I don't exactly know how you would be able to do that, but I guess we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Every little bit of support matters and counts. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll go in. Gulp, 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 gulp. In we go. In we go. I'm curious. I'm very curious how that happens.
Back in November, people began noticing a strange Instagram account that almost exclusively featured artistic photographs of human remains.
Wait, that's all? So is this gonna be like somebody... So, there's two options. This is somebody who is freaky and sells human remains illegally, or this is somebody who makes them as well. There's only two options here.
If you know, you know. Skulls and bones available. DM to inquire. It seemed whoever was behind this account wasn't just photographing skulls, they were selling them. But what was the meaning behind the cryptic line, if you know, you know? Months later, the world would find out. A leaked video of unknown origin started to appear on social media feeds. It showed the inside of a house, filled with dead bodies. And then, all of a sudden, the Instagram account and leaked video disappeared from the internet. But thankfully, we had documented everything before it was lost forever. On November 7th, 2025, at 11:29 a.m., officers from the Eden Police Department were dispatched to the Mount Moriah Cemetery in Pennsylvania. As soon as they arrived, the scene immediately drew concern. The Hunter family mausoleum, previously sealed with cinder block and cement, had been forcibly opened. Inside, the marble floor had been broken apart, exposing the crypts nearly 10 feet below ground level. Among the debris,
Interesting. Oh, and the screwdriver. Hello.
investigators found a screwdriver engraved multiple times with the name Brian. Also inside the mausoleum was a rope that suggested it had been used to descend into the exposed crypts. One of those crypts belonged to Martha Hunter, a preteen who died in 1869. The marble stone sealing her resting place had been forcibly breached. Her remains, along with her clothing, were missing. Before police could determine who Brian was or why someone would steal the remains of a child,
Interesting. Oh, so is this somebody? This could also be somebody who just like takes remains from other places and sells them. There's multiple options here. It's quite open.
buried more than a century earlier, were called back to the cemetery. On November 29, 2025, police were directed to Jonathan Pritchard Family Mausoleum. 5 of the 9 crypts inside had been robbed. However, this time, the perpetrator had left an empty can of Monster Energy, and the
Monster Energy. Why would you do that? Why would you, steal human remains? And, crazy. And then leave a monster can behind.
police were able to recover 2 partial fingerprints from it. Swabs were also taken from the can, as well as the Brian screwdriver for DNA samples. Whoever was doing this was expanding their grave robbing. It seemed like the age of the deceased didn't matter at all, only the remains themselves. It seemed the grave robber was getting sloppy already, though, leaving more and more clues for investigators. But would it be enough to catch them? However, the police were called again, this time about a robbery that had occurred weeks earlier. On November 6, 2025, at a cemetery on 1500 block of Westminster Road, Luzerne County, more than 100 miles from Mount Moriah, 2 sets of remains were stolen. The victims were Mary Capellina Paga, an 83-year-old woman who died in 1981, and Leo Terrence, a 53-year-old man who also died that same year. 2 cigarette butts and 2 energy drink cans were collected and sent for DNA analysis. Police were called on at least 3 more occasions in December, where they discovered that 49 sets of remains were taken from 9 different families.
That's just a great, okay. So from what this seems is, this is a grave robber taking the remains of strangers and selling them online for a profit. This piece of shit is defiling other people's graves. That is crazy. That is actually insane.
Resting places in Mount Moriah Cemetery. The cemetery is split by the border of Yeadon and Philadelphia, and police eventually became aware of 10 additional family plots being burglarized in the Philadelphia section in the same manner as the robberies in the Yeadon section in the cemetery in Luzerne County. By the end of December, the total confirmed stolen bodies had reached 61. This number, however, does not include the 10 additional family plots that were burglarized, since the exact number of corpses taken from those sites remains unknown. Investigators noticed the same details repeated. Cigarette butts, empty energy drink cans, and in at least 2 mausoleums, police found broken wooden pallets propped upright, presumably used as makeshift ladders to climb in and out of underground vaults. The scale of the crimes raised a troubling concern. What would drive someone to go through the extremely difficult, dishonorable, and frankly disgusting work to exhume so many dead bodies? And what on earth could they possibly be doing with them all? Barbara Kilmartin, who had family members buried at Mount Moriah, later said, "It's the last thing we can do for people is to honor their wishes and to not disturb them. I just can't understand why somebody would do that." Well, she was not alone in her confusion, but another question lingered. Why Mount Moriah? Established in 1855, the cemetery had long served as a final resting place for a wide range of Philadelphia's population. After the cemetery was abandoned by its owners, a volunteer group, Friends of Mount Moriah, was formed in 2011 to restore the grounds and preserve the site as a place of...
Hold up. Is this somebody who does like volunteer work? And as while he is volunteering, he is just how do I put this? I'm like, is this a dude who's volunteering? And he grabs a souvenir while while doing it, and he just sells it then online. Because that's like the only logical explanation I could find. That must be the case. That must be the case, right? That has to be the case. I can't explain it any other way.
Quiet remembrance. However, despite the volunteers' efforts, the cemetery is still quite run down. This could be why the grave robber was targeting Mount Moriah in particular. Due to its size, overground vegetation, and lack of consistent maintenance or monitoring, it's not hard to...
Oh, or that. Or that. Or that. That could also be. He just does it there because it's the easiest. Ew. Ew. That's Yeah, like imagine, right? One day you do decide to visit the grave, right? And then you just realize somebody has taken the skull of your mom, kind of thing. Ew.
Imagine why a person and their illicit actions would go unnoticed. That changed on November 7th, when members of the Friends of Mount Moriah contacted police after first noticing signs of disturbance at one of the mausoleums. As authorities continued to investigate, they received a tip. Look into Jonathan Gerlach for the Luzerne County Mausoleum robbery. I know someone who's friends with his family, and they mentioned that they recently discovered a partially decomposed corpse hanging in his basement, but were afraid to tell the police. Well, talk about a first lead. Police took it seriously and immediately started digging. Records showed that Jonathan Gerlach was charged on November 6, 2025 with shoplifting tools from a hardware store in East Earl Township, Lancaster County. Search warrants stated that the stolen items included a headlamp, a rechargeable LED glow stick, a hammer drill bit, medium-sized...
Yeah, he prepared. Okay, he prepared. He had everything there. Huh. Interesting.
work gloves, and a metal cutting wheel with a combined value of $167.43. Investigators noted that during the same visit to the hardware store, Gerlach paid for more than $250 worth of other merchandise. Court documents emphasize that the items...
I have a problem. I hear Gorlock the entire time. It can't be Gorlock. Gorlock the Destroyer, now stealing remains so he can eat them.
He did not pay for were tools commonly associated with burglaries. He may have believed that stealing the tools would help him avoid detection, but instead it backfired and only drew further attention to his actions and raised suspicion. The tipster also directed investigators to Gerlach's Instagram account. What they found raised further concern. Of the 147 posts on the account, only 2 showed Gerlach himself. The rest depicted human and animal remains. In his most recent post, dated January 5th, 2026, he wrote, "If you know, you know. Skulls..."
That's like... Yeah, but skulls and bones. How would people find... I guess people did, right? They eventually have to, like... Huh. It's, like, a bit difficult to properly make that here, because I'm thinking, like... If you do that... Somebody's gonna find... Like, it is illegal. If I think you can sell human remains? But, I think you need, like... There's, like, strict ways to do it. It's like... Anyways, it's interesting.
/bones available. DM to inquire. Followed by a pointer finger emoji and, quote, "From my personal gallery." An earlier post from October 1st, 2024 contained just one word. Sold. As police reviewed the account more closely, some of the most disturbing posts appeared to involve the remains of a child. In one post, Gerlach wrote, "This precious little one, just 3 or 4 years old, has recently come under my..."
What the fuck? What on earth? He's selling, so he's stolen and selling remains of a 3-year-old. Wow. You can. Apparently, you can. Apparently, you can. As far as I'm aware, we watched that one video about stuff sold that are like sold that are owned once were owned by killers and shit. Apparently, you can.
Guardianship to be honored and preserved. She will find a place in my private collection, where she will be housed with the utmost respect. Nothing further was said about who the child was or where the remains came from. Was this skull from one of the multiple children's corpses stolen from Mount Moriah? If so, does supposedly restoring and handling them with care justify removing them from their resting place? Is it even possible for this child's remains to be honored and housed with the utmost respect if her caretaker is the same person who took her from her home in the first place? While Gerlach claimed to keep some remains for his personal collection, others were allegedly sold, like the remains of a 6-month-old infant, as well as those of a
What the fuck? What? This guy's a freak? What do you mean? Oh, that's crazy.
3 or 4-year-old child, whose skull was modified into an exploding head. Dozens of other posts featured remains identified only as young adults or older individuals. The account also displayed animal remains. Kittens, leopards, and other wild cats appeared throughout the feed. Some were listed as sold. One example?
Well, yeah. I'm not surprised that it is mostly young or old people. Because yeah, it just makes sense, right? Old people makes mostly sense because like most people die when they're old. The animal ones aren't too shocking. Like I don't give a much of a shit about that, right? But like the human remains are crazy. He's defiling graves.
A Bengal tiger posted on March 20th, 2024 was marked as sold for $2,000. In the caption, Gerlach described the item as ethically sourced/acquired. That same phrasing appears repeatedly in the earlier days of his account, applied not only to animal remains but to human ones as well, such as in one post dated March 18th, 2024, where he shows a skull of a woman he claims was middle-aged and ends with the statement, as always, ethically sourced/acquired, not for sale. However, in his later posts, specifically from the period when the grave robbing was taking place, his assurances of the remains being ethically sourced are notably missing. He also appears to be showcasing less remains that he's keeping for his personal gallery and is more focused on selling them. But, okay, what does...
Somebody in that Instagram is like, you sold someone's family member! Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking did. Yeah, this is lifelong imprisonment. It just is. I'm sorry, it just is. It just is.
Ethically sourced even mean? And is there really a legal market for the sale of human remains? Well, surprisingly, yes. In recent years, human bones and modified remains have become increasingly visible on social media. The market includes a range of buyers, from collectors of curiosities to ritual practitioners. A smaller number of contemporary artists and designers incorporate human remains into sculptures or installations. Medical and dental students have also historically sought real skulls for study. There are, however, strict differences between legal anatomical preparation and illicit removal. In 2016, National Geographic reported that Skulls Unlimited was the only company in the United States legally processing donor skulls obtained directly through body donation programs. That company only sells donor skulls to verified professionals, including doctors, dentists, anthropologists, and others with legitimate scientific or medical needs. Skulls from the 18th, 19th, or early 20th century, which qualify as antique skulls, may be sold to the general public. At the federal level, there is no single U.S. law prohibiting the sale of human remains, with the exception of certain states and strict protections for Native American remains. As a result, collectors do not generally need credentials to buy or sell human skulls already on the market. So, the owning and trade of human remains is not illegal. What matters is how they were originally acquired.
So you can just, if you have them, you can sell them. Yeah. Well, the problem is this man just took them. He just took them. He just took them. That's the crazy part.
From the deceased. Grave robbing itself is not new. For centuries, graves were disturbed to steal valuables buried with the dead. Body snatching, however, emerged as a more specific practice tied to the rise of modern medicine. By the late 18th century, advances in medical training and the growth of medical schools had created a shortage of legally available bodies for dissection. This led to the rise of resurrectionists, individuals who exhumed the recently dead and sold the bodies to medical institutions. At the time, British law did not recognize buried bodies as property, allowing the practice to continue until legislation in 1832 reduced widespread grave robbing. However, the demand persisted. Over time, India became a major supplier of human bones for Western medical
Hello, India mentioned. There we go again. Interesting.
study, driven by economic hardship and limited burial options. That trade ended in 1985 when the sale of more than 1,500 child skeletons was uncovered, prompting India to ban the export of human remains. While many remains in circulation today originated as donated anatomical specimens, the renewed demand for human bones has coincided with a renewal in grave robbing. Because anybody can sell human remains, it is difficult to determine what has been ethically sourced, but still there is a way. Donated anatomical specimens often show signs of preparation, such as drilled holes, varnish, or...
Yeah, that makes sense. In other words, like, this whole thing comes down to a dude who was just stealing... who was just grave robbing illegally, and, well, grave robbing is always illegal, probably, I'm assuming. Why it's called robbing. And then sold the stuff online. That's it. That's all what this boils down to. This is lifelong imprisonment, in my opinion, straight up. To the extent that he has done it, it just makes sense. Samuels will rob your grave. Oh, she's allowed. I'll let her. I'll let her. She's allowed. She can have me. That's fine.
metal fittings. Remains taken directly from graves, by contrast, may exhibit soil staining, root etching, microfractures from long-term burial, or fragments of coffin wood, nails, or fabric still attached. Individually, these indicators are not definitive. Taken together, they help distinguish between remains prepared for study and those removed illegally from the ground. For example, Jonathan Gerlach's post from July 22, 2025 shows a human skull in which he draws particular attention to remaining nasal hair, neck hair, facial hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, and fine vellus hair. Another post from August 22, 2025.
He does... Listen... Oh, wait. So he doesn't even... like, right? He doesn't just take stuff that's like been there for hundreds upon hundreds of years, right? He plucked those straight out of the coffin. He got those directly. Gonna jump to the Iranian Revolution stream to see Nux in 37 minutes or so if you like. Maybe I'll do. I am flabbergasted. Straight out of the coffin. Not even, like, rotten. Just partially mummified, because they've been in there for quite some time. That is crazy.
Shows a skull with remnants of the eyes still present in the orbital sockets, visible hair on the skull itself, and signs of decomposition consistent with being buried in the ground. By contrast, legally obtained skulls from Skulls Unlimited typically show clear medical preparation with clean surfaces and an overall consistent, standardized look. However, even if we ethically source the remains, what is the morality of having a skull in your living room as decoration? As Jonathan Gerlach's story gained traction, so did his Instagram, and in one post dated November 6, 2023, a user wrote, "Not gonna lie, these pictures are beautiful. Thing is, these are remains of humans who have likely been dead for hundreds of years. Not saying it makes it right, but if I had been dead for so long that the world and any potential living relatives had long since gone themselves, I wouldn't be offended if some dude dug me up and took a few cool photos before dispersing my remains all over the place to people who love and appreciate that sort of thing. People might be grossed out, but there are others online who sell human bones." This comment brings up an argument, certainly, but if we're to take this comment seriously, the user here is describing a personal belief, one in which they would consent to being exhumed, artistically photographed, and sold for...
Yeah, nobody has been consented. Right? nobody has consented to being dug up. Nobody has consented to that. That's the whole problem. And I think that if you are in possession of something like that, you have two options. You either bury it, which would be the right thing to do, or you take proper care of it. You how do I put this? You treat the remains with respect, and you don't sell them. You don't do anything weird with them. Anyways,
profit after death. But here's the thing, not everyone would. Across cultures, and even within the same culture, death is viewed differently. People have different beliefs on the sanctity of remains, as well as different wishes for what should and shouldn't be done to the remains after they die. Just because there are living people who do not believe remains are sacred and don't care what happens to their body after they die, doesn't mean that those people should be able to decide what happens to the dead bodies of people who do care. What people choose to do with their bodies after death is their choice, and so far as it is possible, these wishes should be honored. Even when they can't, we should be mindful of a certain glorification of death and show respect for the life that came before. None of which can be said about Jonathan's alleged actions. Breaking into crypts and stealing bodies is not what would qualify as being respectful of people's wishes. Even when there aren't any living relatives of that person, if they were laid to rest in a cemetery, then we can assume that they didn't consent to being harvested for bones to be sold on Instagram. Now, you might be wondering, Brew, why are you spending so much time discussing the morality of Jonathan's grave robbing? It's obviously bad, but you'd be surprised to see how many have defended him online, saying that what he did isn't that bad. So we thought we should try to lay out the reasons why what he did is...
Well, it is bad because nobody consented to it, right? This is right. They were put there to rest in peace, right? This isn't like you dig somewhere and then you find human remains and you just keep them, right? You are defiling a grave, right? Especially since like a 3 or 4-year-old. How do you know that? Huh?
In fact, that bad. But at this point in the investigation, Jonathan Gerlach was still at large, free to desecrate the dead as he pleased. As police continued digging into his activities, another detail began to stand out. Among the followers on his Instagram account was a man named Brian, spelled the same way as the name repeatedly etched into the screwdriver recovered at one of the ransacked mausoleums. According to search warrants, the person who had originally contacted them about Jonathan also told police that Brian had disappeared for several days in November.
Now we're getting something. Maybe my theory that that he was making them himself wasn't so wrong. Maybe I wasn't so wrong. Maybe there's something what people say to it. Maybe I wasn't wrong. Maybe there's something to it. It might be.
And later mentioned he had been in Chicago selling a human skull. Did this mean Jonathan Gerlach hadn't been acting alone? The same day they received the tip, investigators began tracking Gerlach's movements. On December 23rd, Eden police conducted a license plate reader search on Gerlach's Toyota RAV4. Records showed the vehicle had traveled into or near the areas where bodies were stolen on at least 5 occasions between November 2nd and December 17th, the same window of time when the thefts occurred. Court documents also stated that cell phone records placed him in those same areas at the same times. On December 23rd, a Yeadon officer on patrol at Mount Moriah noticed a Toyota RAV4 parked between 2 fallen tree limbs inside the cemetery. Police believed the positioning was intentional, meant to conceal the vehicle. No one was inside, but multiple energy drink cans were visible on the front passenger seat. Later that evening, officers...
Are you telling me that they caught this man simply because of his addiction to Monster Energy? That'd be rather interesting.
Officers went to Gerlach's residence in Ephrata and saw the same vehicle parked outside. On January 6th, detectives patrolling Mount Moriah again found Gerlach's Toyota parked near the cemetery. This time, police reported seeing human skulls and bones in the back seat. Gerlach was arrested shortly afterward when they observed him walking back toward the vehicle, carrying a crowbar and a burlap sack containing a child's mummified remains. That same...
That's just uncalled for. That is just uncalled for, dude. That is just crazy evil. That is just fucking evil. right? It's not like it's even like he like targeted like people who have been dead for 200 or 300 years. My guy is targeting, I don't know, or like grown adults, right? This guy is targeting children
Day, police executed a search
as well, which is crazy.
warrant at Gerlach's home. Inside, they reported finding over 100 human skulls, numerous human long bones, mummified human feet and hands, 2 decomposing human torsos, and other assorted skeletal items.
Decomposing?
Not long after, an alleged leaked video from inside his house surfaced.
It's like my grandmother's dentures.
It is. It's f***ing gross. Look at the one hanging.
Oh my god. Oh, this was a couple.
Look at these ones. All the ones behind you. God damn.
Oh, that one's still alive.
That's not long. It's all 5.
Well,
Hold on, I want to get the hand.
wow, look at this.
Oh, sorry. Oh my god.
What the? Is that a pacemaker?
While we couldn't confirm the origin of the video, several details suggested it may be authentic.
What the actual shit is going on here? Wow. Okay, this guy needs to go. I'll be real. This dude needs to go. I'm gonna be fully honest.
At the 21-second mark, one of the people visible in the footage appears to be wearing a firearm in a holster, indicating they were likely police. Earlier in the clip, between 9 seconds and 11 seconds, a couch is visible that closely resembles the fabric and design seen in the background of Gerlach's skull photographs. It is possible the couch or a similar piece of furniture was used as backdrop for those images. Another detail drew particular attention online. A Reddit user known as CardioTechie pointed out a visible pacemaker in the footage, writing, "The pacemaker detail makes me think it's real. That is definitely a real pacemaker design. Looks like a Medtronic or a Boston Scientific. That specific set."
Then that's not... He didn't discriminate. He just went for everything. If there were 200 years in there, 100 years, 50 years, or 10 years, he didn't care. He just grabbed everything. Ew.
Of remains will be able to be identified at least. A second user, LividMoose553, noted that the video was edited. According to their observation, the opening seconds show a storage unit, while the remainder of the footage appears to be filmed inside a basement. Whatever the origin of the video, it offered a disturbing glimpse of what Jonathan Gerlach's basement may have contained. According to authorities, Gerlach later admitted to stealing approximately 30 sets of human remains from Mount Moriah and described how he accessed the burial sites. On January 7, 2026, District Attorney Tanner Rouse spoke at a press conference regarding the case.
It is truly, in the most literal sense of the word, horrific. I grieve for those who are upset by this, who are going through it, who are trying to figure out if it is in fact their loved one or their child, because we found remains that we believe to be months-old infants among those that he had collected.
When Chief of Edinburgh Police, Henry Gianmarco, was asked if he had ever seen something similar, he replied,
"Life in prison. No doubt, no question, life in prison. That's all he needs, that's all we need. Life, full on life in prison. Prison forever. I don't want this man go out ever again."
No, after 30 years now, I can say this is probably the most horrific thing that I've seen. And again, to the families, as the district attorney pointed out, we all have loved ones that passed. Like, rest in peace is rest in peace. And this is definitely something that tears at your heartstring, especially when you see, as he pointed out, an infant having children and grandchildren. Yeah, it was definitely an event.
Jonathan Gerlach was ultimately charged with 489 criminal counts, including 100 counts of corpse abuse. Additional charges include theft, burglary, intentional desecration of venerated objects, trespassing, criminal mischief, receiving stolen property, and desecration of historic burial sites. He was held in custody in Delaware County, Pennsylvania on a $1 million bail, and was scheduled to appear at a preliminary hearing on January 20th. While there were no further developments regarding Brian, whose name was etched into a screwdriver found at one of the sites, District Attorney Tanner Rouse addressed the matter at a press conference, As of January 2026, Rouse stated that authorities did not believe Gerlach was working with anyone else, and that no additional arrest warrants have been issued. Beyond the charges and court dates, this case leaves
So my man is being charged with
warrants have been issued. Beyond the charges,
theft, burglary, intentional desecration of venerated object, trespassing, criminal mischief, receiving stolen property, desecration of historic burial sites,
and court dates, this case leaves behind a deeper question. Death is an unavoidable part of life, but where is the line between embracing it and romanticizing it? Behind every set of remains was once a person who lived, made choices, and entrusted their body to the earth, their loved ones, or in some case, to science. Regardless of the circumstances, human remains laid to rest are not meant to be collected for decor or profit, because it is not only the dead who are wronged, but the living who trust that their final wishes will be respected. If you'd like to help us get the algorithm to notice this video, then hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. But, of course, there's a chance that this video gets demonetized, even though we've done our best to censor according to YouTube's guidelines. So if you'd like to help us get on our quest to gain independence from the AI that decides whether or not we get paid for our work, then we'd like to invite you to join us on stacked.com/brew. Stacked is a platform similar to Patreon, except
Anyways, that's pretty much the end of the video. Yeah, support these guys. They do great work. Bald, truly bald. Yeah. I hope this man gets life in prison. There is no doubt about it. I hope the remains can all be found, right? And put back to where they were, because there's absolutely the case and the chance. Actually, there's not the chance. The guarantee that someone's remains are now just flying around, and some family is just like upset about it. Everything needs to be brought back. And yeah, this guy just deserves life in prison. Goodbye. Behind bars for the rest of his life. There cannot be any... No mercy. No mercy for shit stains like this. It's that simple. It is that simple. It really is. It is that simple. Hold up. What do I watch still? Do I want to watch still something? You know what? C-pop? C-pop. Chinese pop. Though technically I have enough videos. Up until Sunday. Let's do C-pop. Some infotainment. Let's look at some C-pop. Chinese pop. Let's look at this. I'm curious. Hopefully there's nothing in here I'd get copyrighted by, because that wouldn't be particularly... Oh, that's a lot of music, though. Do I want to deal with this? Do I want to risk this? There's a lot of music in there. This video is probably going to be... This video is probably going to be obliterated left or right. Huh. Good question. I don't know. Because this video might get obliterated left and right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to risk this. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to risk it, because this would be... Right? This would be obliterated left and right. Yeah, I wouldn't risk that. You know what? We'll do this last longer one. And that's that. I think. Let's look at some TLC.
Whether they were...
Let's look at some TLC. Why not? Let's look at that. Let's look at that and then skip it. I don't know. Yeah, I could probably be obliterated in all directions. so that it makes sense. We're gonna look at this. Make that works better. All right, here we go. The Victims and Villains of TLC by Patrick CC. That's rather interesting, with the name in combination. I think we've reacted to this channel before. Let's go in, honestly. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support helps and gets me closer to my goal. Thank you so much. We'll go in. Okay. Yeah, especially with these, like, overweight shows, right? I could see that there's probably some horrible stuff going on.
Whether they were looking for a fresh start or giving the world a look into their misunderstood lifestyles, these people allowed the TLC network to put their lives on display.
Or, by the way, the more I look at this, the less I even, like, agree that shows should be made about this, and, like, these people should be put on blast like this, because these people need help. They don't need to be displayed, they need help.
For millions to criticize. For a moment, it looked like their lives were going to change for the better, but when the camera stopped rolling, a much darker reality began to unfold, and their lives fell apart. There is a shockingly common theme of former TLC reality stars finding themselves in public scandals, prison sentences, and even an early grave. Today, we will be discussing the dark life after a TLC show, starting with Honey Boo Boo.
Here comes Honey Boo Boo. I've never heard of this.
Who seemed like a silly and charismatic young girl on screen, but off screen was being exploited to unimaginable levels. When it comes to controversial reality television, there is no better example than Toddlers and Tiaras. The show featured girls as young as 3 years old competing in beauty pageants. They were frequently placed under immense amounts of stress, suffering verbal abuse, and constantly being pressured to reach unattainable beauty standards. The show has been accused of children, with some of the contestants dressing or dancing.
Oh, no! Never mind! Whoever made this, put them in jail! No, fuck. Oh, no!
Inappropriately for a
that's where they got the idea for cuties. Ew.
Preschooler. Despite this, the show developed a large audience who enjoyed the mayhem and drama that came with every episode, earning around 1.6 million viewers per week. But not everyone was supportive. Many critics felt like the
Why would I be Nobody should be supportive of this. What the fuck? What do you mean? Critics weren't support. Well, of course. I think nobody should be. What the fuck?
These parents use their daughters as a way to vicariously live out their dream of being a beauty queen, and this almost always resulted in the mothers putting their own desires over the comfort and safety of their children. One of the most notorious examples of this was June Shannon and her daughter Alana, better known as Honey Boo Boo. Alana's personality was perfect for TV. She created hilarious moments every time she opened her mouth.
Must be creative that think they're gonna be me Honey Boo Boo child.
Equally impossible to ignore was her mother June, who
She's quite large. It would be rather difficult to ignore her. She might have her own gravity. Anyways, yeah, that I don't think children should be in TV like this, right? Not in TV like this, specifically.
Stirred up controversy from the moment she was introduced. She notably gave her 6-year-old daughter a concoction of Mountain Dew and Red Bull, which Alana called Go-Go Juice, to keep her energy high when she was.
So she's just giving her diabetes. She's just giving her daughter diabetes. Wow, cool.
Competing in pageants.
Oh, and a caffeine addiction.
Many believe that this was a negligent and dangerous strategy, as the caffeine content of energy drinks far exceeds the recommended limit for a child as young as Alana. But far worse than that was June's objectification of Alana, often calling for her to show more skin and
what the fuck, dude?
And show her belly to the judges for a better score.
Sure know the tummy when I go like that should be knowing that she needs to show the tummy to the judges.
Regardless of the glaring.
The chin has a chin, and the chin has a chin. Double chin.
issues between this mother-daughter dynamic, Alana and Mama June were both captivating characters, which is why TLC chose to capitalize on their growing popularity and give them their very own TV show called Here Comes Honey Boo Boo. The show was immediately more successful than Toddlers and Tiaras, earning 2.4 million viewers per episode and ultimately ran for 4 seasons. However, the show would be abruptly canceled when it was revealed that Mama June was dating a child predator.
Yeah, bro, the mother needs to go as well. Bro, what the fuck?
Alana's mother was in a romantic relationship with a man named Mark McDaniel, a registered sex offender who was arrested in 2004 for abusing an 8-year-old. Mark had spent the last 10 years in prison.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You see what I mean by this? Bro, even I guess they can't. What kind of red flags was she ignoring?
And had only been released earlier that year. To make matters worse, June knew him far before he was ever convicted and supposedly had previously dated him at the same time he his victim. This was a PR nightmare for TLC, as they were platforming the mother of one of the most famous children on the planet who was now exposing her daughter to a dangerous pedo. TLC canceled the show and said, supporting the health and welfare of these remarkable children is our only priority, which you'll see later isn't always the case. June's decision to associate with a man like Mark is reflective of the blatant disregard she has for her children and her inability to put her own desires second to their safety. Then again, this is not her first time having an association with child predators. It was revealed shortly after that 2 of June's daughters, Jessica and Pumpkin, were fathered by Michael Anthony Ford, a completely different offender who abused.
What the yeah, no, bro, if nothing happened to her daughter, then she must have been the most lucky girl on the planet. She must have been the most lucky girl on the planet. Bro, protect your wives, your sons, your daughters, all of them. I'll predict all of them. I need to. That's crazy.
Minors, and was even featured on an episode of To Catch a Predator.
It's Michael Anthony Ford. I have not had contact with him since 99. Since then, he has committed.
You committed also horrible things by dating these men. At this point, Lord, let it rain brain cells. Also, like, bro, you're just talking. Why are you trying to gasp for air like this?
He was caught on Catch a Predator.
At this point, the public didn't care that the Honey Boo Boo show was canceled. They just wanted to know if she was safe under the custody of her own mother. In 2019, Mama June was arrested with her new boyfriend, Eugene Doak, for possession of a controlled substance and drug paraphernalia, as police recovered needles and glass pipes from the couple's vehicle. But luckily, June's horrible parenting would finally see justice, because in 2022, she officially lost custody of a now 16-year-old Alana, who was
Thank goodness. Thank fucking goodness. Thank goodness.
now in the care of June's older daughter, Pumpkin. In the eyes of the court, June was unfit to care for the former child star, and as Alana approached adulthood, she had to come to terms with her troubled relationship with her mother.
Do you not understand that I am staying with my sister? And that's not my choice. I swear to God, Mama, it's not my choice.
Okay, it's not? Yes, it is.
It's not my choice. She wants to stay with you. She obviously doesn't feel safe in the house.
Mama, I would love to come home and tell you about my day, but I can't do that because I'm scared. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm scared to stay at your house.
A biopic documenting Alana's childhood titled I Was Honey Boo Boo released in 2025. The film shines light on what Alana describes as a transactional relationship she had with her mother, revealing that June always prioritized business over her own daughter. As if that wasn't bad enough, Alana never received a single cent from her time on television. Her mother spent it all before Alana.
Oh no! So she was exploited. She never got anything for it. And his mother's gross. Some people are so unlucky with their parents. I hate it.
Became an adult.
I have never ever received the Here Comes Honey Baby money. I've never seen it. Never ever even heard of it, if I'm being completely honest.
You don't really give a that you took my money. That's the real problem.
It's gone. I used it in my drug addiction. Woo! She gave me my money back and was like, oh, here's your money. No, I don't think she ever was like, I'm sorry. I was so over just like poking and prodding at her for the money. Like I was at the point of like, you know what? I don't even freaking want the money anymore.
On a more positive note, Pumpkin seems to have done an amazing job raising Alana to be a well-adjusted young woman. She is currently pursuing a degree in nursing at Regis University.
Oh, good for her. Very good for her. Wow, amazing. Classic child star exploitation pilot. It is. It is incredibly good for. Great, awesome. Good. Still a happy end.
With aspirations to work in the medical field. June Shannon is a few years sober now, but is still doing everything she can to maintain her reality TV status, accepting deals with no-name networks to produce another spin-off of her Country Kardashian.
Mama June from Not So Hot. Family Crisis. What the fuck? This looks like some slop show that you would find on one of these platforms that you have to pay per episode.
Lifestyle. As tragic as Alana's childhood was, it was clear to see the warning signs from the moment she made her first appearance on television. The same can't be said for the Duggar family, a seemingly picture-perfect Christian household who were hiding a disturbing and dark secret. The Duggar family first appeared in a 10-hour TV special titled 14 Children and Pregnant Again. As a devout Christian family, Jim Bob Duggar and his wife Michelle were strongly against the use of contraceptives, and after the birth of their
They just smashed infinitely. They just smashed. Yeah, that is a problem because like some churches are like, yeah, no contraceptives. I don't want 13 children either. I agree that they are crazy. So it would seem I don't want 13 children either, right? Too out chill. What happens more, right? That's fine, but like, wow.
First child Joshua, they allowed God to decide how many children they would end up having. The Duggar family upheld the most conservative and traditionalist values possible, homeschooling all of their children and heavily restricting their usage of the internet and television. The Duggar family dynamic was almost entirely unheard of in our modern society, which is why TV producers
honestly, with the modern schooling system, I get wanting to homeschool your child. Like, I get it. I understand it. I get it. The problem is, how do you handle the social aspects? How do they make friends? How do they, right? That's always a problem. I don't know how people handle this that do homeschooling. Honestly, I get it though. I get it. But I don't know how you would even pursue this.
Producers offered more specials with each new child born. They ultimately landed a full-blown television show, 17
kids and counting. That mom cooked. That if every white woman was in Europe and in the Western world would just like be like this, we'd have no need for immigration. Wow, 17 and counting. What was the max they got?
Kids and Counting, which was eventually retitled to
19 and counting.
19 Kids and Counting by 2010. The show was meant to be a chaotic.
At this point, the mom would just be like yoink, 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 yoink. Like she doesn't even like, right? They fall just out at this point, right? She's so wide open, it's just falling out. They're just falling out. They have no social life. Nuh-uh. I want my kids to go to school and meet other kiddos around their age. Yeah, that's like the thing, right? I understand from like a raising an education point, I get it, but the social point is just difficult, right? Because I want obviously I want my kids to have friends. I want my kids to grow up with friends, right? Because like if they don't hang around others, they're gonna struggle later in life with socializing and stuff. Difficult.
yet wholesome glimpse into the life of a massive Christian family, but slowly over time, the cracks in their facade began to shatter their holy image. By 2015, some of the Duggar children were now grown adults. Their eldest child, Josh, was 27 years old, with a wife and 4 children of his own by 2015. Josh was perceived to be following in the footsteps of his parents, working on conservative political campaigns, and even saved his first kiss for his wedding day. However, it was revealed that
I want to say cute. I wanted to say cute. I wanted to say cute. It's Jover. It's no longer cute.
Josh had been named as an alleged offender in a police investigation into underage assault. In 2002, when Josh was 14 years old, he was accused of inappropriately touching an unnamed girl while she slept. Even after his father became aware of the situation, Josh continued to multiple other girls while they slept, all of which are believed to be his younger sisters. Over the years, Jim Bob Duggar refused to take any strict action, but the police
they're not from Alabama, so, I guess. Oh!
would step in once they received a copy of an email describing Josh's behavior. The email, written by an anonymous source close to the family, was sent to Harpo Studios, a multimedia company founded by Oprah Winfrey in the days leading up to the Duggars' appearance on The Oprah Show. Before you air the Duggar family from Arkansas, you need to know the truth. They are not what they seem to be. Josh has blank while blank were sleeping, and the parents have been hiding this secret for a long time. I think that you should know the truth before they make a complete fool of you and your show. They've been on TV before and come across as a perfect family, which couldn't be further from the truth. This email was forwarded to the local police by someone at Harpo Studios, but no official charges were brought as the statute of limitations had expired. These allegations would be buried temporarily, but they couldn't escape them forever. The whole family could feel the pressure online, and Josh Duggar had no choice but to address the situation, in which he confessed to his sisters. 12 years ago, as a young teenager, I acted inexcusably, for which I am extremely sorry and deeply regret. I hurt others, including my family and close friends. I confess this to
Chop his hands off.
my parents, who took several steps to help me address the situation. We spoke with the authorities where I confessed my wrongdoing, and my parents arranged for me and those affected by my actions to receive counseling. I understood that if I continued down the wrong road that I would end up ruining my life. I sought forgiveness from those I had wronged and asked Christ to forgive me and come into my life. I would do anything to go back to those teen years and take different actions. In my life today, I am so very thankful for God's grace, mercy, and redemption. In response, TLC pulled the show from its scheduled time, leaving the program in a state of limbo before officially canceling it altogether. Shockingly, most of the show's viewers believe that this was blown out of proportion. There was an overwhelming sentiment that Josh was a confused and misguided teenager, with the argument being that because of his sheltered upbringing, he didn't fully understand his actions and began making poor choices as he hit puberty. But all those people defending him were about to be proven dead wrong. Ashley Madison was the name.
It's gonna get worse. Oh no, it's just gonna get worse. It will just get worse. Okay, so that's crazy. Especially like old sisters. Crazy.
Of a website designed to facilitate affairs for married individuals. In 2015, it had its user data leaked to the internet. Many notable men found themselves at the center of controversy following the data breach, including Josh Duggar. He responded to the leak saying, "I have been the biggest hypocrite ever. While espousing faith and family values, I have secretly over the last several years been viewing porn on the internet, and this became a secret addiction, and I became unfaithful to my wife." Shortly after, Josh admitted himself into rehab to deal with his addiction, but his addiction was far more sinister than his family could ever have imagined, and it was about to land him behind bars.
Oh wait, is that why his hairline starts running? Is that why his hairline is started to escape him? That makes sense. That's logical.
On April 21st, 2021, Josh Duggar was arrested by federal officers for the receipt and possession of CSAM and CP. A federal grand jury found that Josh
So the stuff he did as a teen was a sign that something was wrong. So it would seem. Yeah, I'm not shocked. Well, there were signs.
Received material featuring children under the age of 12 years old, and as a result, he was sentenced to 12 years in federal prison. I'll spare you the details
Good, rest in peace.
of what was found on this man's hard drive, but just know that him getting 12 years in prison is not nearly enough time. The Duggar family story is a prime example of why you shouldn't believe everything you see on TV. What seemed to be a wholesome Christian family was protecting a horrific child predator, and TLC was profiting the entire time. They were also about to fatten their bank accounts with My 600 Pound Life, a show that ended in so many tragedies it's unbelievable it still has not been cancelled. Getting in shape can be a struggle for anybody, but imagine just how much harder it is when you're hundreds of pounds overweight. This was the appeal of My 600 Pound Life, a show that documented the weight loss journey of morbidly obese people.
Or if you're so overweight, the scale just shows error. That should be a wake-up call for you to change something. Because that's insane, right? When you are so heavy that the scale can no longer estimate it.
People looking to make drastic changes, hoping to eventually qualify for weight loss surgery. On the surface, the show seemed like a well-intentioned and positive program. Not only were they helping people lose weight, but they were documenting their struggles in a way that may have inspired others to turn their lives around. However, as the show continued to air, a dark pattern emerged that couldn't be ignored, and many started wondering if TLC was turning a blind eye. Many former participants have since passed away following their appearance on the show. One of the first was Robert Bushell, who lost a significant amount of weight after entering the show weighing over 800 pounds. He suffered a fatal heart attack during filming at only 41 years old. Sean
Wow. That's horrible.
Milliken's heart stopped after losing over 400 pounds. Kelly Mason and LaTanya Patain both suffered fatal heart attacks following their appearance on the show.
But what's the reason? Is it just like too strained, too fast? Is that what it is? Because there's got to be some connection here. So my assumption is that it was just too much.
Regardless of the progress these people had made, their bodies were too far gone. Years and years of strain on their heart and damage to essential organs made recovery impossible, and they spent their final moments fighting a battle they could never win. Others just could not make a permanent change after the show was over. My 600 Pound Life provided contestants nutrition plans, workout regimens, and constant surveillance that held them accountable. These factors were able to keep them in check when the cameras were rolling, but many fell back into old habits when the production crew left. One of the most notable examples of this was Larry Myers Jr. Larry went viral in 2022 and was dubbed Mr. Buttermilk Biscuits after his hilarious reaction to a Popeyes biscuit.
Buttermilk biscuits!
Larry once weighed nearly half a ton, and he was able to lose 100 pounds during the show.
Half a ton. Half a ton! $500 kilograms! Wow.
However, the producers responsible for his episode failed to address the root of his issues. Larry turned to food as a coping mechanism to deal with the death of his mother and nephew, and once his episode ended, he returned to that same habit. One of the most common reasons people become morbidly obese is because of their emotional relationship with food, often using it as a coping mechanism to deal with stress and trauma. This is an issue that the show often fails to address. It's much deeper than people just not being able to control their cravings. Gina Krasley faced a similar issue, reaching 300 pounds at just 13 years old, and turned to food to deal with her abusive father. She found some success during the show, but Gina would pass away at only 30 years old shortly after her appearance. Now, most people aren't that shocked to find out that many of these severely overweight people passed away. They kind of look at it like they
Yeah, but that happens, right? You can look at a lot of these like quote-unquote fat activists, right? There's like I'm hot, I'm fat, but I'm hot. Right? Those guys. These body positivity parasites. A lot of those are dead. They just died. A lot of those are like, you can look at that, they just died.
made their bed, now they have to lay in it. And to an extent, that is true. These are individuals living with the consequences of their actions, which is years of habits that didn't change their body overnight. But that's also what makes the show so complicated. My 600 Pound Life selects the most extreme cases because those are the best for TV. The more unstable the lifestyle, the more dramatic the transformation will be. They build a narrative around their struggle and present it as a story of redemption, knowing full well that these people might literally die on the show. Supporters will say that the show is helping by providing an opportunity that nobody had ever gave them, or that they were going to die anyway if they didn't change, but TLC gave them an opportunity. But even if the intention is to help, the show is still built around filming people at their lowest point, without any real safety net once the cameras leave. And in some cases, the dark life after the show results in something far more serious that TLC was never designed to handle.
The care after that, the making sure that these people actually get also the help that they need, which is psychological help, that was missing, right? But yeah, there is some truth to it that these people would have died anyways, eventually, right? There's some truth to it to a degree.
James Bonner is easily one of the most tragic examples of this. In 2013, he lost his right leg in a car accident. As a result, he suffered from severe depression and turned to food and alcohol as a way to cope. By the time he appeared on the show in 2018, he weighed over 650 pounds. With the odds stacked against him, James made incredible progress, got sober, and lost over 400 pounds. But James's weight wasn't the cause of his inner battle. It was simply the byproduct of it. James made the final permanent decision at only 30 years old, writing in a Facebook post, "No matter what you change or the efforts you put forth in life, sometimes you just have to take it on the chin and deal with things your own way." And the way James chose to die is not the only instance of this issue. Destiny Lachey during season 7 lost over 500 pounds after appearing on the show, but wrote after, "I feel like all I'm constantly doing is trying to escape my depression and pain at this point. Food is the only thing I can turn to do that. I can feel it killing me. There's no way I'm going to survive for much longer." And unfortunately, she suffered the same fate as James less than 3 years after her episode aired. There are a vast array of different reasons.
Because the root cause isn't dealt with. The root cause isn't dealt with. What's sad is they put so much effort in this just to end it. That makes it just worse.
Why so many people who took part in the show eventually passed away, but they all raise the same question. Is My 600 Pound Life truly meant to be a feel-good and motivational program seeking to help people in need, or a platform for those with undesirable lifestyles to be gawked at like a zoo animal by viewers? And since TLC is constantly searching for the most extreme, attention-grabbing stories, it doesn't just highlight people in difficult situations, it inevitably starts platforming the worst kinds of people. Even a show that was supposed to be about finding a lifelong soulmate ended up breeding a toxic and exploitative dynamic. 90 Day Fiancé is a reality TV series that documents couples who have applied for a K-1 visa, which permits a foreign citizen to temporarily reside in America for 90 days while the couple gets married. This dynamic is chaotic because it's usually a desperate American who could not find a partner amongst 300 million.
Yep, I could imagine that. Let me guess. And after that, the divorce. And once they've divorced, he has to give her half a shit. Classic.
Million citizens and has resorted to finding companionship with someone halfway across the world, matched with an immigrant looking to use someone to gain American citizenship. And that's not the case for all of the people that were featured on the show. There were many couples who were well-intentioned and found true love within each other. But if we're being honest, TLC wasn't always looking for a happy ending. Larissa Lima traveled from Brazil to Las Vegas, Nevada to meet her eventual husband, Colt Johnson. From the second they met on the show, there were glaring issues that could
how do I say this? I think my boy's cooked.
Couldn't be ignored. The state of Nevada was hotter than hell, Colt was still living with his mother, and the two failed to find any chemistry whatsoever. As a result, the two would frequently bicker with each other, oftentimes devolving into full-blown arguments with the entire family.
And that's a big ring. So you should feel like a damn queen with a rock like that. But no, you take advantage.
Sorry. That laugh, okay? That laugh, okay? Was that was fake. Also, how do we know that these people genuinely actually married? How do we know that, right? How do we know that? We don't know that. That's easy to fake. Also, it's like, yeah, surprise. It's also like kind of unfair. She can't even defend herself because it's like 3 against 1. Because right, she's alone. She's not here with her parents.
Hey, you know what? I don't say I just go with because he's a sweetheart and I love him.
In spite of the many red flags, including an instance in which Larissa flushed her engagement ring down the toilet after a heated argument, the two still thought it would be a good idea to tie the knot. On June 19th of 2018, Larissa was arrested on charges of domestic battery after an altercation between her and Colt. She spent the night in jail and was released the following day, but 4 days later, the two officially got married on the
What the actual fuck? Yeah, somebody just really wanted to become a US citizen. Somebody just really wanted to become a US citizen. Really. Yeah, it's rather interesting. Yeah, I'll have to make sure that this doesn't happen in my case. Thank you. I want a peaceful life with my woman.
24th. Larissa would have a second run-in with the law in November that same year. Police responded to their home to investigate a potential domestic dispute, promptly breaking down the door and detaining Colt, while Larissa ran from the house to avoid being arrested. She was eventually apprehended.
So, wait. Cause previously explained, officers knocked down the door, placed him in handcuffs. The police, okay, officers arrived. Colt injuries from altercations were visible. Oh, so she abused him physically. Oh, she's an abuser. Oh. Interesting. Wow.
And once again arrested on similar charges, with the responding officers taking note of visible injuries on Colt. Unfortunately, the worst was still to come, with a third dispute occurring in January of 2019 that was far more violent and bloody. This time, Larissa was the one to contact the police and was visibly injured when law enforcement arrived.
She called the cops from me. I'll be deported. I just scratched him because he was hurting me. As you see.
In spite of her injuries, officers determined her to be the primary aggressor, and she was once again arrested for domestic battery. The same day, Colt officially filed.
I have to say this, okay? I have to say this. Okay? If you're the woman and you get arrested twice, even after such injuries, I wonder what Colt looked like. After that fight. It's also like if she's constantly abusive and he eventually actually decides to fight back. Okay, interesting, okay.
For divorce, a logical conclusion to a relationship that was doomed from the start. Unfortunately, this is far from an uncommon occurrence, as a handful of other couples on the show met a similar fate. Paul Stale and his wife Corinne met on the show in 2017. They got married that same year and had 2 children. However, the two had a messy public custody battle before their second son was born, as Corinne was attempting to take their son to her home country of Brazil behind Paul's back. What I found crazy is that they literally don't even speak the same language, and yet the two remained together for some time, but emotions boiled over.
Wait, hold up. I'm sure it were way worse, bro, if she's injured and they still charge the woman, bro. Oh my god, poor Colt. Yep. So, these two married, and they couldn't understand each other. That is insane. That is actually wild.
Over after a video went viral of Corinne physically assaulting her husband. This resulted in both of their children being taken away by Child Protective Services and placed into foster care. To this day, Paul and Corinne have since separated and have still not been reunited with their children. Jeffrey Ian Pascal met his fiancée.
So these children are just like the answer is like super easy and simple. If she's abusive, you cannot give her the children. It is that simple. No common language is crazy. They could not talk to each other. Imagine you're married to somebody and you have to constantly funnel on the phone and be like, oh yeah, you need to translate this, translate that. It's like, huh? Oh God.
Varia on season 4 of the show, but truly found himself in the spotlight after being sentenced to 18 years in prison for aggravated kidnapping, domestic assault, and interference with emergency calls. In a fit of rage, Jeffrey senselessly beat his fiancée and refused to let her leave the home. Varia likely could have died that night if she didn't escape. Luckily she did and was able to contact the police, leading to Jeffrey's arrest. But as chaotic as these relationships are, there is one that TLC introduced that became one of the most culturally significant public divorces in modern media history. One that TLC made a ton of money on, and that was between John and Kate Gosselin. The couple was first introduced to the world in an hour-long TV special called Surviving Sextuplets and Twins on the Discovery Channel.
Sextuplets? It's what the fuck? And then another twins. Holy fuck. So they had 6 at the same time, and then twins. Somebody is incredibly fertile. That is very much clear. I hope that doesn't happen to me. God, at least not 6 at a time.
Becoming a new parent is scary, exhausting, and overwhelming, but having 6 babies at once after already having twins seemed like a living nightmare for most people. The chaotic family dynamic was enough to get picked up for a full-scale reality TV show, which was called John and Kate Plus 8. The show quickly shot up national TV ratings and became one of the most popular programs on the planet, but it came crashing down quickly in 2009 when the couple announced that they would be getting a divorce. While this was devastating to fans of the show, the signs were there from the very beginning. Viewers took note of Kate's overbearing, controlling, and harsh style of communicating, which starkly contrasted John's more passive and calm demeanor.
She was probably, I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like, breathe quietly. So I consider them sick, anyone sick, for, do you hear yourself breathing? Oh, that's
What the fuck? Barely, I wonder how it looked when she was pregnant with 6. Humongous. Humongous. I think, like, if she ever got close to anything, anything sharp, she would have just popped like a balloon. That is crazy. Why is she so needlessly abusive against him? For no reason. Huh.
just gross.
When someone hates the sound of you breathing, they hate you. People came to see a massive family working together to survive in modern-day America, but John and Kate's constant bickering became the reason they stuck around. It was clear that Kate resented her husband for some reason, and her constant nagging began compounding for John, resulting in him emotionally checking out of the relationship.
Oh yeah, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell that she was emotionally abusive, right? I totally couldn't tell that. I definitely, most certainly not. She low-key sounded like a horse here. Horse.
In the months leading up to their divorce, reports came in that John was having an affair with a third-grade teacher. Their divorce became one of the hottest subjects in the tabloids, documenting every awkward encounter and even a supposed visit from the police. The show completely broke away from its original premise and focused solely on John and Kate's separation. This issue compounded when John began publicly speaking out, discussing what he described as abuse at the hands of Kate, as well as heavily criticizing the showrunners at TLC. John was particularly upset that the show would be continuing after the divorce, rebranded as just Kate Plus 8, meaning that his children would continue to be filmed without his constant supervision. As a result,
that's just crazy. That's just insane. 6 at the same time is so crazy, bro.
he filed a cease and desist order against TLC, who quickly retaliated with a lawsuit of their own for a breach of contract violation. For the next few years, John found himself in constant legal battles with both TLC and his own wife, costing him millions in lawyer fees and nearly bankrupted him. Which, remember earlier when TLC said that thing that protecting children is their top priority? Yeah, well, someone who thinks TLC is nothing more than a massive corporation that—
well, they failed twice. Man debuff, real. Yep, that's the man debuff. They failed twice to do this, by the way. Protect the children, that is.
that profits off people's lives falling apart on camera is not much of a conspiracy theorist anymore. Kate Plus 8 continued filming, but it was met with lackluster reception and eventually canceled the following year. That's because Kate didn't have many endearing qualities. In fact, Kate's personality has been cited as the blueprint of what we now refer
So, the star of the show was the husband. Is that what it is? Yeah. In this case, the star of the show was the husband. Otherwise, the show would not have fallen off. I mean, it has probably fallen off anyways because of the bad publicity, but still.
to as a Karen, with her short blonde hairstyle and pissy attitude becoming a textbook description of the Karen image. The disdain towards her became widely referred to as Kate hate, which only strengthened as she desperately continued to cling on the little fame that she had, making appearances on other TV shows like Dancing with the Stars. Meanwhile, John was met with overwhelming sympathy and admiration as he continued to focus on the safety and well-being of his children while doing his best to stay out of the limelight. When he does speak out publicly, it's typically to speak out against reality television and the irreparable damage it caused his family. The contrast couldn't be any more stark. John believes reality TV destroyed his life, meanwhile his ex
Makes sense. And his ex just keeps the children, which is crazy. Oh, she's the OG Karen. Yep, she is the Karen. Absolutely. she's the textbook designer one. The OG, the real one.
wife is fully indulging in it. It's clear which parent had the right intentions, which is likely why John won the custody battles they had in the coming year.
Never mind! He won the custody battles. Maybe the man debuff doesn't always continue.
In August of 2017, police responded to a 911 call at an orthodontist office in Wyomissing, Pennsylvania. When they arrived, they saw John and Kate in a verbal domestic dispute over one of their daughters, Hannah. Ultimately, no one was arrested, and Hannah went home with John of her own choosing. This event was likely the catalyst of a legal battle over the 13-year-old girl, who ultimately awarded full custody to John. A few months later, John also won custody of his son Colin, painting a grim picture for Kate and her parenting style. A source close to the family said, "The problem is that the kids are getting older and they're starting to ask questions. Some are still team mom, but team dad is growing. It's a very divided household." What was initially supposed to be a glimpse into an
well, understandably so. Eventually, the children would just ask, well, after almost going bankrupt, I'd say the debuff is too big. Well, he's still got 2 children back, and hopefully he'll get more on his side.
conventional family of 10 quickly devolved into a battle of 2. The show itself wasn't even that popular compared to the massive public fallout that is still going on to this day. Hannah, who turned 18 in 2022, has since publicly spoken out about her reasons for choosing to live with her father. "I felt like my dad gave me that attention and a feeling like I had a good solid relationship with a parent. It was a difficult decision leaving my siblings. I did not want to be separated from them or even live in a different household than them, but I just feel like there was unfair treatment in my mom's house and I just wanted to live with my dad." This is why reality TV, particularly TLC shows, are such a double-edged sword. You don't get a television show when you're well-adjusted and drama-free. Your life needs to be kind of falling apart and have a specific type of personality to want to be documented on TV during one of your lowest moments. I guess these people didn't realize that the money, fame, and worldwide attention would actually make their lives so much worse than they already were. That same thing can be said for musicians who had one hit song. They thought their lives would be better, but many of them got significantly worse.
Well, one of those is that someone that we used to know. Anyways, yeah, that is the end of the video, and there were some things in there, certainly. Yeah, I think reality TV's, I mean, it's always been trash, but like, when it's actually reality TV, in the most literal sense, it's just horrible. It's just horrible. I hope. I wish somebody would just pull the plug. That's all. TLC still exists. I have no idea. I wouldn't know. But I hope it doesn't. Rest in peace. Yeah, that was horrible. That was rather horrible. Wow. All right. That'll be the end of the day. For today. I will end here. Simple as that. Have a good day or night. We'll be back tomorrow. Fun fact, I call it a Chinese Tini. So now tomorrow we'll only need one. I will pull plug on you, Poker. Don't worry. Somebody might have something against this. Anyways, somebody besides me. Anyways, take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Also, I will not pull your anal plug, Joe. You can have it. You can keep it, big guy. I know you like it up there.